and welcome to the FAB-Racing British Mini Bike Championship. It is round one here at Lydd. My name is Lewis Ray, and alongside me in the commentary box is Andy Webster. So first of all, we're just getting through the final warm-up sessions of the day before we get straight into racing. So Andy, first of all, how are you today?
Yeah, doing well, thank you. Looking forward to a great day's racing. You can already hear coming through from the video screen that the wind is really whipping around this seaside location, Lewis.
Yeah, it certainly is. It's windy, but the sun is out. It's better conditions than what it has been for the riders during their practice session days. There was a lot of rain earlier on, mixed conditions in the track, but as you can see, it's perfect conditions weather-wise for racing. The sun's out.
You couldn't ask for better, could you, really? But other than defending from being wind-beaten the way that they are, and dodging the puddles in the paddock as well.
Yeah, there's still some puddles left, but on track it all looks clear. You can see the Pit Bike 140s waiting to get out on their warm-up session. After them, we'll have the Mini GP 70s, and then we'll go straight into racing. The first race off the day will be the AC40 Pros. So, Andy, it's your first time at the FAB-Racing paddock. What's your first impressions of it?
First impressions, I can't believe just how many races we're going to get through. It's going to be such a long, busy day, and it's going to be rapid fire as well. Very few breaks in between, which makes our life a little bit easier as commentators. But no, I'm enjoying it so far, and I'm filled with curiosity as how these kids and adults are going to perform on these mini bikes around this very, very technical circuit here. Yeah,
it certainly is a technical circuit. It's a very fast circuit as well. The straights here are quite long for a mini bike circuit. It gets the riders up to high speed, and it's what a lot of them enjoy, is just be able to stretch their legs a little on the bike. So you can see the riders now just waiting to get out for their warm-up session. But if you're just joining us for the first time ever, hello and welcome. This is Fab Racing. We're here at Lydd for round one. Don't worry, you haven't missed anything just yet. We have about 20 minutes before the first race.
Yeah, we're going to watch some warm-up though, and get our first look at the track and how the bikes are behaving, how the riders are feeling the circuit out. I'm not quite sure how hard they're going to push though, Lewis, in this early warm-up. Are they going to be full beans, or is it more just getting the bike dialed in?
Yeah, it's a bit of both really, but it's getting the bike dialed in to a point where you know it's going to be okay once you're in the race conditions, once you're pushing. And it's also a great opportunity to be able to get your mind ready, get your mind waking, because of course it's the first session they've been on the bike all day.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I'm not sure how well everyone will have slept either at the circuit or the local accommodation nearby. You can see obviously the track filling up already, ready for our penultimate warm-up session, and that's just by way of reminder, this is the PB140 warm-up happening right now.
Yeah, the Pit Bike 140 class, it's a massive class. It always produces great racing. Here last year at the first round of the championship, it was close battles all the way through. It's what you'll see every single race, pretty much every single round, is that there's going to be 6 or 7 bikes in a battling for the race win, and you can just see the awnings and the bikes come through the picture, through the chicane, and you can just see how much commitment you really need to have around this Lydd circuit.
Yeah, the knees are down nearly all the time. I mean, they're grazing the concrete curbing, they're dealing with the elevation change, and you see the nice tucked into the slipstream there, just getting a little burst before what is possibly the most difficult section of the track there, Lewis.
Yeah, it's really quick through there. A lot of commitment is needed there, a lot of commitment in the bike and the tyres, but you can just see the speed there and the slight bit of wind that is still around this circuit. There's the airport nearby, planes constantly going over ahead, and here on the coast it is such a nice view all the way around this circuit.
Yeah, it's a beautiful place, and we're really happy to be here. Couldn't be further away from where you live, where I live, but still in the and still be in the UK. But I'm pretty sure if we had a short walk, we could probably see France on a clear day.
Yeah, I think we can. But yeah, that's a great thing about FAB. The great thing about racing, everyone comes from all ends of the country to meet and to compete. And right now it's Zach Tureen who is at the top of this warm-up session. The riders just putting in the first couple of laps, but already into the 46s in this warm-up session. So straight away, it looks like they're not holding back.
No, and actually less than a hundredth of a second between first and second as well. They're already right on it, the 46.7 mark. Then a bit of a gap to the other drivers, other riders, excuse me. As now Liam Wood goes up there into. He's deposed into second, and Lucas Brown stays first on 45.260.
Yeah, Lucas Brown returning this year. He also was racing in the British Talent Cup, in the British Championship. Of course, a lot of FAB riders racing in the British Talent Cup and going on to do greater things and moving on from FAB and just showing their skill. But it's so great to see what FAB is doing, progressing the riders, because if you're just watching FAB for the first time, there's riders here as young as 6-year-olds racing on motorcycles, and it has a class for everyone at all ages. So it's so great to be able to basically start your racing career in FAB all the way until you're an adult.
Yeah, I know that the organizer here, he tracks his alumni into the different championships they end up in, and they've been very successful to this point. How fast are those 6-year-olds managing to get the bikes up to at this circuit?
Yeah, so just 6 years old, we're going around 45 mile an hour. Maybe not at this circuit, maybe with a slipstream and no wind, they might be able to help, but you can just see the amount of people watching on and the amount of people supporting each other in this paddock is great, supporting their friends and even supporting their rivals. Everyone's here to have a great time. There's some great riders here this weekend. There's Lucas Brown, as we've already mentioned. There's Casey O'Gorman here, Red Bull rookie rider and junior GP rider. It's so great to see. And of course, there's young and up and coming talent such as Marco Holt, who makes his return this season. So it's so great to see riders returning to FAB, even though they've moved on to better and bigger things, to come back and to help and support other riders.
Very impressive indeed, and this will be where you see the stars of tomorrow actually cut their teeth, and this is the very essence of grassroots racing here.
Yeah, it certainly is. Of course, this is affiliated with MotoGP. This is a part of the Road to MotoGP programme. FAB-Racing was given the award after in 2018 over 60% of the British Talent Cup grid was made up of FAB riders. So it's so great to see that the system is working and that British riders have some hope and have a proper system in place now to be able to hopefully get them into World Championship level.
And it's a family weekend as well, as well for the riders' families and supporting hangers-on. Obviously, there's lots of people here to support their riders, but nice to see them all watching just a warm-up session and just these riders just learning the lines, making sure that they're learning whatever they can from what's going on track at the moment. But it is just warm-up.
Yeah, it's just warm-up. Some people have their hoods up, have their woolly hats on, trying to keep as warm as possible. And it's great to see that FAB-Racing is back. 8 rounds again this season. Yep. This round, of course, will be a double header. We'll be racing tomorrow on a Monday, and we're going to have 30 races, 20 races today, 30 races tomorrow. It's going to be a jam-packed weekend and 2 rounds in one long weekend for these riders.
Absolutely. So if you are joining us online, please get in touch. Tell us who you're here to support. Tell us, because we always like to know which racers have got the most fans in attendance. And you can see a couple there on the hillside getting settled for the day of racing. But yeah, get in touch. Tell us what you're enjoying, and ask any questions as they come up.
Yeah, certainly. You can see people watching from all parts of the circuit for this warm-up session, awaiting the races. The races today are going to come thick and fast. We have 20 races lined up, as already mentioned, and it's just going to be back to back to back. We will stop for a lunch break, but it's going to be great to see, and it's going to be great racing all the way throughout the day.
Absolutely. So, Lewis, why is this championship in particular the one that the young riders are flocking to? Because I know the grids are expanding year on year, but why is it? What is special about this one?
Yeah, so as you mentioned, grids this year have expanded, and not even expanded, some of them have exploded. The Mini GP 50s we've seen last season, there was about 6 or 7 of them at some rounds. This round we have 23 Mini GP 50 bikes, so it's going to be great racing, more people racing, closer battles. But yeah, it's so great for these young riders to come here at FAB, and specifically FAB, because as we've already said, it has the Road to MotoGP status. It's already affiliated with Dorna and MotoGP as a recognised series that is able to get riders such as Danny Kent into Moto3, and Danny Kent even won the Moto3 World Championship. We have riders such as Scott Redden, who's racing the World Superbikes at the moment, and previously in MotoGP, who's came from FAB as well. So yeah, it's a system which has already been proven to work, and there's already plenty of accomplished riders came from it, and it has something for everyone. Even if you're getting into racing at 30-year-old, you can come out here to the pit bikes or even many F1 sidecars, and there will be a class for you to go out and have some fun.
It's an affordable entryway as well, is it? How much do the riders have to put down for their kit right from the very entry level if people are interested in getting involved?
Yeah, so obviously, like all types of racing, it just depends how much you want to actually put into it.
Yeah.
Certainly, some Mini Motos you'll be able to pick up an okay Mini Moto, a second-hand Mini Moto for near £1,000 probably, which in racing terms it's not actually that much. No. But obviously it does range on how much you want to spend on your racing, how much tyres you want to use every single weekend. But certainly on the likes of Mini Motos and stuff, you can get away with not using as much tyres as maybe a big bike, because you have less horsepower, and you're not really being as aggressive on the bike. It's more about that corner speed, flowing through the corners. But you can just see now riders heading back into the pit lane before we start our final warm-up session, and doing some practice starts as well, which of course will be very important later on today. And
different techniques for the starts based on the different bikes, I'm assuming?
Yeah, different techniques. Some of them, certainly these pit bikes, they're a 4-stroke motor, so they're quite torquey, low in the rev range, which means whenever they're starting, you can pop a wheelie. While if you, for example, the bikes that are coming on track at the moment, the Mini GP70s, they are a 2-stroke motor. You can hear a massive difference with a higher pitch motor, a much whinier motor, and sometimes a bit of blue smoke coming out of it with the oil in the fuel tank. So
we've got a live debrief going on here between two riders.
Yeah, Chris Wells talking there to another rider. But for example, on these 2 strokes, whenever they do a practice start, they want to drag out the clutch a little bit, slip the clutch and release it, just so then even whenever they're on the throttle, getting away, they still have the clutch in slightly, so it builds the revs faster where all the power's at. Power's all at the top on these Mini GP70 bikes.
We're not missing anything. We're just this is the final warm-up session just beginning now. So we're building to our first race, which is the AC40 Pro Race 2 for this, because of course it's the second race here today. But it's the Sunday race meet, and then we follow with a Monday live online as well tomorrow, probably exactly the same place as you're watching today.
Yeah, we're here live on the Motorsport Radio Facebook and YouTube channel, and the FAB-Racing Facebook and YouTube social media channels. But you can just see now Mini GP70s are out on track, and even this grid this year has expanded. There's around 11 or 12 Mini GP70s. Some riders returning, such as Ollie Sims, Mark Holt, Blake Wilson, and even Noah Gilroy returning this year. So it's going to be great to see all these riders. Bill Harris there, the first bike in your picture, he is moving up from the Mini GP50s this year. He's the younger brother of the other Harris brother, so it's going to be great to see them move up. And Bill Harris, he's in new levers this year, and he's got in a new class, and it looks like he's going to be quick. You can just see now the riders already forming the train. But Bill Harris, brother of Ronnie Harris.
Excellent. Yeah, absolutely. They getting everything warmed up. I think they've caught the back of maybe the first rider that came out of the pits already. Just warming up, getting a feel for how the bike is going to behave under the slipstream condition. And this final corner, I'm really looking forward to seeing the bikes pushing really hard through this final corner, because it's going to be the slingshot for the next one as well, and round onto the start-finish straight.
Yeah, certainly. As you can see there, Luke Fitchett, number 7, getting passed by Blake Wilson, number 8. So, a lot of these riders have slightly changed their liveries, slightly changed their helmets from last year. The biggest change there is Marco Holt, who used to always race with the famous Minion helmet, but now he's got a lime green helmet, so it's still easy to spot for us here in the commentary box, but slightly different from what he's used to.
Yep, so the fastest time there in this final warm-up session, set by Henry Riccartney on a 43.850.
So you can see now coming for the final corner, but loads to come here on Motorsport Radio. We have 20 races coming up for you today. It's just 11:30 here, and we have 4 minutes to go in this final warm-up session before we get started with the first race of the day, which will be the AC40 Pro class, the middleweight class in the Mini Moto classes. And of course the Mini Motos have a completely different challenge with them using the infield section and not the final corner, which we were just talking about.
Yeah, so that approach to the final corner will be far less critical, because they've been this mini sort of Melbourne Loop style section going on just as an infield. What you'll hear us refer to it as the infield, but it's the inside of sector 3 of the racetrack, so it will slow them right down, Lewis.
Yeah, it certainly will. It'll slow them right down, and you can see right now these guys are not slowing down. They're having mini battles in warm-up. These riders are from 10 year So you can just see how young they are, how much they want this, how much they want to do well in racing, how much drive they have. You can just see how hard they're pushing. But yeah, as you mentioned, Henry McCartney is at the top. But the riders, this is the thing, what we're going to see all day today, especially in the Mini GP classes, is just a train of riders forming with very little places to pass, because these riders are they're so fast, and this track is so fast, so you really have to commit to a move to be able to get it made.
Yeah, all pressure and mistake, I'm assuming, from the rider in front. Just saw a very wide line going into the end of the first sector corners. I think that's turn 4, 5, 6 that they were struggling with, where you get the real compression and real dip down into the circuit. And we've seen riders just getting a little bit twitchy through there, even in warm-up. We have seen a few riders come off in warm-up as well, just underlining the challenge that this circuit presents to them.
Yeah, like, of course, all race circuits in the morning, it really needs to build up that track temperature and the tyre temperature before they can start pushing, because these bikes are all on slick tyres, so you really have to build up that temperature before you can start pushing.
So we've got this is the who should we be watching out for here in the LS200 class?
Yes, in the LS200, it's been the GP70 Championship. Probably half the grid we could be watching, to be honest. Henry McCartney returns this year. Archie O'Brien has just went fastest actually in his warm-up session, and he is definitely one to watch. We've seen last season he got his first win in the in his first season, and he battled for the Mini GP 50 Championship as well. Luke Fitchett, number 7. He's so quick, and his skill seems to be his defending. This circuit is going to come in key. Marco Holt returns this year after a leg injury late on in the season last year, so he's coming back full force, and you can just see battles on the track, all over the track. It's going to be great this year, and there's so many fast riders. Bill Harris, as I said as well earlier on, he moves up, and he's definitely one to watch, because once he gets a better feel of that bike, he's definitely going to go up the order. Austin Johnson as well, quick mention to him. He continues in the class after moving up midway through last year, but Austin Johnson also won the LC40 Elite Championship last year, so he's a champion from the Mini Motos, moving on to these geared bikes, so a completely new challenge of gears and clutches. Yeah.
So how much of a reset point does the start of the new season mean for the riders?
Well, it really just depends. I mean, the start of the season, it depends what they've done throughout the winter, how much riding they've done. I've seen on social media quite a lot of the riders have been going out to Spain and able to really get some pre-season testing done in the sunshine, so I don't think their parents could be complaining about that either. A holiday and some bikes.
Okay. Absolutely, and you can see, just as Lewis was talking there about the families watching on, everybody. It is the early part of the Easter holidays here. You wouldn't know it from the temperatures. It's still a bit of an icy wind chill, and lots of woolly hats and furry coat hood linings going on. Obviously the riders in their leathers and helmets keeping themselves warm enough, but we'll be underway with our first race very shortly. Luke Fitchett currently fastest on track in this warm-up session, 42.356 from him, fastest time we've seen so far. And there is the checkered flag, so it will be very soon. We'll be on track. The riders are getting into the warm-up area, and please, if you're watching live, show your support. Make sure that we know who is watching for which rider, and where you're watching from as well would be really interesting for us.
Yeah, a lot of people coming from all parts of the country here at FAB. The checker flag is out, and then warm-up will be over, and we'll get straight into the first races of the day. You can just see the crowd waiting and watching on to see what's going to happen in this first AC40 Pro race. It should be a good race, and yeah, it's their first race of the day.
Yep.
They've had warm-up, so it's really just going to see who can get on the pace straight away from lap. Because of course they just have one warm-up lap to get ready.
Yeah, one. Well, it's not even a full lap, is it? It's just coming out of the pits and back round to the starting grid. Only a nine lap race, I believe, coming up as well. So it will be very fast and very difficult for us to monitor absolutely everything that's on track, but we'll do our level best for everybody. That's the race control. You can see at bottom left of screen, just there where the race is governed and everything is organised for us.
Yeah, of course, great organisation here at FAB, run by Roger Keys and his son Rob Keys, and you see some of the dads having fun coming for the camera shot there. But yeah, everyone here is in a good mood. Everyone's excited. Why is that? Because it's round one. It's been a long,
Everyone's
long
got
winter.
hope for good results and everything. Yeah.
It's been a long winter, although months-wise it doesn't seem that long on paper, and especially whenever they're getting the bikes prepared, they actually probably don't have that much time. But for the riders especially, it's going to feel like an eternity since they've sat on that grid.
Yeah, and here are the first races then on the AC40 Pro machines, smoking away. Few riders revving the engines, of course, and getting ready for their first sighter lap here.
So next up will be the AC40 Pro class. It's the first race of the day for these guys. It's going to be a fast and furious race. It's a big grid this year for them. It's the middleweight class of the Mini Motos, and you can just see now heading on to the starting grid, following behind Rob Keys, son of Roger. And yeah, these guys, they're still young, they're still raring to go. You can see Sam Gardner, number 56, come through your screen. It's such a big grid, and so many talents on this small grid.
Yeah, big smiles on a couple of the riders' faces as well as they get out in anger for the first race. I'm sure they've been looking forward to this one, barely able to sleep in the nights coming up to today. And this is the infield section that they're in as well at the moment. They're obviously doing a very short sighter lap here, just to get themselves to the grid and get us underway very, very quickly.
Yep, it's the first race of the day. The parents are waiting on the grid for their riders for the AC40 Pro class. The first race of the day for these guys. You can see making their way onto the grid. The revs will rise pretty soon, and the nerves will also be rising right now. They'll be trying to keep focused and trying to keep calm.
Riders stamping on the front brake as well. A couple of them hopping up the rear wheel. You can hear all the excitement, all the revs building, and we can't wait to see what's going to happen here in this very first race of our Sunday.
Yeah, so you see Lydd clouds making their way through the middle of the grid, checking that everyone is in the correct grip positions, because of course these guys are still learning. Yeah. So it's time for us to almost go racing. The nerves will be very, very high at the moment, but it's going to be a very intense race. It's the first race of the day, and then we'll have a warm-up lap, and then we should get going and get racing here. It's the Sunday of FAB-Racing.
Look how busy this little track is with all these riders trying to fight and vie for position already. Just trying to what can they do here, Lewis, just to get the bike to absolute optimum?
Yeah, they're going to have to get the revs just perfect and the launch just perfect, and on pole position for the first race of the weekend. It's going to be Taylor Tomlinson who moves up to the pro class. Nicholas Dunwoody will join him on the front row. Rex Austin will start in third with Logan Cousins alongside him. Sam Gardner will start in fifth position with Sebastian Gasowski also moving up to the pro class this year in sixth. Liam Lindquist in seventh with Harrison Day in eighth. Preston Baker will start in 9th with Bradley Curtis coming all the way from Scotland will start in 10th, Tyler Hartley in 11th, and Oliver Hall, the rookies champion from a couple of years ago, in 12th. Now, just after Oliver Hall will be Archie Hooper in 13th and Josh Perkins in 14th. Seth Hayward will round out our 15 bike grid for this pro class.
15 bikes and even fewer laps, just 9 laps await. So the riders have got their eye in. They've got their temperatures where they need to be. The parents doing the last few mechanical checks here. And in fact, one of our final riders to the grid was second place Nicholas Dunwoody, Lewis.
Yeah, Nicholas Dunwoody getting a final little chat from his dad before we get underway. Here we go though, Taylor Tomlinson on pole position, the start of 2023. How will it go? The lights are on. And the lights are off and we are racing. Taylor Tomlinson gets the hold shot into turn 1 through the first chicane. Nicholas Dunwoody manages to stay in second place. You can just see the middle of the field bunching up at the moment. Rex Austin sits in third position, with just behind him is Logan Cousins. And you can just see how close this field is, how aggressive they're going to have to be. Harrison Day also have to push early on from this first lap, but at the front, Taylor Thompson, who leads the way in first position, the rookies champion from last year, moves up to the pro class and once again just shows his pace straight away in a brand new championship, showing who he really is and what his pace actually is like. You'll just see them now coming through the shot, heavy braking into this hairpin, into the infield section. You can see Rex Austin going slightly wide there, checking that Logan Cousins was not going to sneak up the inside. But at the front there's a battle forming actually, and it looks like everyone's made it safe. All riders, all 15 riders have completed the first lap, but at front Taylor Thompson, who leads the way with a 59.1.
Cracking start there from Tomlinson. He really did get a fantastic launch and really bossed that first chicane. His knees down low. He's already putting a gap. The front two here absolutely away from the rest of the grid currently, and there's battles throughout the grid. We've got, I think this is P4 and 5 currently having a battle. A lot of Dayglow yellow, and there's a bright pink helmet just defending as well as they head up through the difficult right-hander that reaches uphill. We've got you
just see there coming into the infield section of the course, and it's going to be an awesome race. The riders already pushing right from the first lap and wanting to show who they are in this new class. And in this new year, of course, it's been the first race of the year for these riders as they push on. They come round the final corner and out into laps, 7 laps to go in this race, in this first race today for the AC40 Pros.
And just to confirm then, it is Tomlinson from Dunwoody, Gaslowski, Austin, Cousins, Gardner, Baker, Curtis, Perkins, Hall and Lindquist, Day, Hayward, Hooper and Hartley. All 15 riders still running, 7 laps to go as they run around the final corner, and back on the throttle once again.
They're back on the throttle, and it's Taylor Thompson actually who set a fast lap of the race, a 57.1, so incredible pace right from the first couple of laps from Taylor Tomlinson.
That's within a second of his pole time.
Yeah,
so, fantastic stuff.
Yeah, straight away in this morning race. Of course, wind conditions today are up, and that's really going to affect these younger riders on the smaller bikes, because it's just so lightweight that every little gust they'll be able to feel it. You can just see there how hard they're having to push through that final corner. Although these are just little mini motos, they still have a great amount of power.
I think that was Austin with the tail out slightly, just grunt, and he's now definitely under threat here from behind. The black and red rider in the dark helmet crowding out here, and then it's still very, very busy at the tail of the field as well, Lewis.
Yeah, so Rex Austin was defending from Sebastian Gaslowski there, but as you can see, Curtis is trying to find any way past, just trying to build up momentum, and now you can just see Bradley Curtis getting overtaken there, but a battle is forming all the way down the field. That's what we see in this AC40 Pro class, is that battles will form every single position practically all the way down the field. There's so many different corners at this circuit that there's almost a corner for everyone. But of course, Harrison Day will make us race and return this round after missing the last half of last year. Of course, the bright big pink helmet, which we've seen many times across his racing career, and you can just see how hard these riders are pushing. Of course, number 14 in the battle there is Liam Lindquist, who's dropped down to 9th position. Liam Lindquist missed the final couple of rounds last year after not being able to compete, so he's back this year, and it looks like actually he's back stronger than usual, and Harrison Day on the pace straight away. But this battle right now is for 9th position, so you can just see how fast these riders bunch up.
It looks like Bradley Curtis getting back. Liam Lindquist, Taylor Tomlinson still holding the lead here, and he is 4.2 seconds away from second place. It's a very busy race, apart from the battle for the front right now.
Yeah, it's super close now. 5 laps to go. This time across the line, though, will be 4 laps to go for Taylor Tomlinson, a 56.9. He's just stretching his pace and just showing how great and how consistent he can be. But Taylor Tomlinson, number 77, he impressed us last year in the rookie class, winning the championship in fine fashion.
Look at this.
But you can just see there, the battle for third position for the final spot of the podium. Logan Cousins is really trying to defend for this final competition with 4 laps to go in this first race of the day, the AC40 Pros.
Absolutely, it's super close. Goslowski behind Austin here, and hounding the back of the neon yellow rider. But it's absolutely ebbing and flowing, these gaps down through the lap, and then suddenly it looks like it's suddenly Austin pressuring Cousins once again as they come through the infield.
Yeah, it certainly is. And Nicholas Dunwoody in second position, just trying to be able to keep that gap formed and just trying not to be able to make any mistakes. But Rex Austin, he looks so strong in this AC40 Pro class. You can just see how strong he looks from the get-go.
Really positive body language on the bike as well. It looks like he's waiting a patient game here, as it looks also to see that Gardner is falling back into the clutches.
Yeah, it certainly does, and you can just see the riders pushing on. But for how long? 3 laps to go in this race. They come thick and they come fast, but there's a red flag in this race, so the race will be stopped.
And that's the second accident as well in as many laps. So we're waiting to just make sure that everybody's okay. We'll 2 riders down at the moment, but our order is now Tomlinson, Dunwoody, Cousins, Goslowski, Austin, but we do have the red flag. I think that was Austin just lost out position to Goslowski.
Yeah, so Taylor Tomlinson right now was leading when the red flag came out, and he gained his lead to 6.1 seconds over Nicholas Dunwoody, and it just shows how much pace he has and how much talent he has. So yeah, it's great to see. You can see now the riders just discussing, stopped in the circuit, talking about the race. But there is Josh Perkins up on his feet, number 30, and looks like he's okay. He's walking away, just maybe a bit winded.
A little bit gingerly, but on his feet, and that's great to see. I think we've got a kind hand around the shoulder, and we've got just making sure everybody is safe. Of course, this is a red flag currently. So Lewis, what happens in these red flag situations? Race is paused effectively, and do we have a restart? Do we roll, or do we go back to the grid?
Well, we're gonna have to wait and find out. It just depends on how many laps are left and what the situation is looking like on timing. But it's great to see Josh Perkins walking away from this incident. 3 laps to go, we're left in the race, but of course the crash happened, so we'll just have to wait to see if the race will be restarted, and that will be a race result actually. So Taylor Tomlinson will take the race win by 0.5 of a second over Sam Gardner and Sebastian Goslowski. The graphics is saying Logan Cousins is in 4th, and Rex Austin will be in 5th, and in 6th place will be Nicholas Dunwoody, Bradley Curtis, Preston Baker, Oliver Hall, and Josh Perkins will be in 10th. Of course, those results right now are just provisional, so we'll just have to wait to see if any changes are made. But that was the first race of the day. So first of all, Andy, what did you think? What your introduction to the AC40 Pro class?
Fantastic. I mean, really committed riding from our field here, who were clearly very much dialed in. I'm not sure who is going to be able to catch Taylor Tomlinson. He's looking absolutely fantastic at the moment. Just check out the way the wind's picked up there, Lewis, with that pole just shaking around as well. And another challenge just for the riders, because some of these next races, it's been quite a while since their last warm-up. Conditions will be very different. Yeah,
it certainly will be, and the track though will be warmer from their first warm-up, so at least there's that going for them. And although it's windy, the track has warmed up. You can see a couple of the families there on your phones, maybe calling some relatives, maybe even listening in. So hello, if you're just joining us, you've just missed the first race of the day, the AC40 Pros. It was a great race. Taylor Tomlinson took the race win from provisionally from Nicholas Dunwoody. So It was a great race. It was fast, it was furious, and it just shown how strong Taylor Thompson is straight away in this new class, in this AC40 Pro class. You wouldn't even think that this is his first weekend on the bike in this class.
That's incredible, absolutely incredible. I mean, he did build a gap of over 6 seconds within the first 6 laps when we had our red flag and our cessation of racing at the moment. So we're waiting for confirmation as to when race 2 will be underway, and hopefully it will race 2 of the day. This is race 2 of the round for the riders, and we've got our remaining driver back on his feet as well, and just getting some expert help there, and he's obviously being well looked after, back on his feet. And you were mentioning earlier, Lewis, we've got an airport nearby, so you can see some of the aircraft will be passing overhead throughout this race.
Yes, of course. That first race is over. The FAB-Racing team did a great job, and it's great conditions here. The sun is out, and it looks like it's going to be a great day of racing, and we still have 19 races coming up for you later today.
So we got the next thing's coming up. Very similar looking bikes, Lewis, but a different field, and technically there's a difference on the bikes as well. Yeah,
next up will be the AC40 rookies. These are the riders' starts to their racing careers. The bikes are slightly slower in the pro class, which was the first race of the day. They are limited to around 52 mile per hour, while the rookie class is 45 mile per hour. So it's so great to see, although these riders, as you can see, are just so young, and 45 mile per hour at just 6 years old must feel crazy.
Absolutely, and very low to the ground as well. When they're on track, these mini bikes do look almost correctly proportioned to the size of the rider. But when you get into the pit lane here and you see the size of full-grown adults next to these very, very small little kids, that you can really glimpse just how close to the ground they are. Some of them are going to have difficulty seeing over these tyre barriers, I think, more than anything.
Yeah, you can just see, look at Alan out there with his high vis on, helping out. Look at Alan this year will be racing in the British GP2 Championship within the Super Sport class. It's so great to see. He's actually got Fraser Rogers levers on at the moment, but it's so great to see. He's racing in the Fraser Rogers Racing team actually this year, so it's going to be great to see. I was speaking to Luke actually earlier about the GP2 bike, and he was saying just how much he hated the bike actually whenever he first rode it, and it really took a bit of learning to do, and now whenever he steps on it, he loves it more than any bike he's ever rode in his life, now that he actually learned what it's like to ride a stiff Grand Prix chassis. So you can see, look at Alan having some conversations, and all these guys with the high vises on are out here helping these young riders.
Oh, that's just fantastic. Absolutely amazing to see. Stepping back down to where they came from to give a helping hand for the next generation, as you say. And sure, I don't know how much a 6-year-old is going to recognise what a gesture that is happening here. But when they look back on their junior career, they'll realise, I think, the gravity of the fact that riders are so successful are stepping back to give him that little hand. There's a rider just warming up his front brakes quite dramatically in the rear of shot as well. And now the bikes are on their way, being guided out, of course.
Yep, so this is the AC40 rookie class getting led out by Luca Allen onto the starting grid. Before we'll have our warm-up lap. So the AC40 rookie class, if it's your first time watching, these riders are from 6 years old all the way till 13-year-old, and the top 6 at the end of the year in the championship must move up to the AC40 Pro class. So it's going to be a great year of racing. A lot of these riders will want to make that step up to the Pro class and will want to have good results this year.
There's a lot at stake and a lot of pressure, even though it's a very early step on the racing ladder for these riders.
Yeah, these riders, most of them though, will be out here just to have some fun at the moment. Of course, that is what the main aim is in racing. It's to win and to have fun while you're at it, because that happy rider is a fast rider. So you can just see the start marshals waiting at the grid as the riders come through the infield section before we get started with the AC40 rookies' first race of the day.
Yeah, this is FAB-Racing. This is the Sunday of a two-day weekend here, and it is the road to MotoGP, the official road to MotoGP, no less.
Yeah, it certainly is. A lot of riders have came from this series, and they're now racing World Championship and MotoGP, and these are the stars of the future. These are the riders of tomorrow that you will be sitting in your living rooms like you are right now and seeing them on television like you are right now, but on much bigger bikes at much higher level, and you'll see their confidence be able to just develop right from the start of this year. That's what I love about this class. You'll see riders maybe at the start of the year that were struggling slightly, a bit nervous on the bike, and by the end of the year are loving it and are so confident.
Oh wow! I mean, I'm really intrigued to see how these rookies handle this machine, and you can see also first place here is that Cal Hawken just going very far left in his permitted start box, just to get a better line, because the first corner is of course to the right and then to the left as a chicane. So I think he's been watching the races so far and decided how he wants to position this bike. He's actually pointed almost across the track, but of course there's a cycle lap to come as well.
Yeah, there is. I mean, of course, on these bikes, corner speed is everything. So being able to get over to the left-hand side and take the ideal line will help him a lot off the line. But of course, Kai Hawken will want a great start from pole position in this first AC40 Pro race. He'll be joined by Jensen Ansel in second position. Max Johnson and Caelan Ratcliffe will start in third and fourth. Jensen Cedras in fifth, with Arthur Rich in sixth. Mason Frederick will start in the seventh row of the grid, and Daisy Holden in eighth. Matthew Jennings ninth. Daniel Longhurst will start in 10th position, with Nelly Nuth is starting in 11th, and James Rich starting in 12th. So yeah, a lot of new riders coming to the class today. So yeah, it should be a great day of racing, and this is race 2 for these guys who've already had one race.
So yeah, absolutely. Race 1 was yesterday, but they will race again today, and I think again tomorrow. So very busy for them. But they're fairly short races. We're still 8 laps this one, so it's one fewer laps than they were racing in the pros.
Yeah, of course, a lot of families getting into racing. A new family in this class is Arthur
I can't wait
and
for this.
James
I really
Rich.
can't.
Yeah, it's going to be a great race, and you can just see the riders lining up on the grid to start for the AC40.
I noticed a couple of Jensens in the field there. I don't know if mum and dad were thinking their sons might end up being racing drivers instead of bike riders, but never mind. As a dad of a Jensen myself, I can absolutely sympathise.
So you can see final checks getting done by the parents, actually, just checking that everything's okay. A little pat on the back before we get underway. The start marshal is waiting to point to the lights before the revs rise, and the tension actually on the grid, it has already rised. You can cut it with a knife for the AC40 Pro class. The point to the lights is done, and the lights are on. And the lights are off. It was a long hole, but Kai Hawken tries to get the whole shot towards turn 1 and towards the first chicane. And you can just see how hard they're having to push right from the start. So Kai Hawken leads the way on the number 20, trying to defend. And actually, it looks like it's Max Johnson who's got a great lead, and riders down there.
Yellow flag, Marshall's just making sure that everybody's okay. I think it just unsettled one of the other riders coming through, but the rider that was down is back up again and racing away straight. And there wasn't even time to put the yellow flag out, I don't think.
Yeah, you can just see the riders right now just build their confidence in motorcycle racing, build their confidence on the bike, like we've seen Max Johnson do. Now, Max Johnson, he's developed so much over the past season. He's now, I believe, a part of the Danny Webb GP camp academy system that's came a long way. So Max Johnson, he's came a long way. Throughout pre-season testing, he's been going to circuits here in the UK and some in Spain, and just be able to build up his confidence on the bike and get down his lap times. But as you can see there, the number 96
possibly
has
a mechanical
stopped
for 96 there at the moment.
Like
but at the moment, Max Johnson did get the better of Kai Hawken at the start there, who has dropped down the field. He did have a very difficult start, so it looks like we've got Max Johnson, Jensen Ansel, Mason Frederick, Jason Cedras and Arthur Rich in the top 5.
Yeah, Max Johnson leads the way with the fastest lap of the race at 106.957. Max Johnson, and his gap was nothing over the line from Jensen Ansel. 27 of a second. So these riders really pushing on, and these young riders really pushing on from the first couple of laps. Just 7 laps to go in this race. It's one thing you'll see at FAB is the laps just go away so quick, and there's no time to rest in this race. You really have to be full attack right from lap 1 and right from the lights going out.
Yeah, and a great spread of liveries as well for the drivers as well. You can hear the wind everywhere coming through. And there's a rider down again. That was into the final corner section. Looked like just temporarily had their arms stuck, but up onto their knees and being supported back onto their feet as well. So we continue with green flag racing here, and it's Jensen Ansel now has taken the lead with a fastest lap 103.973 and has got himself a 1.7 second gap. So clearly unlocked a bit of pace there in that previous lap.
Yeah, he certainly did. And Max Johnson may have made a little bit of a mistake, because the gap now 1.7 seconds, although it was a great lap from Jensen Ansel. So it's going to be great to see if Max Johnson can maybe even learn something by just following him, see where he's stronger, see where he's weaker, see where he can gain time on the brakes. And you can see there coming through your picture, it is Max Johnson coming through the infield section of the course.
Right
6
on the
laps
tail
to go, and yeah, right on the tail. He's really having to defend early on with just 6 laps to go in this race. There's 2 laps are done. Coming through the final corner, there's gravel on that outside of the final corner.
How
super close.
Yeah, how close.
Yeah, super close in this rookie class. And Jensen Ansel, a 1:02 from him now. So 4 seconds quicker than Max Johnson last lap.
That's incredible. As clearly he's getting quicker and quicker. You see a real variety of lines here, Lewis, as the riders are exploring the limits of grip, but also, I think, potentially learning their way around a little bit.
Yeah, they certainly will be. They have had a couple of days of practice, but none of them have been in this great conditions. I mean, Mason Frederick just behind Max Johnson, wanting that third position, is now trying to get past back markers. They found the back marker at the perfect position, of course. This is the rookie class. This is where you start your racing careers. So there's quite a lot of range and abilities at the moment while they learn. Of course, some riders will take to it quicker than others, and that's what we're seeing right now. So Max Johnson leading the way, defending from Mason Frederick and Jensen Cedras. So it's going to be a great battle for the second position.
It is, and it's been really tight all the way through here. So as you say, Max Johnson just again perhaps slightly narrow on the entry there to the final corner, and he's checking his right hand side. He's going to get overtaken now down into the first chicane, and that is Mason Frederick coming through past Max Johnson to take second place, Lewis.
Yeah, Max Johnson, they're really having to defend. It looks like actually it looks like he's taking that slightly tight, so we'll have to wait and see what's going to happen. But we're just hearing that it's been a 3-second jump start penalty from James Rich, the number 84, and his first race, I believe, here at FAB, and his rider stopped on the outside of the track actually at this back section. So a couple of mechanicals coming in. These bikes are 2-stroke, which can be a bit unreliable, a bit finicky at times, so you can just see that coming through. And of course the likes of Jensen Ansel, Max Johnson and Mason Fedras have the bikes properly dialed in.
Absolutely. One of our pole sitter, Kai Hawken, he's down into 6th position after a real nightmare start, but has made up a couple of positions from his absolute zero that he got to his lowest point. But we have now just ticking over to 3 laps to go for the leader, Jensen Ansel from Mason Frederick, Max Johnson, Jensen Cedras, and now Kai Hawken up to 5th position.
Yeah, Kai Hawken though, although he is all the way down in that 5th place position, all these riders are going faster than the pole position time in qualifying.
That's amazing.
It just proves how fast they are pushing. It just proves how much the track has developed over the weekend. It's got more rubber on it. It's got rid of that mixed conditions. It's got rid of that little streams of water that we've seen damp patches across the weekend. And now the riders have learned that the track's fully dry, and that just just gives them that added confidence.
A personal best time from Mason Fedrick now, as he's left the traffic of the riders he was with, and he's starting to build a gap. But Jensen Ansel's lead, 7.7 seconds, and it's a real baptism of fire here, Lewis, because you were telling me earlier there's no blue flags, and it's all about the riders coming through. The onus is on them to make the pass.
Yeah, the riders behind and that are lapping the rider need to do it safely, and that's one thing that you really have to learn in racing. So it's great to see that FAB just let the riders get on with it, and it also teaches the riders just to stick to their own line that are in front, that are getting lapped. Stick to your own line. Yep. Do not move out of the way, and just be
predictable.
Yeah, be predictable for the rider behind. So that is exactly what Max Johnson's being right now. He's just being predictable, fighting and defending. You can just see there the bike chattering all the way through the chicane there, the front end just jumping about, and Max Johnson really have to hang on there. 2 laps to go in this race, and it's heating up for second position in this final couple of places on the podium.
And that's Kai Hawken chasing that final position on the podium, the P3. Kai Hawken in 4th is 1/10 of a second behind Max Johnson in 3rd, who did lead us for several laps here.
Yeah, Max Johnson so impressive from early on in this race, but we're going to have to wait and see what's going to happen. And Max Johnson actually on the grid had Jack Nixon help him out. Now Jack Nixon is related to Jake Nixon, who this weekend is racing in Argentina for the Moto Tour race, and there you can see the yellow flag with the black cross to say it's the final lap of the race. Jensen Ansel leads the way, and I believe that is Jensen Ansel coming through the back section of the circuit and going into this very quick, and probably the hardest part for the rookie riders to get used to.
Absolutely, but he has been on it right from the very beginning. Really had no rival at on this short race that we've had. He's now 10 seconds in the lead in an 8-lap race.
Yeah, I mean, it's great to see Jensen Ansel. He first came to FAB last year, I believe, and straight away he was competing for point scoring positions, and straight away he had confidence on the bike, and that's what you can see right now. And it's the first round of the weekend. Coming around the final couple of corners, Jensen Ansel will take the race when we'll see the checker flag flying in the purple and yellow bike. Jensen Ansel wins the first race of the day for the AC40 rookie class, and Jensen Ansel, what a victory that is. Mason Fedrick should come home in second place. We are waiting to see how big Jensen Ansel stretched his lead, 10.2 seconds at the line, and Kai Hawken has taken the final position on the podium at the line.
Great recovery from Kai Hawken. He did lead us away for the first couple of metres, but he was swamped into the early, and a big wave. There was a wave of the leg going on from Jensen Ansel into the chicane on his parade lap. But there's confirmation of your provisional podium: Jensen Ansel, Kai Hawken and Mason Fedrick.
Great result, Jensen Ansel. He will be smiling underneath his helmet. You can't not be smiling with a 10.2 second lead in an 8-lap race. It just showed how consistent he was, because he was consistently putting in the lap times. He got maybe 1 or 2 laps that were extremely quick into the 102s, which then built him a comfortable lead, and he could just consistently stay in the 104s and match the pace of Mason Fedrick and Kai Hawken. So now the riders come into the pit lane, and Jensen Ansel comes into the pit lane after the incredible AC40 rookie race. So the top 10, Jensen Ansel will take the race lead, and he will take the race lead from Mason Fedrick in second position. Kai Hawken rounds off our podium positions. Max Johnson will finish in 4th. Jensen Cedrus will finish in 5th position. Daisy Polden in 6th. Matthew Jennings 7th. James Rich in 8th. Tommy Williams in 9th, and round out our top 10 will be Danny Longhurst. So a great race from these rookie riders and these developing riders.
Absolutely, but we also get points for the top 15, I believe, at FAB-Racing. So everyone will take something away from that first race of the season for the rookies.
Yeah, of course, rookies such a big field. You can see now celebrations going on, waves going on, hugs and celebrations, a little pat on the back. So it's great seeing how happy these riders are and how much they're enjoying their racing, because certainly it's one thing which can't be forgotten is that everyone's here racing just for fun. And there's Taylor Thompson actually congratulating Mason Fedrick on that second place.
fantastic. Yeah, of course, these kids all spend most of their weekends together, so they're good friends. I saw plenty of ball sports going on in the paddock, and lots of friendly banter as well that starts at a very early age.
Yeah, it certainly does. That will carry on throughout their whole racing careers. Everyone's here having a good laugh and having some serious fun here at FAB, and some close competition, close racing, and that's all due to the regulations as well, keeping these riders so close and keeping these riders on bikes which they're able to develop on, like as you've seen in that AC rookie class.
Yeah, absolutely. I was blown away in the first two races by the real dominance by the two winners, but let's see if that continues. Of course, I'm sure they'll make plenty of mistakes through the season, but both Jensen Ansel and Taylor Tomkinson are going to be putting a first very good stamp in their race books.
Yeah, they certainly will do, and the conversation's still going on, but what a race that was for the AC40 rookie class. But next up, we will have the senior Mini Moto class, the first race of the day. We stick with the Mini Moto theme, but of course, slightly bigger riders on these bikes. And these riders, they're full-blown adults on kids' motorcycles, so it's great to see, and it's such a great turnout to this class. A 19-rider field here, and it's going to be great to see what is going to happen. You can see 96 right-hand side of your screen, Will Howarth making his return after an injury last year. So it may look quite funny. It may look quite funny to you, Andy, because it's
I'm in awe of their flexibility to be able to contort their bodies to this degree. It's certainly something I can't do. So very athletic, and how they're going to stay on exactly.
Yeah, it's very, very impressive, because these are full-grown adults on just like the bikes which you've seen. Slightly faster are the senior motorcycles, but it's going to be a great race, and on pole position for race one of the first race of the day for the senior Mini Moto class will be Josh Birkins with a 57.441. Mark Payne will line up alongside him in second place. Jensen Bishop will start in third with Will Howarth alongside him. Nick Bennett will start in the third row of the grid with Rhys Gentry alongside them. David Maya will start in seventh with Holly Harris in eighth. British talent rider last season and junior Supersport this year. Chris Yeomans will start in ninth with Callum White in 10th. Keaton Payne will start in 11th with Alberto Vinteo running up at top 12. Lamar Morgan will start in 13th with Gary Eldrig will start in 14th. Jerome Richards will start in 15th. Rob Gentry 16th. And there's already been a crash actually on the warm-up lap, so these riders pushing straight away.
I think that was actually our second crash on the cycle lap. So the riders just there we go, actual pull start going on as well for car 22.
David Maya.
So an accident on the early point. So we're getting our first hint at some highlights at the end of the day, which we'll be running highlights through lunchtime as well. Lunch scheduled after the Extreme 200 race and two races after the. The MK Mini GP 50 race 2 will be the one before lunch. So plenty of racing still to come for that, and you can see some of these adults are certainly not on the small side.
Yeah, they're not on the small side, but it's Mini MotoGP. Let's just call it that. These riders are waiting. These riders will be wanting to take the race win, and actually I believe that might be David Mayak going off the grid at the start. So clearly couldn't get his bike sorted, and now the riders waiting for the lights to go on, and we wait for the lights to go on, and the lights go out, and we go racing, and it's going to be Josh Birkins who battles for the race lead towards the race.
In the front.
Yeah, and Nick Bennett getting a great start actually on the 711, and he takes the race, he battles for a race lead anyway going into the first chicane, but can he make it work? No, he cannot. Will Howarth there back in your picture, trying to get his confidence back up from his crash last season. Sits in third position is Will Howarth, so it's going to be great to see. I believe he'll also be racing in the Moto Team once again, of course, winning the championship last year. Holly Harris there leading the pack, one of our female riders here at FAB. We have plenty of female riders starting their racing careers here at FAB-Racing, so it's so great to see. But yeah, Mark Payne showing his pace straight away, the number 18. So Josh Birkins
getting into the infield section there. Mark Payne getting a little bit out of shape, perhaps just over pushing on the brakes going into the infield, which of course even the adults have to take. And there's another slowing bike on the outside heading into the pits, but it will be Mark Payne. Nick Bennett taking second place then from Will Howarth.
Yeah, he said, well, Matt Birkin is in 8th position now. He started from the back of the grid because he couldn't make it in time for qualifying. But Will Howarth taking the race lead and showing his pace early on. But actually, pole position man, Josh Birkins, I do not see him anywhere to Will Howarth at the front in this group of 4 riders. Nick Bennett trying to find any way past in that second position, but they cannot do it in the back section of the circuit. Nick Bennett actually pushed down to 3rd position. Right behind him is Rhys Gentry in them black and orange levers. So it's so great to see these riders having such close racing, even though they have such tall bodies on these small bikes.
Yeah, Holly Harris is in 6th place currently, 1 down from the previous lap, with Chris Yeomans making the move forward, and the gap's starting to open up here between the top 4, Lewis.
Yeah, it certainly is. So we're going to have to wait and see what's going to happen. 7 laps to go in this race. Just 2 minutes have gone in this race. It's such quick lap times. 56 seconds with such a tall body and extra weight on these bikes compared to maybe what it's designed for. So it's so impressive to see them ragging around these bikes in 56-second lap times. So the senior mini moto class always seems to impress me. It's always so impressive what they can do. Getting their knee down through that corner. They really have to on these bikes. They don't have too far to go, to be fair, to get their knee down with them being such long legs and such a small bike. Will Howarth is looking so impressive. He had such a big high side last year, but there's Nick Bennett leading the way on the 711 into the infield section. Just behind him is Mark Payne, and these riders really pushing on from the get-go. 7 laps to go in this race, and the first race of the day. It's been quite a while since they were out at warm-up, of course. Yeah,
and it does look like Nick Bennett just struggling to get comfortable at the moment on the bike, adjusting his weight frequently, checking down at his machine as well. He's leaning very far forward on the throttle.
Yeah, he certainly is. And Nick Bennett, you can just see the gap that already Will Howarth has in them. So it looks like Will Howarth might even run away. Of course, Will Howarth, whenever he's racing in this class, usually has the 2 Birkin brothers battling him. But there is Matt Birkin struggling to get past him. Oh, there's a rider down there. So we're going to have to wait and see if he can get back up on his feet and if he can get restarted. And it looks like
there is a tyre wall in front of those brambles. They haven't gone straight into the thing.
Yeah, they certainly have. But the battle is raging on all the way throughout the field. There is the remaining riders in this. Oh, you can just see the front end tucked there actually on Matt Birkin's motorcycle. So he lost his drive out the corner. He had to shut off and save that front end before he crashed. And actually, it looks like it's Mark Payne who crashed there on the back end of the circuit. A bent handlebar slightly, trying to get hit back into position and get back into the race with just 5 laps to go. So you can see Will Howarth leading the way. You can see the gap that he's already made from Matt Birkin. Matt Birkin actually looks like he's managed to recover from that moment he had, almost crashing out, and managed just to keep himself calm and regain his confidence and regain his position. Although it's a 4.7-second gap to first position, he'll still be pushing on.
Absolutely. We've got a very tight battle just in front of this rider we're currently tracking that's happening. So we're hoping to get you some another angle of that if possible, but there you can see the very different rider body sizes and shapes on these tiny little machines, and again, you can see a female rider a mile off with some of these big guys on the bikes.
Yeah, you certainly can. You can just see how fast you have to be. Alberto Venteo trying his hardest there. He had quite a few mechanicals last season, did Alberto Venteo, but he is back this year and he's back pushing on. He's back battling 4 positions and battling 4 great positions. 4 laps to go in this race, and we can just see the battle further back down the field. So it's so great to see, no matter what ability you have, no matter what pace you're running, you're still going to be able to get a race in this senior mini moto class.
Small mistake there for the red, white and blue liveried rider, and he's getting past straight away. We've got another rider off at the moment. He's got purple on his bike and his black and white overalls, but I think he's given it up. He's sat himself down and he's given up this race for it's not going anywhere for him. But it's Will Howarth in the front of the field. 3.4 seconds ahead of Birkin, and then Rhys Gentry another further 2.6 seconds back. But we do have a battle for that third place once again, with 3 laps to go for the leaders.
Yeah, so Jerome Richards stopping out on track and sitting on the tyre wall, but there's Holly Harris trying to find anybody passing, getting through some back markers there. So Holly Harris putting on the pace straight away. It's so great to see her coming back to FAB-Racing, of course, this year, and getting past Green Street there. Of course, the Green Street's also racing in the Mini F1 sidecars later on today. But yeah, it's so great to see Isaac Greenstreet in the senior Mini Moto class. But Holly Harris right now is chasing Chris Yeomans at the moment in number 85. So what can Holly Harris do? You can clearly see by her body language she is pushing.
Absolutely, yeah, exploring the limits of grip and the racing lines as well. She was passed by Chris Yeomans earlier, but it looks like she's getting quicker as the race progresses.
Yeah, she certainly is. Chris Yeomans going into the infield section now, braking and turning in. You can just see the pace that these riders have. But Will Howarth, number 96, the black and white bike, leads the way. Will Howarth has great pace last year. He just set a personal best, actually, a 56.4. Now Matt Birkin has the fastest lap of the race with a 55.6. These riders already pushed them on from qualifying. They're around 2 seconds quicker is the fastest lap from qualifying. So Chris Yeomans still defending from Holly Harris with just 2 laps to go in this race. It's not got long before she can start making the move.
This hasn't run to a finish yet. She's closing up as they go into the final corner, and she's right down low, almost completely off the bike, coming out of the final corner with 2 to go, as you say.
Yeah, just 2 laps to go in this race. What can Holly Harris do? But what can this man do? Will Howarth, well, it looks like he just needs to keep calm. But actually, Matt Birkin has set a 55.3, and this race is not over. 0.6 of a second is the gap to first place. So Matt Birkin now looks like he's built up his confidence. Matt Birkin's down. Matt Birkin has crashed out of second position. That looks like the race is over and he's not going to be able to win the race.
He's doing his best to get back running.
Can he stay on the podium?
I think he's going to try and salvage this podium. He's still in second place. Is Matt Birkin, of course, completely lost the battle for the lead. Whether that bike is churned up with grass, because he was well off onto the grass and had to run a fair amount on the slicks. It's going to be a while before he's fast again. But car 96, Will Howarth, coming into the final sector now, Lewis.
Yeah, Will Howarth come for the final sector. He won't have as much pressure this time around, but here we go for the final lap of the race. Matt Birkin, 1 lap ago, was just 0.6 behind, and now he is quite far behind. Will Howarth, he just needs to stay on,
and it's a win then for Will Howarth. That was the checkered flag. So we confirmed on our timing screens it was a checkered flag then, and win for Will Howarth from Matt Birkin and Rhys Gentry in the end, who pipped Nick Bennett, Chris Yeomans and Holly Harris. Lewis didn't find a way past in the end.
Yeah, it's such a hard track to be able to overtake on, so we're going to have to wait and see what can Holly Harris do later on today, because of course one more race coming up. These riders have 2 races today on the Sunday, so still loads of races come up in general today. Around 17 races left, and of course senior Mini Moto guys will be out again, with everyone wanting to beat Will Howarth as he wins by 10.2 seconds over Matt Birkin.
Quite a few mechanicals in that one, and stoppages. Why are we seeing more failures on the bikes in this class than in the previous ones?
Well, I don't really know, to be honest. Maybe just a bit more stress on the motor, a bit more weight to carry on, and really having to push more. These riders, of course, will be giving it absolutely everything. The senior Mini Moto riders, it's such a unique class because, of course, they are adults racing kids' bikes for a start, and on track, they're fierce. They battle, they're elbow to elbow, but off circuit, they'll in the paddock, just sit down, have a drink, have dinner with the fellow competitors, and just have a laugh. So it's so great to see that they're just here just for some fun. Yeah,
so just 12 finishes then in that one, and it was Jerome Richards who it was Isaac Greenstreet who brought up the rear at the end, and we're seeing provisional results at the moment on our timing screens. So when we get the officials, of course, we'll let you know.
Yep, great race. Riders making the way into the pit lane and into the paddock to rest up for a little bit before they go out after the lunch break here today. So it's so great to see these riders having close battles, and you can see one of the Mini Moto riders actually picking up the bike and pushing it down the pit lane.
Yeah, maybe a hint of some backache, or is it just it's just complete failure and the rear axle lock possibly?
Yeah, that I believe is the number 88 of Jerome Richards, just pushing his bike into the pits and then into the paddock. You can see coming through the chicane of barriers, but here we go, there's more to come, so stay tuned here on Motorsport Radio and FAB-Racing.
And the drivers, the riders are now ready for our very next race. They're getting ready in the pits, of course, crowded out. There's quite a helmet livery there with the checkered flag already on your helmet. It still needs to take the flag though. This is going to be the LC40 Elite race, the second race that they will be having this weekend, and they're coming out onto the grid, and a big mix of rider sizes here, Lewis, on this one.
Yeah, there certainly is. This is the highest class of Mini Moto racing in the UK. This is the final stage of their Mini Moto racing before they usually go up onto gear bikes such as the MotoGP machines. So these riders, it's the last stepping stone, the last chance to prove themselves on these smaller motorcycles, and some of them even competing in both the geared MotoGP bikes and the LC40 Elites at the same time.
Yeah, and I see Taylor Tomlinson here in second place as well, making his second appearance after winning his first race on our broadcast today.
Yeah, Taylor Tomlinson racing in both the AC40 Pro class and the LC40 Elites. Quite a lot of these riders actually will be doing that, because here at Fab, you're able to race your AC40 Pro bike, your air-cooled bike, in the liquid-cooled class. But, as you can see on pole position, Byron Johnson, he looked so strong last year, and Taylor Thompson lines up alongside him. Now, what can Taylor Thompson do? Start from second position in just his first year in the LC40 Elite class.
Absolutely amazing. But if his first race earlier was anything to go by, I'm sure he'll be competitive. He was very quick away from the start as well.
Yeah, he certainly was. So Byron Johnson will start on pole position with a 57.346, with Taylor Thompson alongside him. Ollie Sims will also be racing in the MotoGP 70 class this weekend, starts in third, with Sam Gardner alongside him. Lewis Hull, one of our taller riders here in the LC40 Elite class, starts in fifth, with Rex Austin rounding out the third row of the grid. Bradley Curtis will start in 7th, with Harrison Day also racing in the Elite class. He will start in 8th. Sebastian Gazowski in 9th, with Nicholas Dunwoody alongside them. Matthew Thomas on the bright green bike will start in 11th, with Oliver Hall continuing to race in this class in 12th. Liam Lindquist will start in 13th, Josh Perkins 14th, and Callum Maxwell rounds off our 15 bike grid here in the LC40 Elite class.
And what are we expecting then, Lewis, from these riders? It's only a 9-lap race once again.
Yeah, it's only a 9-lap race. Faster Mini Moto. Final checks being done actually with Byron Johnson. But what can we expect? We can expect fast and furious racing. We don't really know what's going to happen. Byron Johnson, he's always been at the forefront. Last year he battled with his brother Austin Johnson, but Austin's not here this year. So what can he do? Will we see a Johnson once again at the top in the LC40 Elite class? We're not going to have to wait long to find out. Everyone waits on the grid. The final checks are being done. The point to the light is made. The lights go on and the lights go off, and what a fast start that was. Taylor Thompson gets the lead, and it looked like Byron Johnson was just sleeping there on the start, but straight away Ollie Sims into third position, with Lewis Hull trying to find his way around the outside heading into chicane. Can he make it work? Yes, he can. Lewis Hull in third position, with Sam Gardner in that fifth place, and Bradley Curtis having a battle further back down the field with, I believe, Matthew Thomas. So it's so great to see these riders all coming through. Harrison Day further down the field having a battle with the number 30, Josh Perkins. So already all riders through. Some clean starts so far today. Hopefully they don't curse that. But Lewis Hull trying to look down the outside of Taylor Thompson. Can he make it work? Going into the infield. Yes, he can. Puts his front leg all the way in front of his bike to stop him and almost defend.
Absolutely, and this is the battle then. We can see a very, very different rider size for P4 and P5, Sam Gardner and Lewis Hull as they come through. But Byron Johnson has just taken the lead. Have we just seen an issue there potentially for Taylor Tomlinson, who's been slipped down to third position? Lewis Hull in second now.
Yeah, Taylor Tomlinson slipping down to that third position, but Byron Johnson leading the way after a bad start. But there's Oliver Hall pulling into the pits. I was speaking to his dad actually, and he was saying that they were having issues with the engine mount on the motorcycle, and whenever he was riding, the engine was actually moving inside the frame, which was not good at all. So Oliver Hall slightly further down the field than we would like, and continuing to have mechanical issues. So hopefully they can get that sorted for race 3 later on today. Of course, this is a double
here
header.
At the lead. 1/10 of a second between the two leaders. Byron Johnson from Lewis Hull. Taylor Tomlinson slipping back slightly now by 0.6 of a second, but it's very tight at the top, Lewis.
Yeah, very, very tight. Lewis Hull, fastest lap of the race, a 57.9. Will anyone beat it this time around? Taylor Tomlinson will have 56.1. The top 4 riders are in the 56 second bracket, so there's nothing between them, and this is what we really like to see from Mini Moto Racing. Young riders starting the racing careers on Mini Motos and then being able to have these titanic battles.
Absolutely, it's the mouth-watering prospect of the remainder of this race to come. 7 laps to go then. Massively wide line there from Lewis Hull, just looking for that slingshot out of the corner there, Lewis, perhaps, or actually just trying to unseat just disturb the lead rider.
Yeah, you can take multiple different lines on these bikes. Maybe just try to take a wider sleeping line, because he may think that Byron Johnson is just blocking his drive a little bit, blocking the mid-corner where he thinks he is fastest, because of course Lewis Hull, he's a bigger rider, so down the straight he might struggle just a little bit. You might see Byron Johnson just gain a little bit on him, but Lewis Hull giving it everything through the corners. It's something we've seen so much last year. It's just how hard he pushes. You see the bike chattering away consistently, and yeah, you can hear the wind. The wind on these small riders, on these small bikes, will be affecting them so much. Every single lap they'll be approaching corners differently, so we'll have to wait and see it. Oh, there's a couple of riders there down.
Yeah, that's some of our podium contenders down, as you say, pushing very, very hard indeed. Straight back up on their feet, trying to get the bikes going again. We have got, is that Lewis Hull? I think we've got himself back running again, but a yellow flag there in this section of the racetrack.
Yeah, Taylor Thompson, frustration from him ahead of the fuel tank. He tried to get the bike started. He's just checking that Taylor is okay and he wants to continue in this race. So we're going to have to wait and see what happens. But straight away, he was back on his feet, and Lewis Hull, he's already away and managed to get the bike restarted and get going again. But here's a battle further down the field, but they'll gain 2 positions this lap. I believe that is Matthew Thomas leading the way from Sam Gardner. Now Sam Gardner will also race in the Mini GP50s, which we have coming up later on today. So the riders now battling for the final podium positions, as Ollie Sims is in second place and Matthew Thomas in third.
Yeah, absolutely. Just slipping down then, of course, on that previous lap, Taylor Tomlinson and Lewis Hull after battling strongly at the start. Byron Johnson thinking his Christmases and birthdays have come all at once with that accident behind him. Gives him a much easier ride into the final 5 laps. 4-second gap he's got now at the front.
Yeah, Harrison Day now coming for your picture, coming for the back end of the circuit and pushing hard, trying to get any sort of slipstream. But Harrison Day trying to push and trying to catch Rex Austin for that 7th position in the LC40 Elite class. But there, coming through the infield section, is Liam Lindquist leading the way for 9th position ahead of Nicholas Dunwoody and Josh Perkins, who we've seen had that crash earlier on today, but he's back racing, and there we go. It looks like a move has been made, but can't stick, no he couldn't. So there we have Liam Lindquist still managing to hold on to that 9th position ahead of Nicholas Dunwoody.
It looks like a matter of time though before one of them is going to cede on this one, as we've got Liam Lindquist right on the inside, riding to the middle of the racetrack here, just trying to block the advances of Nicholas Dunwoody behind.
Yeah, he's just trying to block it going into that chicane, because it's so easy to defend. It's so difficult to make a pass through that chicane. But Josh Perkins now making the move on Nicholas Dunwoody, and what a move it was through the long sweeping right-hander. Now through the fast section circuit, flip round to the left on these mini motos, it's a lot easier to get the bike flipped over than what it is on the likes of the pit bike sector. So 4 laps to go in this race. What is going to happen? Josh Perkins now runs a bit wide. Will this let Nicholas Dunwoody through? Yes, it will. So Josh Perkins, he'll learn from that mistake. Maybe just a little bit of the wind coming into play.
It could be tailwind possibly going into the infield section there. Absolutely. This is, just to remind you, this is the battle for Liam Lindquist for 9th place. Nicholas Dunwoody and Josh Perkins on screen at the moment. Byron Johnson continues to lead this race by 5.5 seconds from Ollie Sims and Matthew Thomas. Bradley Curtis, Sebastian Gazlowski and Rex Austin, with Harrison Day in 8th ahead of this battle currently.
Yeah, he certainly is, but Byron Johnson leads the way in this race from Ollie Sims. There's a 5.5 second gap does Byron Johnson. So what can Ollie Sims do? Ollie Sims, of course, racing in the LC40 Elite class. He's used to the geared Metric motorcycles, so it's slightly different to him, but you can just see the blue smoke coming out of the 2-stroke mini motos. These bikes, of course, have both the fuel and the oil mixed into the fuel tank to lubricate the engine. But Ollie Sims now having to defend from Matthew Thomas, as Matthew Thomas has that gap down to just 1/10 of a second.
Fantastic. So a real battle for the podium now. This is the 2nd and 3rd place riders. Car 47, Matthew Thomas, excuse me, with Sam Gardner just behind him there. That's the real close battle going on.
Yeah, Matthew Thomas now ahead of Ollie Sims for that 2nd position. Just waiting for it to get updated on our time screens. But what a great overtake that was there for Matthew Thomas. It shows his confidence. We see that last year he was able just to push and push and push, find the limit, and then rein it back in a little bit. And now look at him in the podium positions. But there is our race leader headed on to the final lap of the race. Byron Johnson showing his pace once again, and once again, so Johnson at the front as we see him pull a little wheelie.
Yeah, a little bit of hubris there possibly. We need to be very careful not to celebrate too early, but he's feeling very comfortable on the bike. Of course, 7.5 seconds his gap at the head of the field, and this is his final lap.
Yeah, the final lap of the race. Byron Johnson in a personal best lap of the race, so he still is clearly pushing on. Tomlinson, what a shame it was, he is in 12th position at the moment, while Lewis Hull has retired from this race, I believe. So Lewis Hull maybe something slightly bent on his bike, but all eyes are on the front. All eyes are on Byron Johnson, who comes through the infield section on the number 37 on the Johnson machine. It's something we're used to seeing in the LC40 Elite class. A Johnson at the front. Byron Johnson, 1 more corner to go. The long sweeping right, you'll see the checker flag. It'll be waving in the air. It'll be celebrations in the Johnson house. Byron Johnson wheelies across the line and wins the LC40 Elite class. So what a race when that was. Matthew Thomas, the will he hold on? Yes, he will. And look at that gap he now has. Actually, where is Ollie Sims? Ollie Sims is missing at the moment, yeah. So maybe an issue on that final lap. So Sam Gardner takes the final position on that podium.
Wow, fantastic. Fantastic for Sam. That'll be a very pleasant surprise to pick up that podium very, very late into the final lap. But Byron Johnson just on his parade lap here, coming in very, very happy indeed just to complete those top results. It's Bradley Curtis in 4th, Rex Austin in 5th, Harrison Day in 6th, Sebastian Gazlowski in 7th, Nicholas Dunwoody, Liam Lindquist and Josh Perkins finished inside the top 10 in that order, with Ollie Sims all the way down to 11th, Lewis.
Yeah, Ollie Sims all the way down to 11th on that final lap. So clearly an issue. You've seen Callum Maxwell come through to take the line, the final rider across the line in 13th position. But there's your race leader. There's Byron Johnson, clearly happy, clearly celebrating, and he made it look easy with 8.1 second race lead. So great result from him.
Yeah, we're going to have the race graphic coming for you very shortly, and there was a hint of a little wheelie going on on the way into the pits. I'm not quite sure that the marshals will be pleased to see that. The pit lane is a slow lane.
But there is your race result. Byron Johnson takes the race win by 8.2 seconds with Matthew Thomas in 2nd. Sam Gardner finishes in 3rd position with Bradley Curtis in 4th. Rex Austin rounds out our top 5 with Harrison Day just behind in 6th. Sebastian Gazlowski also moving up to the LC40 Elite class this year in 64, finishes in 7th, with Nicholas Dunwoody in 8th, Liam Lindquist in 9th, and Josh Perkins rounding out our top 10. So you can see there Henry McCartney discussing what happened there in that race with their fellow riders. So yeah, what a great race that was from the LC4 Elite class.
Fantastic stuff, a great display once again. Some very, very accurate riding as well. It was very few incidents going on. These guys were really, really pushing hard and pushing each other to a new level.
Yeah, so you can see there talks going on with all the Sims bikes actually to see what's happened there. But of course, still loads of races to come here at FAB. We still have about 15 races left today, and it's going to be great. Conditions are lovely.
Things are about to get extreme though, Lewis, as the Extreme 200s are on their way out, and suddenly we're on big bikes.
Yes, suddenly we are. Big bikes and big racing, to be honest. It's an open class. Almost anything goes in this class. It's going to be a great weekend of racing for these guys. We always see a lot of talent in this class, actually. The likes of Casey O'Gorman and Sullivan Mountsie are here to duke it out. They've all the way throughout practice, all the way up through qualifying, there's been tenths of a second separating them. There's Sullivan Mountsie actually pulling up and doing a little stopping to the line. So yeah, completely different types of motorcycles, as you can already see from the first two bikes in the picture.
Absolutely. So what's the attraction for the riders to come and use these machines and take part in this mixed class effectively?
Just a bit of fun, to be honest. Majority of these riders, they race in other championships outside the FAB, so they want to come here, have some fun. Casey O'Gorman looking behind him, you can just see his eyes through his tinted visor, the focus that he already has, and himself and Sullivan Mountsie are both on Bucky Motos, I believe, so identical motorcycles. What is going to happen? Let the fastest rider win. Number 67, Casey O'Gorman, heads out on his warm-up lap and will start in pole position. So Casey O'Gorman,
problem away from the line there for Ronnie Harris, I think.
Yeah, number 66, Ronnie Harris, having some issues, but he manages to get that KTM 85cc going. But it's going to be Casey O'Gorman who starts from pole position with Sullivan Mountsie alongside him. Ronnie Harris, who we just seen having a slight issue off the line, starting third, with Luca Allen in fourth. Zach Tureen will start in fifth position with Noah Gilroy in sixth. So a great grid, and in seventh position will be Adam Redden with Philip Soroviak alongside him. Philip Soroviak not as far up as what he would maybe like, with Ben Ridwell in rounding off our grid in our 9-bike grid. So not a big grid, but I am sure we're going to see some great racing. I can almost bet that we're going to see some great racing.
Bit of an all-stars situation going on then as they come up and they get down into the pit boxes. They do leave it very, very late. Some last-minute flexibility exercises going on as well, particularly for Luca there. And he's lining himself up ready to try and get right in the mix here in the first couple of corners.
Lights are on. And the lights are off. You just hear how loud those bikes are. Casey O'Gorman looks away from Sullivan Mountsie, but Sullivan Mountsie straight away. He looks so aggressive. He wants to try and pass Casey O'Gorman. And the key is in this race not to let the other rider get into a rhythm. Look at Allen rounds off our podium position at the moment, with Ronnie Harris just behind Zach Tureen trailing them in fifth position. Only 9 bikes in this Extreme 200 class, but as you can see already, nothing separating them. Philip Soroviak not in his usual KTM 85cc. He's actually borrowed a bike this weekend, so Harry Payne's bike this weekend. So Casey O'Gorman leading the way at the moment from Sullivan Mountsie. Sullivan Mountsie, both of them on very professional outfits at the moment, both of them looking very professional, almost identical helmets. Casey O'Gorman, of course, using the iconic white helmet with a little bit of green and orange for the Irish flag, of course, coming from Ireland. So what can Casey O'Gorman do? Well, right now it's just lead the race and set the fastest lap of the race so far. Of course, Casey O'Gorman is showing his talent right now. Of course, he is the Talent Cup champion of a couple of seasons ago in British Talent Cup. Right now he's racing in Junior GP for the Michael Laverty Visit Track Academy team, and also racing in the Red Bull Rookie Championship, which he battled for the race win just 1 week ago in Portugal. So a great time to see Casey O'Gorman here, of course, supporting his brother Ollie O'Gorman, who we'll see racing later on today.
That's right, and trading fastest laps between the front two. Sullivan Mountsie is not content to live with second here. He's absolutely full bore for the win here today.
He certainly is. The number 4 Sullivan Mountsie trailing behind, trying to find any way past. And as you can see, he's just trying to find a different line, different approach to the corner, and you can see how much tighter he was there, and how much faster he was in the X. So what is he meant to do? Can he get ahead? It doesn't look like it. It's such a tricky section to pass on, especially whenever we get to the Extreme 200s and the pit bikes and the Moto Team classes, when there's slightly different motorcycles, slightly bigger motorcycles. You're going even faster through that section. So will Casey O'Gorman pull the pin, or has Sullivan Mountsey got the pace to catch him? We're going to have to wait and see. Both of them last time around, 0.02 of a second separating their lap time, so it just proves how much they're pushing. And Sullivan Mountsey on the number 4, raced in the British Talent Cup last season, is showing why they raced in the British Championship, because they are so quick.
Corner. Looks like he's going to try and get level here at the next major turn, and this is for the lead, and he outbreaks himself. Unfortunately, that bit well managed there from Casey O'Gorman, who recovered that first place, but that was attempt number 1, Lewis.
Yeah, it certainly was. These bikes, of course, have a 4-stroke motor, and the engine braking is so strong. With both these riders being Talent Cup and Casey O'Gorman's case a Red Bull Rookie rider, both on Grand Prix machinery, you really learn to use the rear brake in your bike. So maybe that's what he was doing there, just back shifting one too many on the rear brake, and the rear end just slipped, re-gripped, and luckily didn't slide away or side, because that would have been massive. But as you can see, Mountsey, you can't say he's not trying. You can see how aggressive he is through a section. Once again, the rear end skipping and hopping, actually. They go through the rise before they can go into sweeping right, then left, then right, to power onto the back straight before the final corner.
Yeah, absolutely. I do think Mountsey has got a little bit more speed here. He's tucked right up behind Casey O'Gorman, but Casey not giving any kind of quarter. There's no hint of a mistake just yet, and he was super calm under that little wheelie there from Mountsey. Yeah, Casey O'Gorman very calm in the lead.
Yeah, Casey O'Gorman calm in the lead right now, because he's used to in the lead and having so many riders around him with such little separating them. So Sullivan Mountsey taking a different line through this section every single time, just trying to find any way past. But yeah, Casey O'Gorman crashed just last year, actually, whenever he was racing in this KTM 85cc, just at his corner, at the final corner. Oil got in his rear tyre and down he went. He threw away the race win. Well, he did, he had a mechanical issue, but Sullivan Mountsey right now is wanting to take away that race win. Casey O'Gorman, he just looks strong. Although Sullivan Mountsey in this early stage looks like he might have slightly more pace in the bag, he's definitely pushing a bit more, and you have to wonder, what does Casey O'Gorman have left in the tank?
Yeah, absolutely. Just an update on the rest of the field then. 4.7 seconds to the back from this battle for the lead is Luca Allen, Ronnie Hallis, Philip Surya, Zach Turian, Noah Guillory, and Adam Redding, Ben Ridgewell. They've all 9 cars, and way out on the grass, and unfortunately rider down. That is Sullivan Mountsey. Tried to hold on to it, Lewis, but he just didn't make it.
Yeah, he used all the track and then some there, so you can see there he's absolutely distraught with that. His knee slider is also hanging off his left knee slider. So what a big crash that was. That was on the back straight of the circuit. He's absolutely distraught with that incident there. It was a great battle for the race lead, but yeah, you can just see the knee slider hanging on to his levers, just a little bit of a limp. But there is your race leader. There is Casey O'Gorman. He won't know until about now that Sullivan Mountsey's crashed out.
Okay, so he'll be concerned for Sullivan, I'm sure, but he'll be pleased. We believe that Casey had a wobble coming out of the previous corner, and that was a reaction save attempt really from Sullivan Mountsey.
Yeah, you can just see there checking the damage on his bike, seeing how bad it is. But there is Casey O'Gorman at the front, all by himself at the moment. It's quite a big gap, 4.6 seconds separating second place out of the line, and what a great battle we were getting there.
Yeah.
We will see it, I'm sure, later on today, because of course here at FAB, your qualifying positions decide all 3 races of the weekend. So qualifying so important here at FAB. Yeah, you have to wait and see what Sullivan Mountsey can do when he gets himself fixed up and when he gets the bike fixed up, because Casey O'Gorman looked strong, looked confident.
Absolutely, yeah, but they were very evenly matched as well. So I really hope we get another battle between the 2 of them in the rest of the weekend. We'll have to get an update on Sullivan and his condition, because he was limping a little bit there, but possibly more in shock than in actual injury. He seemed to be working it off, but it is Luca Allen then, who was nowhere. Oh, was that Luke Allen being passed, essentially?
That's Ronnie Harris there in third place, getting past some back markers there. So Ronnie Harris in third position in that final podium position.
Very nice indeed. And is that's Sullivan getting back on the bike to presumably limp it back to the pits? I'm not sure that's going to take any further part. We've got 3 laps to go, Lewis.
Yeah, even if he was to take part, I mean, it's a bit too late to make any kind of impact, to be more of a test for the bike, just check everything's running right. But there's Felix Roviak actually coming for your shot, trying to make a pass. Felix Roviak, as we mentioned, and an unusual bike, still in the same levers though. So Felix Roviak on the KTM 85cc, I believe, once again on the 2-stroke. He really goes well on it. We see him usually slightly further up the field, but maybe just taking time and adjusting to his new motorcycle here at Lydd.
We've got plenty of riders still going. This is 8 riders still riding, at least in a competitive atmosphere anyway, for this second race of the weekend for these riders in this particular class. This is the Extreme 200, of course, second race of their weekend.
Yeah, second race of their weekend. 2 laps to go in this race. Casey O'Gorman leads the way. You can just see how confident he is on that Bucky Moto, and in second position is this man here. Look at Alan now. Look at Alan. As I mentioned, I'll speak to him earlier, just talking him through. He was just talking me through his pre-season on that GP2 bike, which will be racing this year. Next week, actually, at Silverstone, the British Superbikes Championship will kick off, where we'll see loads of these riders take part competitively, because FAB-Racing has produced some of the best talents. But 1 lap to go in this race. Casey O'Gorman comes at the final corner to take the checkered flag and to win the race. So Casey O'Gorman, what a strong result that was there. He just showed his pace and just pushed and pedaled on the pressure until Silva Mincy made the mistake.
Luke Allen and Ronnie Harris completing the podium provisionally at least. But yeah, Casey O'Gorman absolutely very, very impressive, very cool under pressure at the lead of the race, and managed to hold off Sullivan. Potentially a hint of a mistake at one point, corner wreck Casey O'Gorman that led to Sullivan taking to the grass to make avoiding action, and he seemed really, really wound up about it afterwards.
But yeah, what a fantastic race that was. Casey O'Gorman will now pull into the pit lane, and he'll discuss, I'm sure, that race with his dad, John O'Gorman. It was quite a busy weekend. Casey O'Gorman now just waiting, it seems, in the pit lane, waiting for a way into the paddock now. Some officials there coming to help him and coming to open up the gate so he can push the bike. He's got a little
shortcut to his van there, hasn't he?
Yeah, exactly, a little shortcut. I believe that his van's literally just to the right of the pit lane. But what a great result that was. Casey O'Gorman wins the race by 7.3 seconds over Luke Allen. Ronnie Harris rounds out our podium with Felix Roviak making it all the way to 4th position. So very, very good result. Zach Tureen in 5th, with Noah Gilroy competing in the Extreme 200 class once again in 6th. Adam Redden is in 7th, Ben Ridwell in 8th, and Silva Mincy rounding out our grid, rounding out our race in 9th position. Only 9 riders taking part, but what a great first half of the race we had.
Fantastic, really, really close racing. So look forward to seeing those 2 drivers' names next to each other on the racetrack once again for the rest of the race. But we're about to get underway for our next race, it seems.
Yeah, we certainly are. It's going to be great racing. So next up here at FAB, we're going to have the Moto Team class. So the Moto Team class are making their way out now for race 2, the second race of the weekend, the first race of the day here on Sunday. It's been a while since we're out in warm-up, but this year at Moto Team we have something slightly different, make it slightly easier for us here in the commentary box, and that is team names are now a thing here in Moto Team, hence the name. So it should be great. Of course, multiple riders competing on one bike. So we have teams such as Team Italia and Team KC. So it just gives us one name, and it doesn't matter. Well, it doesn't matter about the rider, but of course, like last year, we had sometimes no clue on what rider was on the bike, because they swap and change every single race and every single session. So it's going to be a great race, and it's healthy grids once again for the Moto Team class.
Yeah, what's this? 12 riders on our sheets at least that qualified for our race. As you say, some team names were given, some were bestowed upon them by the race organisers with the lack of a further one, and a wait for their sighter lap. There you go then.
Yeah, so for the grid, it is going to be Will Howarth on pole position. Now, Will Howarth this year, I believe, is just racing on his own bike. So Will Howarth will start on pole position with a 46.951. Joining him will be the SFC Racing bike with Team Pinky and the Brain. That is Jamie King in third. Team Italia will start in fourth with Team ACME Racing in fifth. Robert Amble will start in sixth position. Now it's a 12 bike field, so Team KC will start in seventh with Team Ernie the Badger in eighth. Jamie Dis will start in ninth with Team Citic Engineering in 10th, with Team Bert in 11th, and rounding out our 12 bike grid will be Ben Martin for the Moto Team class.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. And what's the spec of these machines then, Lewis, that the riders will be taking on?
Yeah, so the riders, there's two classes going on in one race. We have the Super Stock 125 class, which is essentially a stock road bike turned slightly into a race bike. It's a very cheap way to get into racing, and then they'll go racing. The other class is the Open class, the Open 50 and the Super Stock 125. They're highly modified bikes. Some bikes have completely different specifications on them, but the lights will go on. And the lights will go out. It was a long hold. I believe there's a jump start there, but Will Howarth will lead the way into turn one with Team SFC Racing behind. So what is going to happen? We're going to have to wait and see. The riders pushing on straight away at the front. We've seen last year Will Howarth, if he gets in his rhythm, he can just run away with it. And last year's defending champions in the street stock class, it is Team Pinky and the Brain. It's Jamie King on the bike at the moment. He's quite easy to spot in his Sonic levers, of course, running his YouTube channel Pit Bike Sonic, taking inspiration for his levers and his helmet this year. So all riders making their way cleanly, making his way through, and these bikes are simply road bikes which are slightly modified into race bikes and raced on the go-kart tracks. It's so great to see how strong they are and how hard they're having to push on, because there's 119 of Team Ernie the Badger and your race leader Will Howarth after lap 1, a 1.7 second gap. Once again we just see Will Howarth get into a rhythm, which is a very, very dangerous situation as Team SFC Racing is chasing behind.
We've got a very busy midfield as well. To my eye at least, it was bike 240, the Team Aimable bike that took the jump start, made up at least a row on the grid. So we'll wait to see if there's any penalty for that. But very, very busy in midfield here at the moment, down to less than a second between bikes fourth all the way down to bike 10 on our grid.
Yes, it looks like it's going to be a great battle all the way through this race. Team Italia on the number 70 pushing on and making their way through. So what's going to happen? 10 laps to go in this race. It's going to be a very, very quick race. These bikes are so tricky to handle around this Lydd kart circuit. Actually, it looks like a bike slightly missing some straight line speed, but these bikes, you really have to drag them about, pull them along. It's essentially they're almost like super bikes for a go-kart circuit, because they're just so big and they're so powerful for such a tight and twisty and narrow circuit. So all the riders having to use all their body strength, all their effort, especially for this section here, to get the bike flipped round for the left, then for the right, and then the left, and then the right again before they lead on to the straight. So battle, as you said, forming in the midfield, but at the front it's Will Howarth who leads the way with a 45.8, fastest lap of the race. And it looks like actually Team Italia has been passed by the 240 machine of
right now,
Robert
as Team Aimable being expected, I think, to release the bike behind. There was a wave there from the rider behind from Team Italia. What do you think was going on there?
Yeah, potentially he's just saying if his right behind went through missed the gear. I don't really know, to be honest, because sometimes riders do symbols, think that it's obvious, but everyone else around them is just questioning it. But 9 laps to go in this race. Team Italia will be pushing on the number 70 and really wanting to get a good result. And you can just see, side by side action
towards the grass as well.
Team Ernie the Badger making their way through the back section of the circuit. Such a tricky section to make a pass on, as we've learned so far today. Very rare that we see a pass done there, so very, very well achieved. Having a little look behind to see the other rider there down the inside, and you can just see going into the final corner how close they're practically leaning on each other to be able to defend.
Fantastic defence from Team Martin on bike 119, going in through the final corner. Really, really nice wide line, and cut no prisoners on the way on the inside.
Yeah, you can just see how hard they're having to push, how hard they're having to defend. Just in front of this is Team ACME Racing, and of course they're going to have to try and just stay on this race. But the thing is, on these bikes, being so big, you really have to either make a move early on in the corner or force a way past, which I think is what we're going to have to see. They're going to have to spend a couple of laps just learning to see where they can make the move and where they can make the pass before they fully commit. But there's just 7 laps to go in this race, so time is starting to run out.
As you say, very tight, and then down another launch down the inside. I think we just missed the what was happening on that particular battle, and I think still Team Martin managed to hold on the outside. No, Italia, Martin held on against Acme Racing, but Italia are in 5th at the moment with a personal best time of 48.9.
Yeah, so the 119 bike of Team Ernie the Badger leading this pack that we're seeing right now, and just behind them is the number 41 of Team KC. So a free bike battle at the moment, 7 laps to go in this race. What is going to happen? We're in the back section of the circuit once again. You can see actually the rider on that Team Ernie the Badger bike is really got a unique riding style. It's almost an old school riding style where they keep their upper body weight centred on the motorbike while they lean. But round the outside actually is Team KC on the number 41. Will they make it work? Yes, they will. Coming out the final corner now, 6 laps to go in this race. What is going to happen? I'll tell you what's going to happen. Team Ernie the Badger is going to have to push and going to have to push now, because it looks like they're already getting caught up on by Team Dis.
Yeah, absolutely. It's that 119 car struggling at the moment. It was struggling to hold on to its position, and now it's being caught from behind as well. Look, check out the lap times that are going in from Will Howard there. 45 second times. The nearest car to him is on a 47, Lewis.
Yeah, Will Howard leading the way and leading the way in lap times, as you mentioned, almost 1.5 seconds faster than the rider behind. It just shows how great he is as a rider and how confident he is on that bike, and wherever that he gets that bike running right, singing and dancing, it just seems they're at 1, and that is how you build an 8.6 second lead. He's coming to a back marker now, and he gets past, I believe that is Team Burt, and he manages to get way past Team Burt. So Will Howard coming across the line once again. 4 laps to go this time around. It looks like it's all in his control, and the only person that can beat Will Howard at the moment is himself.
Yes, absolutely. He's in a race with himself at the moment, and obviously passing back markers as well. That bike behind him is not the second place Team SFC. That is the back marker he's just overtaken. So SFC in second, Team Pinky in the Brain in 3rd place with Aimable Italia in Acme, Casey, Ernie and the Badger, Dish, C-Tech and Team Burt at the back.
Yeah, we're going to have to wait and see what's going to happen. You can still see that although Will Howard has over a 9-second lead, he's still pushing on. He's still trying to get faster laps and get personal best laps. What's going to happen this time around? He's into the 45s. Once again, just 0.4 of a second from his fastest lap of the race. That is an incredible time with that much of a gap when you actually don't need to be pushing the same. And now the Moto Team lap record is of course held by Will Howard, but instead it's a 43 flat.
Wow. So
there's still a little bit off lap record pace that could just be able to win, and with it being the start of the season, the first full proper race day of season. So these riders still just getting used to maybe changes in the bike, changes in suspension, and maybe a different setup from what they've been using previously, and just getting used to racing here in 2023. Of course, this is the first round of FAB. It's a double header and a lot of racing this weekend for these riders.
A great deal of racing. It's starting the season with a real bang to make sure that they can get themselves back into the rhythm and the groove that they need to be for a full season. As you say, 8 race meetings.
Yeah, 8 race meetings this year. The Moto Team will be attending every single one of them. On your screen is the Team Sidetech engineering bike. They currently sit in 11th position on the number 11 actually, so it just proves that consistency is key. but Team SFC Racing coming through our picture now, second place bike, and there is actually Will Howarth managing to get past and lap the Team Ernie the Badger bike. So what an impressive ride that is. They're currently in 9th position as Team Ernie the Badger, so it just proves right now he's just cutting his way through the field like a knife through butter. Yeah,
that's what 3 or 4 second a lap difference adds up to, especially with the field spread that builds after the first few laps. But 2 to go now, and Will Howarth is absolutely on it here. 10.8 seconds.
Yeah, last lap time, 1 lap to go in this race. Will Howarth leads the way from Team SFC Racing. What is going to happen? Can he stay on? He just has to maneuver himself round 1 more corner, a long sweeping right-hander. He brakes, he sticks his head up, he puts his knee flat on the floor, waiting to see that checker flag, that glory. He's still pushed out the final corner. Will Howarth takes the race win and takes the fastest lap of the race, a 45.373 on the final lap
he was
of
pushing
the race.
So hard through there as well. That is Team SFC finally coming to cross the line in second place, and a wave out to the crowd as well. A 13-second difference, but there's no shade on Team SFC, who pushed all the way. Team Pinky and the Brain are still yet to finish. Now they cross the line, 25 seconds away from Will Howarth's win, and we saw an entire field come home in 25 seconds from the leader earlier on. That is a difference in performance. But tremendous stuff there, and there you have Will Howarth on screen, and that's a 13-second winning margin.
Yep, Team SFC Racing is in second place with Pinky and the Brain behind. Team Aimbill is in 4th, finishes in 4th position, with Team Italia in 5th. Team ACME Racing is in 6th position, Team Acne, and Team Martin is in 7th, Team KC is in 8th, Team Ernie and the Badger in 9th, and Team Dis in 10th in the Moto Team race. A lot of teams in in that final standings.
Yeah, that's exactly what the name of the series indicates. It is Moto Team. So we're back at this is the Lydd kart circuit, of course. We've been enjoying this all morning. I don't know about you, Lewis, but I was expecting another race before a lunch break.
Yeah, there's been a slight change in schedule, of course, some earlier stoppages, so just get lunch out of the way nice and early before we return for a bumper grid. 23 bikes are expected for the MotoGP 50 class. It's going to be awesome, it's going to be fast, it's going to be furious. 4 race 2s are still to go before we get into our race 3s. 10 race 3s also to get through to, so 14 races will be coming up after lunch. I don't know about you, but I cannot wait, especially for the MotoGP 50s and the 70s, which are always going to be the highlight of the weekend for these riders. Of course, the premier class here at FAB.
Well, we're saving the best till the afternoon, obviously, and making sure that there's plenty of riding entertainment to come. There's a bike right in front of our commentary position, just warming up. Looks like it's bike number 70, and we've been really entertained all morning so far, and looking forward to a really good afternoon full of racing. Stay tuned. We will be back with you for after half an hour only at lunchtime. We're going to have to get that lunch done very quick, Lewis, and make sure that everyone's okay.
Yep, obviously it's been a great morning of racing. Just half an hour of lunches. It's going to be a great 14 races coming up in the afternoon, but of course it's going to be done in the sunshine, great weather this weekend. The wind hopefully will die down, and we'll see lap times drop slightly. We're going to have to wait and see. We're going to have to wait and find out. So join us in around half an hour time here at Lydd Karting, where we'll have 14 FAB races coming up.
Yeah, we haven't seen the sidecars yet either this morning in action, so that's going to be a lot of fun to watch them going. And we're going to be showing some highlights of the morning's action so far very soon for you, which we look forward to giving you before we go. And it's here they come then, highlights of today's this morning's racing. What's going to happen here in this very first race of our Sunday?
Yeah, so you see Lee Clouds making our way through the middle of the grid, checking that everyone is in the correct grid positions, because of course these guys are still learning. So it's time for us to almost go racing. The nerves will be very, very high at the moment, but it's going to be a very intense race. It's the first race of the day, and then we'll have a warm-up lap, and then we should get going and get racing here. It's the Sunday of FAB-Racing.
Look how busy this little track is with all these riders trying to fight and vie for position already. Just trying to what can they do here, Lewis, just to get the bike to absolute optimum?
Yeah, they're going to have to get the revs just perfect and the launch just perfect, and on pole position for the first race of the weekend. It's going to be Taylor Tomlinson who moves up to the pro class. Nicholas Dunwoody will join him on the front row. Rex Austin will start in third with Logan Cousins alongside him. Sam Gardner will start in fifth position with Sebastian Gosowski, also moved up to the pro class this year, in sixth. Liam Lindquist in seventh, with Harrison Day in eighth. Preston Baker will start in ninth, with Bradley Curtis coming all the way from Scotland will start in 10th, Tyler Hartley in 11th, and Oliver Hall, the rookies champion from a couple of years ago, in 12th. Now, just after Oliver Hall will be Archie Hooper in 13th and Josh Perkins in 14th. Seth Hayward will round out our 15 bike grid for this pro class.
15 bikes and even fewer laps, just 9 laps await. So the riders have got their eye in. They've got their temperatures where they need to be. The parents doing the last few mechanical checks here. And in fact, one of our final riders to the grid was second place Nicholas Dunwoody, Lewis.
Yeah, Nicholas Dunwoody getting a final little chat from his dad before we get underway. Here we go though, Taylor Tomlinson on pole position, the start of 2023. How will it go? The lights are on and the lights are off and we are racing. Taylor Tomlinson gets the hold shot into turn one through the first chicane. Nicholas Dunwoody manages to stay in second place. You can just see the middle of the field bunching up at the moment. Rex Austin sits in third position, with just behind him is Logan Cousins, and you can just see how close this field is, how aggressive they're going to have to be. Harrison Day also have to push them early on from this first lap, but at the front Taylor Thompson, who leads the way in first position, the rookies champion from last year, moves up to the pro class and once again just shows his pace straight away in a brand new championship, showing who he really is and what his pace actually is like. You'll just see them now coming through the shot, heavy braking into this hairpin, into the infield section. You can see Rex Austin going slightly wide there, checking that Logan Cousins was not going to sneak up the inside, but at the front there's a battle forming actually, and it looks like everyone's made it safe. All riders, all 15 riders have completed the first lap, but at front Taylor Thompson, who leads the way with a 59.1.
Cracking start there from Tomlinson. He really did get a fantastic launch and really bossed that first chicane. His knees down low. He's already putting a gap. The front two here absolutely away from the rest of the grid currently, and there's battles throughout the grid. We've got, I think this is P4 and 5 currently having a battle. A lot of Dayglow yellow and there's a bright pink helmet just defending as well as they head up through the difficult right-hander that reaches uphill. We've got
you just see there coming into the infield section of the course, and it's going to be an awesome race. The riders already pushing right from the first lap and wanting to show who they are in this new class. And in this new year, of course, it's been the first race of the year for these riders as they push on. They come round the final corner and out into laps, 7 laps to go in this race, in this first race today for the AC40 Pros.
And just to confirm then, it is Tomlinson from Dunwoody, Gosowski, Austin, Cousins, Gardner, Baker, Curtis, Perkins, Hall and Lindquist, Day, Hayward, Hooper and Hartley. All 15 riders still running, 7 laps to go as they run around the final corner and back on the throttle once again.
They're back on the throttle, and it's Taylor Thompson actually who's set a fast lap of the race, a 57.1, so incredible pace right from the first couple of laps from Taylor Tomlinson.
That's within a second of his pole time.
Yeah.
So fantastic stuff.
Yeah, straight away in this morning race. Of course, wind conditions today are up, and that's really going to affect these younger riders on the smaller bikes because it's just so lightweight that every little gust they'll be able to feel it. You can just see there how hard they're having to push through that final corner. Although these are just little mini motos, they still have a great amount of power. I
think that was Austin with the tail out slightly, just and he's now under definitely under threat here from behind. The black and red rider in the dark helmet crowding out here, and then it's still very, very busy at the tail of the field as well, Lewis.
Yeah, so Rex Austin was defending from Sebastian Gaslowski there, but as you can see, Curtis is trying to find any way past, and just trying to build that momentum. And now you can just see Bradley Curtis getting overtaken there, but a battle is forming all the way down the field. That's what we see in this AC40 Pro class, is that battles will form every single position practically all the way down the field. There's so many different corners at this circuit, there's almost a corner for everyone. But of course, Harrison Day will make his race and return this round after missing the last half of last year. Of course, the bright big pink helmet, which we've seen many times across his racing career, and you can just see how hard these riders are pushing. Of course, number 14 in the battle there is Liam Lindquist, who's dropped down to 9th position. Liam Lindquist missed the final couple of rounds last year after not being able to compete, so he's back this year, and it looks like actually he's back stronger than usual, and Harrison Day on the pace straight away. But this battle right now is for 9th position, so you can just see how fast these riders bunch up.
It looks like Bradley Curtis getting back. Liam Lindquist, Taylor Thomas is still holding the lead here, and he is 4.2 seconds away from second place. It's a very busy race, apart from the battle for the front right now.
Yeah, it's super close now. 5 laps to go. This time across the line, though, will be 4 laps to go for Taylor Tomlinson, a 56.9. He's just stretching his pace and just showing how great and how consistent he can be. But Taylor Tomlinson, number 77, he impressed us last year in the rookie class, winning the championship in fine fashion.
Look at this.
But you can just see there, the battle for 3rd position for the final spot of the podium. Logan Cousins is really trying to defend for this final position with 4 laps to go in this first race of the day, the AC40 Pros.
Absolutely, it's super close. Gaslowski behind Austin here, and hounding the back of the neon yellow rider. But it's absolutely ebbing and flowing, these gaps down through the lap, and then suddenly it looks like it's suddenly Austin pressuring Cousins once again as they come through the infield.
Yeah, it certainly is. And Nicholas Dunwoody in 2nd position, just trying to be able to keep that gap formed and just trying not to be able to make any mistakes. But Rex Austin, he looks so strong in this AC40 Pro class. You can just see how strong he looks from the get-go.
Really positive body language on the bike as well. It looks like he's waiting a patient game here, as it looks also to see that Gardner is falling back into the clutches.
Yeah, it certainly does, and you can just see the riders pushing on, but for how long? 3 laps to go in this race. They come thick and they come fast, but there's a red flag in this race, so the race will be stopped.
And that's the second accident as well in as many laps. So we're waiting to just make sure that everybody's okay. We'll 2 riders down at the moment, but our order is now Tomlinson, Dunwoody, Cousins, Gaslowski, Austin, but we do have the red flag. I think that was Austin just lost out position to Gaslowski.
Yeah, so Taylor Tomlinson right now was leading when the red flag came out, and he gained his lead to 6.1 seconds over Nicholas Dunwoody, and it just shows how much pace he has and how much talent he has. So yeah, it's great seeing. You can see now the riders just discussing, stopped in the circuit, talking about the race. But there is Josh Perkins up on his feet, number 30, and looks like he's okay. He's walking away, just maybe a bit winded.
A little bit gingerly, but on his feet, and that's great to see. I think we've got a kind hand around the shoulder, and we've got just making sure everybody is safe. Of course, this is a red flag currently, so Lewis, what happens in these red flag situations? Race is paused effectively, and do we have a restart? Do we roll, or do we go back to the grid?
Well, we're gonna have to wait and find out. It just depends on how many laps are left and what the situation is looking like on timing. But it's great to see Josh Perkins walking away from this incident. 3 laps ago, we're in the were left in the race, but of course the crash happened, so we'll just have to wait to see if the race will be restarted, and that will be a race result actually. So Taylor Tomlinson will take the race win by 0.5 of a second over Sam Gardner and Sebastian Gosselowski, the graphics saying. Logan Cousins is in 4th, and Rex Austin will be in 5th. And in 6th place will be Nicholas Dunwoody, Bradley Curtis, Preston Baker, Oliver Hall, and Josh Perkins will be in 10th. Of course, those results right now are just provisional, so we'll just have to wait to see if any changes are made. But that was the first race of the day. So, first of all, Andy, what did you think? What your introduction to the AC40 Pro class?
Fantastic. I mean, really committed riding from our field here, who were clearly very much dialed in. I'm not sure who is going to be able to catch Taylor Tomlinson. He's looking absolutely fantastic at the moment. Just check out the way the wind's picked up there, Lewis, with that pole just shaking around as well. And another challenge just for the riders, because some of these next races, it's been quite a while since the last warm-up. Conditions will be very different.
Yeah, it certainly will be, and the track though will be warmer from their first warm-up, so at least there's that going for them. And although it's windy, the track has warmed up. You can see a couple of the families there on your phones, maybe calling some relatives, maybe even listening in. So hello, if you're just joining us, you've just missed the first race of the day, the AC40 Pros. It was a great race. Taylor Tomlinson took the race win from provisionally from Nicholas Dunwoody. So it was a great race. It was fast, it was furious, and it just shown how strong Taylor Tomlinson is straight away in this new class, in this AC40 Pro class. You wouldn't even think that this is his first weekend on the bike in this class.
That's incredible, absolutely incredible. I mean, he did build a gap of over 6 seconds within the first 6 laps when we had our red flag and our cessation of racing at the moment. So we're waiting for confirmation as to when race 2 will be underway, and hopefully it will race 2 of the day. This is race 2 of the round for the riders, and we've got our remaining driver back on his feet as well, and just getting some expert help there, and he's obviously being well looked after, back on his feet. And you were mentioning earlier, Lewis, we've got an airport nearby, so you can see some of the aircraft will be passing overhead throughout this race.
Yes, of course, that first race is over. The FAB-Racing team did a great job, and it's great conditions here. The sun is out, and yeah, it looks like it's going to be a great day of racing, and we still have 19 races coming up for you later today.
So we got the next thing's coming up. Very similar looking bikes, Lewis, but a different field, and technically there's a difference on the bikes as well.
Yeah, next up will be the AC40 rookies. These are the riders' starts to their racing careers. The bikes are slightly slower in the pro class, which was the first race of the day. They are limited to around 52 mile per hour, while the rookie class is 45 mile per hour. So it's so great to see, although these riders, as you can see, are just so young, and 45 mile per hour at just 6 years old must feel crazy.
Absolutely, and very low to the ground as well. Yeah, when they're on track, these mini bikes do look almost correctly proportioned to the size of the rider. But when you get into the pit lane here and you see the size of full-grown adults next to these very small little kids, that you can really glimpse just how close to the ground they are. Some of them are going to have difficulty seeing over these tyre barriers, I think, more than anything.
Yeah, you can just see Luca Allen out there with his high vis on, helping out. Luca Allen this year will be racing in the British GP2 Championship within the Super Sport class. It's so great to see. He's actually got Fraser Rogers levers on at the moment, but it's so great to see. He's racing in the Fraser Rogers racing team actually this year, so it's going to be great to see. I was speaking to Luke actually earlier about the GP2 bike, and he was saying just how much he hated the bike actually whenever he first rode it, and it really took a bit of learning to do, and now whenever he steps on it, he loves it more than any bike he's ever rode in his life. Now that he actually learned what it's like to ride a stiff Grand Prix chassis. So you can see, look at Alan having some conversations, and yeah, all these guys with the high vises on are out here helping these young riders.
Oh, that's just fantastic. Absolutely amazing to see. Stepping back down to where they came from to give a helping hand for the next generation, as you say. And sure, I don't know how much a 6-year-old is going to recognise what a gesture that is happening here. But when they look back on their junior career, they'll realise, I think, the gravity of the fact that riders are so successful are stepping back to give him that little hand. There's a rider just warming up his front brakes quite dramatically in the rear of shot as well. And now the bikes are on their way, being guided out, of course.
Yep, so this is the AC40 rookie class getting led out by Luca Allen onto the starting grid. Before we'll have our warm-up lap. So the AC40 rookie class, if it's your first time watching, these riders are from 6 years old all the way till 13-year-old. And the top 6 at the end of the year in the championship must move up to the AC40 Pro class. So it's going to be a great year of racing. A lot of these riders will want to make that step up to the Pro class and will want to have good results this year.
There's a lot at stake and a lot of pressure, even though it's a very early step on the racing ladder for these riders.
Yeah, these riders, most of them though, will be out here just to have some fun at the moment. Of course, that is what the main aim is in racing. It's to win and to have fun while you're at it, because that happy rider is a fast rider. So you can just see the start marshals waiting at the grid as the riders come through the infield section before we get started with the AC40 rookies' first race of the day.
Yeah, this is FAB-Racing. This is the Sunday of a two-day weekend here, and it is the road to MotoGP, the official road to MotoGP, no less.
Yeah, it certainly is. A lot of riders have came from this series and they're now racing World Championship and MotoGP, and these are the stars of the future. These are the riders of tomorrow that you will be sitting in your living rooms like you are right now and seeing them on television like you are right now, but on much bigger bikes at much higher level. And you'll see their confidence be able to just develop right from the start of this year. That's what I love about this class. You'll see riders maybe at the start of the year that were struggling slightly, a bit nervous on the bike, and by the end of the year are loving it and are so confident.
Oh wow! I mean, I'm really intrigued to see how these rookies handle this machine, and you can see also first place here is Cal Hawken, just going very far left in his permitted start box, just to get a better line, because the first corner is of course to the right and then to the left as a chicane. So I think he's been watching the races so far and decided how he wants to position this bike. He's actually pointed almost across the track, but of course there's a sighter lap to come as well.
Yeah, there is. I mean, of course, on these bikes, corner speed is everything. So being able to get over to the left-hand side and take the ideal line will help him a lot off the line. But of course, Kai Hawken will want a great start from pole position in this first AC40 Pro race. He'll be joined by Jensen Ansel in second position. Max Johnson and Caelan Ratcliffe will start in third and fourth. Jensen Cedras in fifth, with Arthur Rich in sixth. Mason Frederick will start in the seventh row of the grid, and Daisy Bolton in eighth. Matthew Jennings ninth. Daniel Longhurst will start in 10th position, with Nelly Nuth is starting in 11th, and James Rich starting in 12th. So yeah, a lot of new riders coming to the class today. So yeah, it should be a great day of racing, and this is race 2 for these guys who've already had one race.
So yeah, absolutely. Race 1 was yesterday, but they will race again today, and I think again tomorrow. So very busy for them. But it's they're fairly short races. We're still 8 laps this one, so it's one fewer laps than they were racing in the pros.
Yeah, of course, a lot of families get into racing. A new family in this class is Arthur and James
I really
Rich.
Can't.
Yeah, it's going to be a great race, and you can just see the riders lining up on the grid to start for the AC40.
I noticed a couple of Jensens in the field there. I don't know if Mum and Dad were thinking their sons might end up being racing drivers instead of bike riders, but never mind. As a dad of a Jensen myself, I can absolutely sympathise.
So you can see final checks getting done by the parents, actually, just checking that everything's okay. A little pat on the back before we get underway. The start marshal is waiting to point to the lights before the revs rise, and the tension actually on the grid, it has already rised. You're going to cut it with a knife for the AC40 Pro Class. The point to the lights is done, and the lights are on. And the lights are off. It was a long hole, but Kai Hawken tries to get the hole shot towards turn 1 and towards the first chicane. And you can just see how hard they're having to push right from the start. So Kai Hawken leads the way on the number 20, trying to defend. And actually, it looks like it's Max Johnson who's got a great lead, and riders down there.
Yellow flag, Marshall's just making sure that everybody's okay. I think it just unsettled one of the other riders coming through, but the rider that was down is back up again and racing away straight. And there wasn't even time to put the yellow flag out, I don't think.
Yeah, you can just see the riders right now just build their confidence in motorcycle racing, build their confidence on the bike, like we've seen Max Johnson do. Now, Max Johnson, he's developed so much over the past season. He's now, I believe, a part of the Danny Webb GP camp academy system that's came a long way. So Max Johnson, he's came a long way. Throughout pre-season testing, he's been going to circuits here in the UK and some in Spain, and just be able to build up his confidence on the bike and get down his lap times. But as you can see there, the number 96
possibly
has
a mechanical
stopped
for 96 there at the moment.
Like
but at the moment, Max Johnson did get the better of Kai Hawken at the start there, who has dropped down the field. He did have a very difficult start, so it looks like we've got Max Johnson, Jensen Ansel, Mason Frederick, Jason Cedras and Arthur Rich in the top 5.
Yeah, Max Johnson leads the way with the fastest lap of the race at 106.957. Max Johnson, and his gap was nothing over the line from Jensen Ansel. 27 hundredths of a second. So these riders really pushing on, and these young riders really pushing on from the first couple of laps. Just 7 laps to go in this race. It's one thing you'll see at FAB is the laps just go away so quick, and there's no time to rest in this race. You really have to be full attack right from lap 1 and right from the lights going out.
Yeah, and a great spread of liveries as well for the drivers as well. You can hear the wind everywhere coming through. And there's a rider down again. That was into the final corner section. Looked like just temporarily had their arms stuck, but up onto their knees and being supported back onto their feet as well. So we continue with green flag racing here, and it's Jensen Ansel now has taken the lead with a fastest lap 103.973, and has got himself a 1.7 second gap. So clearly unlocked a bit of pace there in that previous lap.
Yeah, he certainly did. And Max Johnson may have made a little bit of a mistake, because the gap now 1.7 seconds, although it was a great lap from Jensen Ansel. So it's going to be great to see if Max Johnson can maybe even learn something by just following him, see where he's stronger, see where he's weaker, see where he can gain time on the brakes. And you can see there coming through your picture, it is Max Johnson coming through the infield section of the course.
Right
6
on the
laps
tail
to go, and right on the tail. He's really having to defend early on with just 6 laps to go in this race. 2 laps are done. Coming through the final corner, there's gravel on that outside of the final corner.
How
super close.
Yeah, how close.
Yeah, super close in this rookie class. And Jensen Ansel, a 1:02 from him now. So 4 seconds quicker than Max Johnson last lap.
That's incredible. As clearly he's getting quicker and quicker. You see a real variety of lines here, Lewis, as the riders are exploring the limits of grip, but also, I think, potentially learning their way around a little bit.
Yeah, they certainly will be. They have had a couple of days of practice, but none of them have been in this great conditions. I mean, Mason Frederick just behind Max Johnson, wanting that third position, is now trying to get past back markers. They found the back marker at the perfect position, of course. This is the rookie class. This is where you start your racing careers. So there's quite a lot of range and abilities at the moment while they learn. Of course, some riders will take to it quicker than others, and that's what we're seeing right now. So Max Johnson leading the way, defending from Mason Frederick and Jensen Cedras. So it's going to be a great battle for the second position.
It is, and it's been really tight all the way through here. So as you say, Max Johnson just again perhaps slightly narrow on the entry there to the final corner, and he's checking his right hand side. He's going to get overtaken now down into the first chicane, and that is Mason Frederick coming through past Max Johnson to take second place, Lewis.
Yeah, Max Johnson, they're really having to defend. It looks like actually it looks like he's taking that slightly tight, so we'll have to wait and see what's going to happen. But we're just hearing that it's been a 3-second jump start penalty from James Rich, the number 84, and his first race, I believe, here at FAB, and his rider stopped on the outside of the track actually at this back section. So a couple of mechanicals coming in. These bikes are 2-stroke, which can be a bit unreliable, a bit finicky at times, so you can just see that coming through. And of course the likes of Jensen Ansel, Max Johnson and Mason Fedras have the bikes properly dialed in.
Absolutely. One of our pole sitter, Kai Hawken, he's down into 6th position after a real nightmare start, but has made up a couple of positions from his absolute zero that he got to his lowest point. But we have now just ticking over to 3 laps to go for the leader. Jensen Ansel from Mason Frederick, Max Johnson, Jensen Cedras, and now Kai Hawken up to 5th position.
Yeah, Kai Hawken though, although he is all the way down in that 5th place position, all these riders are going faster than the pole position time in qualifying.
That's amazing.
It just proves how fast they are pushing. It just proves how much the track has developed over the weekend. It's got more rubber on it. It's got rid of that mixed conditions. It's got rid of that little streams of water that we've seen damp patches across the weekend. And now the riders have learned that the track's fully dry, and that just gives them that added confidence. A
personal best time from Mason Frederick now, as he's left the traffic of the riders he was with, and he's starting to build a gap. But Jensen Ansel's lead, 7.7 seconds. And it's a real baptism of fire here, Lewis, because you were telling me earlier there's no blue flags, and it's all about the riders coming through. The onus is on them to make the pass.
Yeah, the riders behind that are lapping the rider need to do it safely, and that's one thing that you really have to learn in racing. So it's great to see that FAB just let the riders get on with it, and it also teaches the riders just to stick to their own line that are in front, that are getting lapped. Stick to your own line, do not move out of the way, and just be
kind of predictable.
Yeah, be predictable for the rider behind. So that is exactly what Max Johnson's being right now. He's just being predictable, fighting and defending. You can just see there the bike chattering all the way through the chicane there, the front end just jumping about, and Max Johnson really have to hang on there. 2 laps to go in this race, and it's heating up for 2nd position in this final couple of places on the podium.
And that's Kai Hawken chasing that final position on the podium, the P3. Kai Hawken in 4th is 1/10 of a second behind Max Johnson in 3rd, who did lead us for several laps here.
Yeah, Max Johnson so impressive from early on in this race, but we're going to have to wait and see what's going to happen. And Max Johnson actually on the grid had Jack Nixon helping him out. Now Jack Nixon is related to Jake Nixon, who this weekend is racing in Argentina for the Moto 2 race, and there you can see the yellow flag with the black cross to say it's the final lap of the race. Jensen Ansel leads the way, and I believe that is Jensen Ansel coming through the back section of the circuit and going into this very quick, and probably the hardest part for the rookie riders to get used to.
Absolutely, but he has been on it right from the very beginning. Really had no rival at on this short race that we've had. He's now 10 seconds in the lead in an 8-lap race.
Yeah, I mean, it's great to see Jensen Ansel. He first came to FAB last year, I believe, and straight away he was competing for point scoring positions, and straight away he had confidence on the bike, and that's what you can see right now. And it's the first round of the weekend. Come around the final couple of corners, Jensen Ansel will take the race when we'll see the checker flag flying in the purple and yellow bike. Jensen Ansel wins the first race of the day for the AC40 rookie class, and Jensen Ansel, what a victory that is. Mason Frederick should come home in 2nd place. We are waiting to see how big Jensen Ansel stretch his lead. 10.2 seconds at the line, and Kai Hawken has taken the final position on the podium at the line.
Great recovery from Kai Hawken. He did lead us away for the first couple of metres, but he was swamped into the early, and a big wave. I said there was a wave of the leg going on from Jensen Ansel into the chicane on his parade lap. But there, confirmation of your provisional podium: Jensen Ansel, Kai Hawken, and Mason Frederick.
Great result, Jensen Ansel. He will be smiling underneath his helmet. You can't not be smiling with a 10.2 second lead in an 8-lap race. It just showed how consistent he was, because he was consistently putting in the lap times. He got maybe 1 or 2 laps that were extremely quick into the 102s, which then built him a comfortable lead, and he could just consistently stay in the 104s and match the pace of Mason Fedrick and Kai Hawkins. So now the riders come into the pit lane, and Jensen Ansell comes into the pit lane after an incredible AC40 rookie race. So the top 10, Jensen Ansell will take the race lead, and he will take a race lead from Mason Fedrick in second position. Kai Hawkins rounds off our podium positions. Max Johnson will finish in fourth. Jensen Cedrus will finish in fifth position. Daisy Polden in sixth. Matthew Jennings seventh. James Rich in eighth. Tommy Williams in ninth. You join us just as the Mini GP 50 bikes are lining up on the grid for the second race this weekend. The first race of the day for these young riders is a packed field, a 23 bike field here in the Mini GP 50s, and we have a warm-up lap before we get into this crazy race. My name is Lewis Ray, and alongside me for this afternoon, just like this morning, is Andy Webster. So Andy, how are you, and how was your first morning here at FAB?
Yeah, it's been absolutely fantastic. Can't wait to see how this jam-packed field compete. Several of the drivers here, there's a tiny touch between two bikes there on the way out from the grid, but a massive grid here. Some of them have actually already featured in more than one race so far on our coverage today, but they'll be looking to better their results as they get on. And I think as they're only little kids, Lewis, I think endurance isn't so much of a problem.
Yeah, so it will be. And for this race, it will be Archie O'Brien who starts in pole position, with Finlay Paulhill after an amazing qualifying in second. Luke Fitchett starts in third, with Marco Holt making his return to the class in fourth position. Byron Johnson will start in fifth, with Wilson Dilks in sixth position in the Mini GP 50s. And what a race we have coming up. Austin Johnson will also be in 7th position, with Jensen Bishop alongside him. Sam Gardner will start in 9th, Travis Shaw in 10th, Frankie Watson in 11th, Taylor Tomlinson in 12th, Bethany Ashby will start in 13th, Dylan Tureen in 14th, Matthew Thomas in 15th, Harley Baker will start in 16th position, Annabelle McCarthy, one of our female riders here at FAB, will start in 17th position, George Ackerman in 18th, Chloe Gleason in 19th, Murray Simmons will start in 20th, Lucy Curtis starts the 11th row in 21st, with Ollie O'Gorman alongside brother of Casey O'Gorman, and rounding out our 23 bike field, we have Riley Paisley. So wow, what a race we have.
We're about to get underway then. The riders waiting for the red lights to get us underway. Wow. Okay, I mean, that was in a very different start from various riders as the lead bike goes wide, and down the inside goes Archie O'Brien. I think it's Fitchett who's taken the lead away from the start, and Archie O'Brien struggling away, but he's managed to settle back into it, Lewis, in second.
Yeah, Luke Fitchett is in second place at the moment on the number 7. Archie O'Brien for Spider-Man helmet taking the race lead. Archie O'Brien got off to a bad initial launch, but he managed to take the position back through turn 1. Finlay Paulhill there on the KTM bike is just further down the field, but Finlay Paulhill, after a great qualifying, is further down the order. But there's a battle already. Byron Johnson looking down the inside. Can he make it work? No, he cannot. He has to back out of it. He has to back out of that move. He had a great morning for Byron Johnson, but as you can see now, Finlay Paulhill chasing Marco Holt now for what is going to be 4th position. So a first clean lap for these 23 riders. Backmarkers might come into play this time around.
You
and
spoke
all
too
these
soon.
riders.
As we had a little bit of contact going in there, and of course now they've got they're getting the bikes up to full speed all the way down, missing out the infield section, and they're piling into that final corner, and it's a lot more movement on the bikes now.
Yeah, a lot of movement on these bikes. They're preparing them for Moto3 bikes, for British Talent Cup bikes. This is a stepping stone to the Mini GP 70s before usually they get sent off into other championships, such as the British Talent Cup, has been mentioned. But what a great start we've had so far. Riders tumbling down the order. Wilson Dilks down to 7th position at the moment. But Austin Johnson is ahead of his younger brother Byron. So Austin Johnson getting a great start. Luke Fitchett has the fastest lap of the race, so 43.9, but you can see Wilson Dilks there pushing hard on these MotoGP machines. All these bikes are basically equal. Casey O'Gorman's younger brother, Ollie O'Gorman, is in 20th position at the moment. 9 laps to go in this race, and what a start it's been. Everyone's so close. It's basically a train of riders at the moment as they struggle to find any way past because they're just so close.
And close is exactly the right word, as they're now less than a second separating the vast majority of the field from the bike in front, and they are pushing so hard to bring this race a good result straight after the lunch break. That is one of the tightest gaps we've got on the field at the moment, and wow, down the inside, that was all elbows out for a moment there, Lewis.
Yeah, so it was all elbows out. Marco Holt and Finlay Paulhill going either side of one of our back markers here at FAB, and what a great move there to be able to keep on the bike, not make contact. But there you can see one of the Johnsons having a battle once again further down the order. There's battles everywhere down this field. 8 laps going this race. That's him getting past Ollie O'Gorman now. There's your race leader, Archie O'Brien. Slightly different colours than what you're used to. Last year ran in the Vision Track colours. Now he's a part of the Danny Webb GP camp. So number 91, Archie O'Brien, leads the way with the fastest lap of the race, a 43.5 and a 1.1 second gap over Luke Fitchett. And there's once again outside, a back marker round the outside, and he managed to do it. A 20 plus grid. You're going to have back markers now. It's a complete new challenge.
Absolutely. The advantage possibly to Luke Fitchett here, who will be the second car passing the back markers, who will be surprised to have the leaders coming through them already. It's 7 to go now. We're on lap 4.
Yeah, we certainly are. Chloe Gleeson in 15th position at the moment. 14 positions behind this man here, our race leader, Archie O'Brien. 6 laps to go in this race now. 6 laps to go. Archie O'Brien still leads the way. The gap's staying about pretty consistent between Luke Fitchett, but now they're in the real deep of things. They're coming to more back markers. This is where you have to use it smartly. You try not to lose too many times, make any stupid mistakes, and just hope you get the back marker at a good position. That cannot midway for a corner. We've
got brothers, look, very close to each other. The Johnsons 5th and 6th, only 1/10 of a second separating the two of them. Leaders gone out to 1.1 seconds now, but I can't wait to see if which Johnson will prevail. Austin versus Byron at the moment for 5th.
Yeah, Byron's slightly lighter, and there's the battle between the Johnsons at the moment. Austin Johnson has brand new levers this year, actually. They look very, very similar to what Noah Gilroy was using last year in the 70 class. But the brothers are still fighting. Oh, down the inside is Byron Johnson. He has to back out of it. Oh, Austin Johnson there, coming out of the corner. Hand goes up in the air. He's like, what are you doing? And there we go. 5 laps to go in this race, and it's a family fight here at Lydd.
Absolutely. Mum and Dad will be watching on thinking, what have we let ourselves in for, putting both these brothers in the same race? I can't imagine it as a parent myself with 2 boys.
And there you see Austin Johnson now getting round inside, and on the flip back he makes it, and he makes it stick. What a move that is there from Austin Johnson, up into 5th position. What can Byron do? Can Byron fight back? Yes, he can.
He's so quick here.
Look at that, on the brakes, braking very, very deep.
Oh, and a big mistake from his brother in front as well.
Oh, using all the track there into turn 1. Byron Johnson a bit more tentative this time around. Definitely. It's very, very clear to see. But what is going to happen? 4 laps to go, and it looks like they're approaching back markers as well. Austin Johnson gets through, so is Byron. They've shoved their way through, and that is the type of aggression you need. And will Byron get held up? No, he will not. It's going to be a fight right to the end, and it looks to be there. One of the bike stoppers, is that Finlay Paulhill potentially pulled over there on the KTM Tech 3 inspired bike,
waiting for a safe place to rejoin, but ready to get going, really desperate to get it back underway as brother versus brother continues down the long back straight towards the final corner once again, which is where the rearmost brother is the faster, where it is that Byron has got the better run, and he goes around the outside once again on the exit, tries to get his brother on back to the inside of the second part of the chicane, but he didn't make it through. Austin still ahead of Byron, less than 1/10 of a second now.
Yeah, less than a tenth of a second. It looks like that gap is not going to get any bigger. 3 laps to go, and wow, Austin Johnson, he's making moves and he realises this is what he has to do. He has to use back markers to head advantage, but there's battles all the way down the field. Away, Austin Johnson there with a back marker almost ramming into the back of it. Both riders get through, but Archie O'Brien still leads this race at the front with Luke Fitchett in second, 4 seconds back now from Fitchett. Byron Johnson down the inside, final corner, potentially some contact there. He definitely made his brother set up, even looked behind to check his brother was still there, but Byron Johnson is so quick at that final corner.
He really is. He's got the better of his brother on that corner. It's a lot more even the rest of the track round, but then of course we've been watching Byron behind Austin this whole time. Maybe Byron's able to unlock a whole extra dose of pace here, but getting caught up now again with back markers.
Yeah, and there is your race leader. There is Archie O'Brien. He's coming on to the last lap of the race now, and what a race it's been for him. We haven't seen too much of him, but he's been so consistently in the 44 seconds, a fastest lap of a 43.2 right out to the curb there. Loads of back markers in front, but he's a 4.3 second gap from Luke Fitchett behind on the number 7. And there is Luke Fitchett coming for your picture, and there's Marco Holt in third. Marco Holt holds the lap record around this circuit with a 42.841.
Well, who's your money on in the Johnsons as we round towards the final corner? Will it be Byron? Will it be Austin? 0.3 of a second now. I think Byron might just about be building the gap, but down the long back straight for the final time. Here comes Archie O'Brien.
Yeah, Archie O'Brien coming around the final corner. Spider-Man helmet, sees the check flag, he takes the race win. Once again, Archie O'Brien picks up from where he left off last year and wins here in the Mini GP 50 class. Luke Fitchett comes home in 7th. He comes home in second place on the number 7. Marco Holt is in 3rd, and the Johnson brothers, Byron Johnson, will take that 4th position ahead of Austin. The younger brother beats his older brother, so what a great race that was, and what a great result for Archie O'Brien at the front.
Fantastic battling throughout. I can't believe these kids are riding these massive bikes for their size to such incredible standards. Brilliant stuff from these, and it's going to be a long ride home from the John family, I think, after that little squabble on track. Maybe they'll kiss and make up afterwards, but boy oh boy did that get tense.
It certainly did get tense, but of course today we have another Mini GP 50 race, so they'll have to do it all again. And tomorrow we have 3 Mini GP 50 races, so plenty of time for Austin Johnson to try to get the better.
Absolutely. Well, we'll get the results for you shortly as they come in, and that was a brilliant time had by everybody. And we're going to show you the top 10 now. Archie O'Brien, his winning margin, fantastic stuff. A 3.7 second gap to Luke Fitchett, with Marco Holt completing the podium. We've got the Johnson brothers 4th and 5th, Byron just pipping Austin, and then Wilson Dilks, Frankie Watson, Sam Gardner, Travis Shaw, Matthew Thomas, your top 10, with Bethany Ashby, Taylor Tomlinson, pretty much the star of the show so far today, Taylor Tomlinson, Chloe Gleason in 13th, Dillian Torian and George Ackerman getting points.
Yeah, what a great race that was. The Johnson brothers duking it out, and at the front, Archie O'Brien showing his pace once again. I mean, he was in no man's land at one point, and he managed just to find his way through back markers. Well, it looked like the Austin and Byron Johnson brothers were doing everything they could to use back markers to their advantage, showing how smart these young riders are.
Absolutely. Here we go, seeing all the riders coming back into the pits now, and finally we get to see the sidecars shortly. So it's time for the first Mini F1 sidecar race of today's coverage as the riders get out. It's a much smaller field. We've gone from the sublime in terms of field strength to a much pared back six bike field, and just look at these guys on these tiny little mini sidecars.
Yeah, it's a completely different form of race, I think that's fair to say, but it produces close and intense battles. But Mick Williams and Michael Elms will start the race, the first race of their day, in pole position, and alongside them will be a family duo of Jason and Leo Greenstreet's. We've seen some great battles last year. We've seen McWilliams actually get beaten by Jason and Leo Greenstreet as McWilliams' dominance was brought to an end. Mark Parker and Ems starts in third, with Chris and Robert Impey in fourth. Now in fifth position is Vince Bailey and Amy Tilbrook, and the final bike on the grid is Adam Jarvis and Alan. So what a race we have coming up. Completely different form of racing, and I'm sure it's going to be a cracker.
Absolutely. You can see all the work going in from the sidecar rider as well, who will be bearing all of their weight left and right and centre to try and make sure. But we're going and away from the start, and it's bike number 90 getting a great launch, but still being defended successfully by Williams on the inside there in bike number 26. But 90 looking incredibly aggressive and hot on this one. Heads almost touching the tarmac, Lewis.
Yeah, they certainly are. You have to use all your body to be able to get the bike round the corner. Jason and Leo Greenstreet on the number 90. The Greenstreets are in hot pursuit of Mick Williams. Now last year and for many years, Mick Williams has dominated the Mini F1 sidecar class. They are the legends of this class. They've dominated, won every single race for years and years, until last year, where the Greenstreets managed to take 2 race wins off of them and just shown that potentially they might have the pace. Now further down the field, there is Vince Bailey, and it looks like they're having a strong start. They're a little bit off the pace at the moment, but all these sidecar machines are built in-house. These are not something you can go out and just buy. Right. They're something custom built. So potentially some teething problems start of the year, maybe some changes with the bike to get used to. But at the front, Mick Williams is so quick. Absolutely,
Very, very quick, in fact. And it looks like Leo Greenstreet, the most athletic rider here, right across the axle, right almost onto his head, and bearing the weight expertly. Just check that one out. Incredible stuff. Not quite as active looking from the Williams machine, but they've managed to get the nose ahead here. 51.6 the fastest lap, compared with the Greenstreet's 52.6.
Yeah, McWilliams doing what they do best, and that is lead at the front consistently. So Jason and Leo Greenstreet come across the line. A 2.7 second gap between themselves and McWilliams at the front. McWilliams, the first rider to dip into the 49s, and they haven't just dipped into the 49s, they've done a 49 flat. They are just out there having fun. 1.7 seconds faster than Jason and Leo Greenstreet last time around. So McWilliams and Michael Elms doing what they do best and showing what they can do on these Mini F1 sidecars, because as you can appreciate, it's such a small area for 2 riders to sit on.
Absolutely. Well, I mean, the rear rider doesn't sit for very long, does he? There's very few straightaways here. We're going down into the final corner here. Oh wow, a real sideways moment coming from the back of the lead car there for a moment. They're still pushing incredibly hard despite the gap they've got.
Yeah, despite the gap they've got, that's what they always do. They somehow just have one setting where they can push and push and push, and very rarely do they make a mistake. But of course they are human, they may make a mistake, they might trip themselves up, but there's a battle further back. Vince Bailey is having a fight right now with the Impeys. So who's going to come out in front for 4th position? And it looks like it's going to be a great battle. The Impeys are so aggressive, as are all these sidecars. They are very, very aggressive. Some people would even call them insane. But if it's your first time watching here at FAB, and if you want to get involved in Mini F1 sidecar racing, head over to the FAB-Racing website or message the FAB-Racing Facebook page. I'm sure they'll be happy to help here at FAB. They're very welcome to the riders. And there's Impey having the mechanical issues. As I mentioned, they're all built in-house, and sometimes these things can happen for the 2-stroke motor.
Yeah, so that will cause a yellow flag for now. It looks like, as you say, the Impey's just getting the bike back going. I don't know if they'll be able to, but at the moment, in the front of the field, it's still the Williams, and there they go, lapping the field already. Go the Williams pairing. Mick in the front seat, of course, and it's 49.6 their last time across the circuit. And if we thought it was difficult to overtake on a regular bike, it must be doubly difficult on a sidecar.
Yeah, this circuit is so tight and twisted, as we spoke about earlier today. But Michael Elms as well, whenever these riders are going through the corners, of course the passenger uses the body weight to get the bike turned and to get the bike over. You can see McWilliams even slightly doing it as well. So they are almost like two riders in one. They need to work in sync, and they're managed to do it perfectly. But of course, Mick Williams is on this older style sidecar, and actually has a two-stroke motor inside of it, similar to what you would see in a normal Mini Moto. While the Green Streets, they have a four-stroke sidecar and a slightly more modern-looking approach with the fairings, and it means that McWilliams really has to get that thing at higher revs, which we've seen last year in the wet when he has to keep it in high revs to get power. He couldn't because the rear wheel would just spin up. So Green Streets had that advantage of having that extra torque in the lower range, but right now the gap is 6.5 seconds with 2 laps to go.
Absolutely. It is a very, very dominant display already here from the Williams pairing, and doing incredibly well at the front of the field. Looks like we've got, is that Parker Ems on track at the moment, and a little bit on their own here. Alone on third, but still very much pushing for the podium. Looks like the Impies have properly retired the bike, and we are 1 lap to go, Lewis.
Yeah, 1 lap to go in this race. There is the Green Street, second place. They are still trying everything. They reduced the gap by half a second, actually, from your race leader, but something flew off the back of the Green Street bike there. But it's the last lap. They have to around just one more lap. There is Mick Williams, and there's McWilliams coming through towards the final corner to take yet again another dominant race win here at Lydd. The brilliant Mick Williams takes the checker flag. Here he comes with Michael Elms. They win once again in the Mini F1 sidecar. So what a fantastic result that we celebrate, and there's such a cool and collected pairing on the sidecars. You don't see them necessarily running about and punching the air and stuff. They just go out there, have fun, do their business, and then go back to the paddock.
Brilliant stuff. Amazing racing there, and I can well imagine that the rear riders are absolutely shattered after that. I know it's only a short one, but they are like leaning and tilting and doing everything possible for the speed of their team. Look at this; they're being brought home by rival teams. Brilliant stuff. That's what you want to see. What are they doing? Towing here at this point?
They're giving a little push. The sidecar in front has his foot on the front of McWilliams' fairing, so they can get a little push around and they'll just be steering with the handlebars. But that's great to see. That's what FAB-Racing is about. It's here for a bit of fun, and of course on track you're going to battle them, but after the race is finished you're going to help them out.
That's brilliant to see, and another great race here at FAB-Racing at Lydd. That's the Impies being pushed back, and not a lot of training have gone into that position.
Yeah, the passenger doing quite a lot of work during the sidecar race, and as you mentioned, as you picked up on nicely, the Leo Green Street really gets his head close to the ground. I mean, we've seen a big accident actually last year, I believe at Wilton Mill, where the sidecar actually flipped upside down. But it was a big accident, and they're back, and they're as strong as ever, it appears.
Yeah, certainly not shy.
Yeah, they're certainly not. So the question is going to be will McWilliams be rivals for a race win this year? I think if we get some mixed and some wet conditions, they might just be.
Right, yeah, absolutely. Well, that is the penultimate race of our first round, race 2. We've got 2 to go, PB 140s and the MK Mini GP 70s. What's the blue ribbon event here, before we then go and start all over again for this afternoon's racing, race 3s for the weekend for all of our riders.
Yep, riders now back into pit lane. You can see actually the Green Street's waiting at that gate, which we've seen Casey O'Gorman use earlier on today to get a quick exit out of the paddock. But MP actually having a little look at their sidecar, just seeing if they can notice anything that's wrong with it straight away. Maybe a quite obvious and visible thing, which would be your hope, because then you know at least where to go rather than spending half an hour trying to find a small issue with your motorcycle.
Maybe looking at it while it's hot as well, rather than waiting for it to cool down and then trying to work out the issue, I guess.
Yeah, you can just see how low these things are. They're quite awkward to push for these adults.
Yeah, absolutely. Working very hard. It's been given a rope actually because it's such hard work to push around. But comparing notes, I think across the teams, and there you have it. Then that's a lot more comfortable way to pull your your bike and sidecar on the way back to the paddock.
Yeah, it certainly is. But what a race that was, and Mick Williams dominating once again.
Yeah, fantastic stuff. Just showing just how a pair of riders working in such unison can completely dominate a field, even on a really short track and relatively short lap race. It's only 7 laps. Okay guys, well now it's time for the PB140 race. The riders already heading out of the pits and coming around to form their grid slots. We're looking forward to this one, Lewis. What in particular are we looking at? Another nice full grid here for the PB140s.
Yeah, the Pit Bike 140s, we are going to see elbow bashing, handlebars bashing, using the track, and then maybe a little bit more than just the track, maybe a little bit of grass here and there, using some of the runoff areas. It's exactly what we see in Pit Bike 140s. Every single lap it is all action out, and it's all for one thing: that race winning bragging rights against the other 20 riders on the grid. A 21 rider grid this time around, and what a race we're going to get.
Absolutely. We've seen what these really full grids end up producing. So we will do our best to track all the action, but away from the line they go then, just to get the bikes ready and warmed up and get that sighter lap in, Lewis, and get ready for the race. Yeah,
they certainly will. And Cameron Sewell will be getting ready for this race as he starts in pole position for the 3 races this weekend here at FAB for round 1. Chris Wells will be alongside him in the first row of the grids. Liam Wood will start in 3rd with Jamie King alongside Jamie King. Brand new levers this year. Lucas Brown starts in 5th with Taylor Lawrence making his FAB-Racing return after coming out of retirement after 1 round. He'll start in 6th. Sean Whitaker starts in 7th. Zach Tureen 8th. Chadley Whiten starts in 9th. Adam Redden in 10th. Elliot Crosby in 11th, and Callum Wybrow starts in 12th. Matthew Lindsay will start in 13th, with James Ratcliffe starts in 14th. Tom Stanford in 15th. Bradley Ferraria will start in 16th, and Paul Nozell will start in 17th. And it looks to be a great field. You can see the bikes already making their way onto the grid, and the grid actually this time around will be rounded out by Shannon King, who moves up to the Pit Bike 140 class. So a lot of new riders in this class this time around.
Fantastic. Looks like P2 hasn't made its marks just yet. That was P1. That was Cameron Sewell. He's ready to get underway right away. We need to be careful and of jump starts again, and they're waiting for the lights. Oh, a possible even stall there from the pole position. So it's Chris Wells straight away into the lead ahead, and lots of action going through into the second sector of the racetrack, the nose to tail, but so far so good for the drivers, for the riders. It was Cameron Sewell who had a real stinker of a start there.
Yeah, Cameron Sewell, he started creeping on the line and realised he was creeping probably a bit too much, so he had to get the bike stopped and then get going again, which caused him to get a bad start. But Chris Wells, as you said, leads the way with Taylor Lawrence, who was sitting in 3rd position. He still sits in 3rd position after an early good start. Taylor Lawrence, so diving to the inside at the final corner. Oh. And what a move that is. You can just see Taylor Lawrence's riding style. He's right on the edge. He's almost elbowed down actually, but Taylor Lawrence leads the way from Lucas Brown. So Lucas Brown in 7th position, in 4th actually. So Lucas Brown with the purple and black levers chases the field, but Chris Wells, he's going to be put under a lot of pressure from these riders.
Yeah, absolutely. He only qualified 2nd, of course, so the other riders will be right up behind him. This is Taylor Lawrence, who was super aggressive in that overtake. No messing around. Didn't wait patiently for his opportunity. Just went for it into that final corner.
Yeah, he certainly did. But Taylor Lawrence, you can just see how fast he is and how hard all these guys are pushing. These guys will most likely just stay in the train and just trade positions throughout the whole race. That's what we're used to seeing here in the Pit Bike 140s. And you can already see them actually starting to form a gap from some riders behind. Now it looks like actually Jamie King is dropping down the order quite rapidly, so we're going to have to wait and see what's going to happen there. But Chris Wells continues to lead at the front on the 62 bits. Lucas Brown, who has the fastest lap of the race, a 44.336. So Lucas Brown looking strong on the number 7, and Cameron Sewell is showing 4th position, time is at 5th position on the circuit at the moment.
Brilliant stuff from these riders. They're obviously incredibly tightly matched, and Chris Wells just really ducking down in the over the handlebars for that extra little bit of lack of aero disturbance and into first. Once again, Taylor Lawrence very active on the bike there, Lewis, but the top four really starting to get away now.
Yeah, they certainly are. But the top four, if anything, have closed in together. They're just getting away from everyone else. But Taylor Lawrence dived down the inside.
Once again.
He's almost on the grass there. His knee was almost on the grass. He's trying to push Chris Wells as wide as possible. But Wells sticks it around the outside, holds on to the position, almost cuts off the front end of Taylor Lawrence. So it just shows how aggressive they're going to be. And Taylor Lawrence, he said he was finished off racing last year, but he's returned here at Lydd, and he's returned here very, very strong. You can see there a wider line, a wider entry, trying to carry more corners, but trying to do something different on these closely matched motorcycles.
It doesn't look like someone who was close to retiring for sure. He's definitely got the mojo working once again, and looking all around every possible angle of the leader here, Chris Wells. This is Taylor Lawrence. I think he's going to go for it once again, Lewis, and he's trying to tuck into this right sweeper at the tail of the far end of the circuit, and just can't get far enough ahead. Chris Wells pretty confident at the moment in taking those wide lines.
Yeah, he certainly is. Chris Wells looks very, very confident. He always has a smile on his face whenever you see him in the paddock, is Chris Wells. So what will Chris Wells do? Can he keep on to the lead? But Lucas Brown looks trying to find a way past into that third position. So Lucas Brown, he looks strong. He looks like he has the pace to match the likes of Chris Wells and Taylor Lawrence. There's nothing separating these front guys. And Taylor Lawrence, they're trying a new line, trying to find any way past these guys.
Yeah, and it's now brought the fifth place rider, up to this group. So they are being slowed slightly here by Chris Wells. That is Liam Wood, is it, in fifth, who's caught the rear of this group. And down the inside once again goes Taylor Lawrence for the lead of the race.
Yeah, Taylor Lawrence, great move there. Such a quick place to make a move. It just shows his confidence. He has a little look behind though, and Chris Wells dives down the inside, but Taylor Lawrence waits and says, whatever you can do, I can do better. 7 laps to go this time across the line though. It'll just be 6. Taylor Lawrence leads the way. Chris Wells there looked like he thought about a move going down the inside or even the outside at turn 1, but he thought better of it and affected his corner speed there. But this group still nothing separating them. Absolutely, and still at the front, yeah, it's looking strong.
It's super tight between the top group here. This is possibly the closest race we have seen so far in our coverage today. Brilliant stuff. As down the inside looks the purple liveried racer, but it didn't quite make it. That was Cameron Soule trying to get a look into third position, but no way through just yet. But leading this race now, Taylor Lawrence by 0.122 of a second.
Yeah, Taylor Lawrence comes across the line now to make it 5 laps to go in this race. Chris Wells, though, once again looks for a move at turn 1. Now, it's either that he's just trying anything he can, or he's potentially just trying to line up a move for a couple laps. There we go. Almost identical corner from turn 1. He makes it stick this time around. Will Taylor Lawrence get a better drive? It looks like he will. He sticks the front nose up, but has to back out. 5 laps to go in this race, and Chris Wells now leads. It looks like it's going to be an incredible battle to the line, and once again in the pit bike 140 class, positions constantly chopping and changing. It's
1-1 against Chris Wells and Taylor Lawrence. Each of them have made a successful overtake. I mean, fantastic surprise position there from Chris Wells, who takes the lead as they go through to start the 8th lap, and there will be 4 to run.
And I believe that's Liam Wood in 3rd position at the moment, but I think he's having a slight issue with his transponder on the number 94 motorcycles. Lucas Brown looks down the outside, but he has to back out of it, and now it's all bunched up Cameron Soule. But Lucas Brown diving down the inside there. Will he make it stick? We have to wait and see, and yes, he can. Now Cameron Soule is looking for a way past as well, so wow, what a move that was. And at the front, Chris Wells is holding on as well, so Lucas Brown, will he be able to close in this gap that's slightly formed?
It's looking promising for these riders to get into 3rd position at the moment, but still very tight. And now the leaders are coming to lap, and that could be a really good opportunity for Taylor Lawrence to try and claim this lead once again.
Yeah, they're coming to Shannon King now, and Shannon King moves from the senior Mini Moto class to a completely different motorcycle from these. So as you can see, riders getting past her nice and safely, and Chris Wells doing a great job at safely defending from Taylor Lawrence, who looks so aggressive and looks so racy and looks like he wants to take that race win and take the. Of course, this year there's no Rossi Banham here at Lydd. Rossi Banham, of course, last year took the title in fine fashion and took a handful of race wins. But Taylor Lawrence always battled him for the race wins, but sometimes we've seen him make a slight mistake. And right now, you can tell all he wants is that race win, and he'll do anything to get it.
A really difficult job now for the leader, Chris Wells, to navigate 2, 3, 4 cars of back markers in one who are successively overtaking each other, and there's very little room on the racetrack. Chris Wells goes down the inside. Taylor Lawrence right on his tail.
Yeah, Taylor Lawrence right in his tail, but Taylor Lawrence, I think, actually got a better drive going out of that corner there, and it looked like he managed to get a better ideal line as Chris Wells tried just to go for a gap in the back marker. But as you can see now, back markers are everywhere, and Taylor Lawrence is going to have to find something special or have to find some luck to be able to win this race.
Absolutely, it's 2 to go, and it'll be 1 to go shortly. This is the final corner of the penultimate lap, and to cross the start-finish line they go for the final time before the checkered, and there is the tiniest of margins. It is 1/10 of a second between the lead two. Where will Taylor Lawrence have a go? We saw Chris Wells take Taylor in that section they've just been through, but Taylor, it favours those wider entries, and down the inside he goes. They're going to possibly touch knee to wheel, but not quite, and that might have been Taylor's last opportunity to really go for it. There's the top 4 fights and continue to try and get a good podium finish at the end, but it's not done yet for Chris Wells. He's rounding the penultimate corner down the long back straight, and he's got this one opportunity to hold off Taylor Lawrence, and Chris Wells rounds the final corner. What a battle to win against Taylor Lawrence, Lucas Brown and Cameron Soule in quick succession. Lewis, what a cracking end to that race.
Yeah, you can just see there, they're absolutely delighted with that. These riders just love to have a great battle on track, and you can see Chris Wells there celebrating the race win. Number 62, he held on to it nicely actually from Taylor Lawrence. 1/10 of a second at the line separated the race win. Great battle, but there's your race winner. A smile on his face like usual. Chris Wells takes the Pit Bike 140 race win and the wheelie on the cooldown lap. Taylor Lawrence in second, Lucas Brown in third. So much talent on that podium.
Oh, what a fantastic race that was, and it was great to see a handshake at the end as well. Fist bump going on between the leaders. Cameron Soule was in pole position, and he missed on the podium by 66 thousandths of a second. It was so tight between the top groups there.
Yeah, it was so tight. It's exactly what we were expecting the Pit by 140 class. They do not disappoint, but great result as the riders now head into pit lane.
And just confirmation then of your final standings. Chris Wells winning by 1/10 of a second, the best finish we've had so far this day's racing, against Lawrence in second place, and he put up a very strong fight. Just a 9-minute race for 12 laps. It's super quick. Then comes Lucas Brown, Cameron Soule, Liam Wood, Zach Torian, Tom Stanford, Adam Redding, James Ratcliffe, Elliot Crosby are the top 10, followed by Jamie King, Matthew Lindley, Ben Ridgewell, Keaton Payne and Bailey Lawrence, scoring points. And to complete the rest of the grid, who I believe all finished, the Ferreras, Jason and Bradley, Powell Nozzle and Shannon King at the rear.
Yep, great race there. Discussions being done and riders having a good smile, a good laugh after that Pit Bike 140 race. But what a great race that was. Coming up now is the Premier class. It is the LS2 helmets Mini GP 70 British Championship. This is the Premier class here at FAB. It's where the riders make their final step before they move on to championships such as the British Talent Cup or Junior GP or even Moto 3. We've seen riders from FAB go into World Championship and be very successful. But a great grid here. It's grew once again. 11 bikes entered this weekend, 11 bikes qualified for the race, so we should see some great action.
Absolutely, and several of the riders that we've already seen today, and Archie O'Brien took the pole position in qualifying, so we should have high expectations for Archie. I'm sure he's going to have the same level of expectations as he's already revving the engine strongly there. Huge clouds of smoke coming out, Lewis, from his bike 91.
Yeah, huge Huge smoke there from the two strokes, but of course no Ethan Sparks this round, the two-time champion. He is racing in Spain in the Moto 4 class, so what will Ethan Sparks do? I am sure he will do us proud. But this race, it's going to be a great one. It's going to be Archie O'Brien who is going to start on pole position with Blake Wilson alongside him. Luke Fitchett will start in third place with Henry McCartney rounding off the second row of the grid. Bill Harris will start in fifth with Finlay Paulhill in sixth. Now Wilson Delt will start in seventh place with Marco Holt in eighth. Ollie Sims will start ninth with Harry Payne in 10th, and Austin Johnson rounds out the grid. And some of these riders have been racing in the Mini GP 50s, so they already have some experience.
Yeah, they're going to need to make sure that they go straight on the back straight and not go into the infield as well. But it is this is the big race then, the blue ribbon event, race 2 for the LS2 helmets. Mini GP 70 series, and as Lewis said, the final stepping stone before bigger and better things for the riders. So this is where it matters most. And it's red lights, the riders ready to go, and away they go from the start. Archie getting a slightly difficult launch, and he's overtaken right from the start from Blake Wilson on the inside, and he's also having a threat from Luke Fitchett on the inside as well as they go through the S's. But it's Archie who's in second place with Blake Wilson secured into that first position. We've got Luke Fitchett in third, and the riders just getting themselves organised. A very clean start there from everybody, Lewis.
Yeah, everyone got away cleanly there. Marco Holt's at the back of the field at the moment, but of course that's not where we see Marco. He will fight his way through. I believe they're breaking in some engines this weekend, but Blake Wilson at the front on the number 8, leading the way from Archie O'Brien, Luke Fitchett and Henry McCartney. Henry McCartney loves this track. He was saying he loves being able to just open up the bike down the long straight here. It's such a quick and technical circuit. Blake Wilson there having a little weave in the straight line, potentially not liking the line going into this chicane, but it looks like it's done pretty well. And there's Luke Fitchett looking down the inside. Luke Fitchett, he's great at defending and he's great at attacking. It's the exact combo that you need in the number 7 in third position, chasing Spider-Man helmet of Archie O'Brien. Blake Wilson though, fastest lap of the race of course on lap 1. We see them come down towards the final corner, and there is actually Wilson Delt. So they come round the final corner, power it out, and Blake Wilson still in the race. So as you can see, these young riders using all of their body weight and all of their strength to get these bike pull into the positions that they want.
Yeah, it's a very physical ride here as Fitchett has another look down the inside into the S's. It's not quite done, but Archie O'Brien, I think his eyes are only forwards at the moment, but perhaps too wide an entry, and the door was open, and Luke Fitchett down into second place underneath Archie O'Brien.
Yeah, Luke Fitchett into that second place position. He's still defending, he's making sure Archie O'Brien has to go wide. He did a good job of that. Now Archie O'Brien had a slight gap, so he couldn't straight away do the switch back on him. But now, what can Luke Fitchett do on Blake Wilson? Can he find a way past? Because Blake Wilson, towards the end of the season last year, he looked very strong, and now it's giving these surprises like this. It shouldn't be a surprise anymore though, because there's Luke Fitchett almost hitting into the back of Blake Wilson. Blake Wilson, he's doing every single thing right. He's trying to keep them behind. He's pulling shapes of all sorts to try and just keep them behind. But there's Archie O'Brien taking a slightly wider line to try and carry a bit more speed.
Look at that traction from Fitchett on the way out of the corner. He's got a tremendous line. He's found a really good line through there, Lewis.
Yeah, he certainly has. Luke Fitchett had a great line through there. He managed just to power out of it, but there he is trying to power his way down the straight. Blake Wilson on the outside, Luke Fitchett on the inside, but nothing can be done just yet. Blake Wilson's doing a great job at defending here. He's very aggressive while defending. 8 laps to go for the number 8. What can he do? And what can everyone else do actually on him is the real question. Archie O'Brien looks to be getting a bit impatient, trying to look down the outside of Luke Fitchett.
Yeah, I think the attack's going to have to come shortly from Luke Fitchett, because Archie O'Brien is looming large behind him. This is another great battle for a super close podium here. It is Blake Wilson in the lead from Luke Fitchett, who's brought himself up from third place already. Blake Wilson up from second, but Luke Fitchett will be coming alongside. He's going to have a look down the inside. I fancy he's got better grip going wider and cutting back, and he manages to do it. He got the nose ahead into turn 1.
Yeah, what a great move that is there from Luke Fitchett. making his way into the race lead now. Can anyone manage to get past him? We spoke about all year last season how great he was at defending. Will he still live up to it? Luke Fitchett right now going to be as tight as possible, but still not compromise his speed. Archie O'Brien, I can have a shot at Blake Wilson. I can get past. I do not want Luke Fitchett to run away, because Luke Fitchett set the fastest lap of the race, 2/10 quicker last time around. So what is going to happen? 7 laps to go in this race. Henry McCartney still sits in 4th, with Wilson Dilts just behind. Finlay Paulhill racing in 2 classes this weekend is in 6th.
Yeah, Henry McCartney looking very patient at the moment, and another new fastest lap from Luke Fitchett. He has pulled out all the stops here. He is going for it to try and put a gap here. Brilliant stuff. Pace is definitely improving here as the heat of the day takes effect on the track and we get into our biggest and best machines.
Yeah, the heat of the day is taking effect on the track, but so is the wind, and that will be affecting the riders as we see Archie O'Brien still trying to find a way past.
He is. He's working hard though. He's working really hard. He's going to feel a sense of loss after starting on the pole, but getting super wide going through the final corner, and it is a position that he saw Luke Fitchett make a move on Blake Wilson successfully into turn 1 before, so he'll know that Blake is a little bit vulnerable into that corner, but conversely, perhaps Blake is extra defensive.
Yeah, we're going to have to wait and find out. Blake Wilson in 2nd position at the moment. 5 laps to go in this race. What can Blake Wilson do? What can everyone else do? Because Luke Fitchett is running away at the front. Almost 1 second now separating Luke Fitchett and Blake Wilson. So you have to wonder, is Blake Wilson holding back the likes of Archie O'Brien?
I think he started well, but his pace, he only qualified in 2nd, but his pace seems to be worse than that in the race. But he's holding on at the moment, and it's a real skill that the riders are going to have to master before taking that next lead, is being able to defend when your machine's not with you on the day.
Yeah, it sounds it's being able just to learn how to adapt in situations, how to adapt with a bike that's not perfect, because of course this is racing. Sometimes things don't always go your way, but of course these are the future champions. These are the stars of the future.
Well, remember the day you watch this race, because I'm sure you'll be referencing it in future. These are the top tier riders of tomorrow. This is Luke Fitchett breaking away from the pack, but Blake Wilson cannot get away from Archie here. Archie O'Brien, who is going to try and at least get the 2nd step on the podium. Blake super wide there. That was possibly an opportunity for Archie O'Brien gone begging there, Lewis.
Yeah, it looks like Archie O'Brien actually got a good drive on touch street, but Blake Wilson, you can just see, sets up the bike slightly to make Archie O'Brien have less room. He's just trying to squeeze him a bit.
There we go.
And there we go once again. It seems that Archie O'Brien cannot find a way down the inside. It always seems to be the outside that he manages to get an opportunity at, and he just can't make it stick. And
it's the outside that Wilson is leaning on, and where he's actually quite slow, but he's got very, very late late exits on the corner, and he's running super wide onto the concrete, onto the curbs. And again, it's now going to be 2 laps to go, so Archie's going to have to get it done very quickly here, Lewis.
Yeah, he certainly is. Blake Wilson on the number 8. What can he do? Can he hold on to it? This seems just to be holding Archie O'Brien up, because now all the riders behind are in the low 42s, while Luke Fitchett is doing 41.7. So Luke Fitchett, he's probably getting about half a second a lap on these guys.
Wilson Dilks also very close behind the battle for the top 4 here. That is currently Henry McCartney has that 4th position, but Archie O'Brien down towards the outside, once again trying to find his way through. But here we go, to cross the line to start the final lap is Luke Fitchett, and in the 41s with no one else anywhere near him.
Yeah, Luke Fitchett, number 7. Some nice blue wheels actually this year for him on the MotoGP 70, but Blake Wilson, can he hold on? Just one more lap. Actually, McCartney and Wilson Dilts have dropped back from the 2nd and 3rd position. So, can he do it? Can Wilson Dilts hold on to hold on to 5th position? Because of course the top 5 is still a very, very respectable result, but winning the race is even more respectable, and winning it by 2.8 seconds. What can he do? Luke Fitchett, he's going to take a checker flag and to win on the number 7, and for 2nd place it's going to be Blake Wilson, who holds on to it. So Blake Wilson,
so close at the end. Absolutely brilliant. Blake Wilson absorbing so much pressure, finished less than 1/10 of a second. ahead of Archie O'Brien in third place. Henry McCartney, Wilson Dilks, Finley Polhill, Marco Holt, Ollie Sims, Austin Johnson, Bill Harris and Harry Payne, but the winner, Luke Fitchett, his best race so far today.
Yeah, Luke Fitchett, great result on the number 7 machine, on the number 7 Metric. Gets for a couple of seasons now, and he's looked very, very strong. And you just see, once he got into his own space, clear track in front, he just managed to bridge a gap.
Yeah, very, very good move and fantastic pace. He'll be super, super pumped, and you can see what it means to him on the bike. What a fantastic way to start his season.
Yeah, a great way to start his season. He'll be delighted, and so will his dad. It's a great family. It's the Fitchetts, of course. Luke Fitchett, always wearing that flat cap that we used to call him Flat Cap Fitchett for, but Luke Fitchett takes the race win, and what a way to do it. Almost 3 seconds at the line. Blake Wilson will come home in second after a titanic battle between himself and Archie O'Brien. Henry McCartney is in fourth with Wilson Dilks in fifth. Finley Polhill finishes in sixth with Marco Holt, Ollie Sims, Austin Johnson and Bill Harris rounding out our top 10. So what a great race that was, and as we say, it's the premier class of FAB, and that's why it's close battles, and it really teaches these young riders the skills that they're going to need for the future.
Oh, it was absolutely brilliant. Really, really special race. Those previous 2 races, I'm so glad we saved those till last for race 2 of the weekend for our two leagues, and we restart again shortly back with the AC40 Pros. But yes, you're absolutely right. Brilliant performance from, I think, both Luke Fitchett and Blake Wilson. Archie O'Brien will be ruining that poor start, but honestly, tremendous pace from Fitchett. I don't think anyone had the match of him there. So out of the pit lane come the riders for the AC40 Pro in their third race of this first round of the season at a Lydd kart circuit here on the southeast coast on a glorious day. Beautiful sunshine, and they'll be hoping to either make amends or better what they did in the earlier race today, Lewis.
Yeah, they certainly will be, of course. The AC40 Pro class, the middleweight class of the Mini Moto guys, and you can just see the amount of people on this grid waiting for these riders, and what a race we have coming up in store. It was a great race one, and it looks that we're going to get more of the same, to be honest, because Taylor Tomlinson, he looks so strong.
At what point, though, does fatigue start to take its toll on these junior riders when Taylor Tomlinson's already done 3 races in one day already?
Yeah, Taylor Tomlinson, a lot of races today, a lot of races this weekend for him. But, of course, these guys are still young, and I think it's really going to depend on what they do outside of the races, if they just simply rest or if they're still out there running about, playing football and stuff like that. So it really is going to depend on Taylor Tomlinson. You can just see on the grid, he looks focused. Yeah,
he does, absolutely. And they blast away then from the grid markings for this sighter lap. There's as a newcomer to the series myself, there's a lot of aggression on the very start sighting lap. It's very unusual for me to see. I guess it's about just positioning. Is it subtle communication between riders as well, saying I'm going to be this is my practice start?
Yeah, it certainly is. But Taylor Tomlinson, he can do starts pretty well, and he can do laps pretty well. 57.9 in qualifying, and he starts on pole position. Alongside him will be Nicholas Dunwoody.
Then on the second row, we have Rex Austin and Logan Cousins, as we saw earlier. And on row 3, Sam Gardner and Sebastian Gazlowski. Followed behind them in row 4, Liam Lindquist and Harrison Day. Preston Baker, Bradley Curtis. On row 6, Tyler Hartley, Oliver Hall. And then on the 7th row, in 13th, Archie Hooper, Josh Perkins, and at the back, Seth Hayward.
What a great race we have coming up. The riders coming to the grid and having the final chance, the final talks with their parents and everyone involved for this moment, for the lights to go out. There's
a hug going on there, yeah, on the front there. And that's Nicholas Dunwoody and his mechanic for the day. But the red flag is held up, ready to get the riders ready, and they'll be focusing straight on that big sign on the left of screen. Revs are building. And they're off, and it's Taylor Tomlinson once again with a great start. Very slow to get his feet and legs back into order after the push start he gave it, but streaking away from the front. On to it is Taylor Tomlinson and Nicholas Dunwoody as the rest of the pack organise themselves, and this is not the first time we've seen an accident in that second part of the S's, Lewis.
Yeah, certainly the bike's flipped over, but the rider straight up on his feet, so great to see the rider straight on his feet. Great to see that they look okay from that incident, but of course this race laps to go, and Taylor Tomlinson is leading the way at the front from these guys. So Taylor Tomlinson picking up from where he left off in race 2.
Yeah, absolutely. This is race 3, of course, for this category. But Taylor Tomlinson absolutely bossed this one earlier. This seems to be his sweet spot at the moment. He didn't perform quite so well in his following 2 races, but this is the one that he is absolutely brilliant at. Bike number 77, and look at that gap already. 1.5 seconds after just the first lap.
It's incredible, to be honest. Taylor Tomlinson, what a great lap that is. The lap record round here actually is a 55.4, so there's still 3 seconds off that. That was set by Archie O'Brien, who we just seen battling that Mini GP 70 race earlier on today. So the AC40 Pro class, it's constantly building, it's constantly getting new talents for it. All the talented riders have came through this class at some point, and you can just see why. It's close racing, it's fair racing, and they're almost on equal machinery, so it really just lets them focus on themselves and focus on their racecraft.
Yeah, just to update you, it was Logan Cousins who was off, down and back up again, but visibly seething about that turn 4-5 interchange where he came off the bike, but he's well enough to be angry, which is always a good thing. In second place then, Dunwoody from Goslowski and Rex Austin, who just lost a place to Goslowski on that previous lap, but these 3 battling for the podium first.
Yeah, they certainly are. At the back of this battle is Sam Gardner. So Sam Gardner really wanting this final place on the podium position, which is held by Sebastian Goslowski. Now, Sebastian Goslowski and Taylor Tomlinson last season had an immense battle in number 64 versus number 77. It went to the final round of the season at Red Lodge, and what a great final round it was. Taylor Tomlinson made a mistake, and there you could see battle between 6, 7, 8 and 9. I believe that's one of the courtesies in that battle at the moment. If not, yeah, Harrison Day as well in that battle. Harrison Day trailing the field at the moment, getting his confidence levels back up, but there's Taylor Tomlinson battling his way through and battling his way through some back markers.
That's a lap being put on what lap? The start of lap 3, so tremendous stuff from him. It's Logan Cousins then, who's been able to get back running, which is fantastic given how long it took him to get back onto the racetrack with the pusher on the side of the track, just getting everything back for him. But it's Tomlinson at the lead of this race from Nicholas Dunwoody, Rex Austin and Sebastian Goslowski, with Sam Gardner just behind them.
Yes, certainly Taylor Tomlinson leads the way. From him is Logan Cousins, but Logan Cousins is all the way down in 15th, maybe looks like second on circuit, but he's not after an earlier fall. Hello, if you're just joining us, you joined us in the middle of the AC40 Pro races, the last race 2, the first race 3 actually, of the weekend, and what a race 3 has been so far today. Harrison Day has made 1 place there, it looks like, and it looks like next up it's going to be Preston Baker. He's going to try and find a way, but Preston Baker has his eyes set forward on the back of Liam Lindquist.
Yeah, and we're back into the infield racing as well, and so these riders, you definitely see the real difference in lines as they approach the infield, and as one corner flows into another, you can see how one line compromises their ability to get the power down so easy. A new fastest lap then from Rex Austin, bike number 991 of 56.702.
Yeah, Rex Austin putting on the pace in 3rd position at the moment, but Rex Austin in 3rd, and what a great result that would be if we could keep that podium position. Nicholas Dunwoody though in 2nd place at number 35. He's at quite a low race, I think it's fair to say, 5 seconds away from Taylor Tomlinson, but very, very fast lap time, still a 57.9, which isn't too far off the front guy.
No, I'm sure he'll be wishing for a more lonely race though, because he's got 0.7 of a second. He's got Rex Austin behind, and Rex Austin has been on the move then since losing a place early on, but he'll be keen to keep this momentum that's been moving forward and forward, and I think he might be able to unlock some pace if he can get ahead of Nicholas Dunwoody.
Yeah, I think he will be, but 4 laps to go in this race. These riders cross the line to make it 4 laps to go for themselves. Liam Lindquist leads in this battle now. Liam Lindquist, he missed the tail end of last season, and now he's back in full force, and now he's defending from Preston Baker, of course, younger brother of Harley Baker, who races in the Metro Kit class. So you can just see these 4 riders, and Oliver Hall diving down the of Harrison Day.
Beautiful
move. What a great move that
really was. Slotted in between that almost impossible gap, but positioned himself very, very well indeed. And I don't think those yellow overalls hurt when it comes to being noticed on the racetrack either.
Yeah, exactly. And there is Caelan Ratcliffe, actually, Nicholas Dunwoody, sorry, who I believe is trying to find his way past some back markers. So we're at this section in the race where you're just trying to find any way past some back markers. And actually, yeah, it's Nicholas Dunwoody and has been overtaken by Rex Austin. In front of that, it is Logan Cousins who's the back marker here. So right. Logan Cousins right now is in front of the battle for second position between Rex Austin and Nicholas Dunwoody. Yeah,
and Rex Austin, as I said earlier, you know, he's very keen to move forward. He's certainly got some pace and some good positioning on track, leading this group then for the battle for second place now. And I think we'll see some pace start to get unlocked from him. But Taylor Thompson still in the lead, but now by 6.7 seconds with 3 laps to go.
Yeah, and they can see trying to get past Logan Cousins. The thing is, Logan Cousins, he's not usually a back marker. It's only because he's crashed. So it means trying to get past him is like trying to battle in a race. He's so quick, and that is what Nicholas Dunwoody is about to find out as he tries to find a way past, because he has to, as Rex Austin has already made the way through.
We are watching a tremendous battle here in the AC40 Pro series. We're just trying to track down a couple of riders that we've failed to get on our timing screens, but getting through past the Logan, passing the Logan Cousins car, which is usually a front runner, as I was saying earlier. Taylor Tomlinson still in the lead. Rex Austin still holding on to second place with Nicholas Dunwoody just behind, and then a bit of a gap out to Sebastian Gazlowski, Sam Gardner, Preston Baker, and there'll be the leader, Taylor Tomlinson, will be crossing the line to start his final lap shortly, Lewis. Yeah, Taylor Tomlinson will be, and what a great race it's been from him. We haven't seen too much of him lately, just because he's been that far at the front. 7.4 seconds at the line last time around. What's it going to be this time around, you wonder? Well, now it's 8 seconds, so he's just consistently taken up, and there is the race leader. There he is, putting in the laps on the final lap of the race. It's the 77, a 56.969 last time around, and consistently at the front. Yeah, tremendous stuff. So just closing out the race with Taylor Tomlinson doing a great job. Fearless, you'd have to say today. He's been really strong on this particular bike. Obviously he's racing on other bikes as well, but down he goes into the infield then for the final time of asking in this third round. We will see him again, of course, tomorrow, but he'll be very pleased to take home yet another win. Coming around then to take on the final corner, and tremendous performance from Taylor Tomlinson, who wins round 3 in the AC Pro 40s, and he'll be joined on the podium by Rex Austin and Nicholas Dunwoody. I'm not sure which order they will finish though, because now it will be that order, Rex Austin and Nicholas Dunwoody in that order, just less than a second away from each other. Sam Gardner in 4th position, and then Sebastian Gazlowski, Preston Baker, Liam Lindquist, Oliver Hall, Harrison Day, Bradley Curtis, your top 10. Yeah, great fight there, midfield, going to the line, but Sebastian Gazlowski got overtaken by Sam Gardner on the final lap. It was just 0.2 of a second separating them. So Taylor Tomlinson, what a great result. 8.6 seconds. It seemed every single lap he would increase the lead by about half a second at least. Yeah, it's almost as many seconds as laps in the race there as he got it. The only thing that went wrong, I think, was that initial launch from the start, but he claimed the corner, he got the whole shot, and it was very straightforward for him. But I don't think he stopped pushing, looking at the gap. Yeah, I don't think he stopped pushing. Of course, these young riders sometimes push a little bit too much, but
Taylor Thompson, he did it to perfection there that time around, as he won by 8.662 of a second. Now, Taylor Thompson wins over Rex Austin and Nicholas Dunwoody, who will join him on the podium. Sam Gardner overtook Sebastian Gosowski for 4th place on the final lap, with Preston Baker in 6th. Liam Lindquist, Oliver Hall, Harrison Day and Bradley Curtis had an incredible battle for the final couple of positions in the top 10 on the final couple of laps. So what a great race that was, and that is the AC40 Pros finished for round 1 here at FAB-Racing.
Absolutely, yep. So we'll be done with those, but next race coming up shortly. So next up, after the pros, come the rookies. It's the AC40 race, 3 of the weekend, and we're looking forward to seeing how these riders on their first year on these bikes can manage to take care of this next race in today's sequence. We've got it's fast and furious stuff, how we're changing races and categories throughout the day, Lewis.
Yeah, it certainly is. Here at FAB-Racing, they're so quick at just getting through the races and getting through them quick, especially with 20 races on schedule for today and 30 races tomorrow, as this is a double header here at FAB-Racing. 2 rounds in one long weekend. Today is round 1, tomorrow is round 2. Tomorrow we'll have 30 races coming for you here on Motorsport Radio and the FAB-Racing channels. So everyone makes their way to the grid and awaits for the AC40 rookie riders, who look stronger every single race that we see them. Absolutely, you can see them moving forward. Where we enjoyed the first race today, and so hopefully it'll be a very similar story. Very full field. We got Kai Hawken. We'll see if Kai Hawken can convert pole into a much better performance than last time out, as he dipped down after a poorer start. But it's Kai Hawken, Jensen Ansell, Max Johnson, Caelan Ratcliffe, Jason Cedras, Arthur Rich, your top 6, followed by Mason Frederick, Daisy Bolden, Matthew Jennings, Danny Longhurst, Neil Newth, James Rich, Tommy Williams, Henry Brody, Austin Dilks, Oliver Wilson, Freddie Taylor, Finley Stiles, Tyler Shiraldi, Ethan Bayliss, and at the back on the back row of the grid, James Dermott and Emerson Oakley. Yeah, we're going to have to wait and see what is going to happen. It was a great race too, and there is Ansell on the front row of the grid, getting his rear tyre warmed up, making sure the bike is all running correctly, and he looks ready, that's for sure. He's revving himself up as they rev the bikes up on the first row of the grid. He'll also be joining Kai Hawken. This is where they start their racing careers, as they head on to their warm-up lap as we get ready for the final race of round 1 for the AC40 rookie riders. Fantastic stuff. Can't wait to see what they do. These are brilliant little racers who have got all their future racing in front of them. All the hopes and dreams of a child looking forward. And there you can see at the bottom, the far left of the screen, we do have a sighter lap crash, unfortunately. But his boots came off. Rider back up, and yes, it's not doing our laces up or our Velcro up very well. Quite, how do you lose a boot? That's never happened to me personally, but it's quite an unusual thing to happen. He's just trying to get in. It's quite difficult to get a boot in when you can't really look down properly because of your helmet. Or bend properly, yeah. Indeed, it's a tough situation for him, but he's got plenty of help at hand, and hopefully be able to get back running again and back round to the grid. But I think you might need to start from the back. Yeah, it might, but Kai Hawken will start at the front and will take pole position in qualifying. Jensen Ansell is in second. Max Johnson will start second row in third, with Caelan Ratcliffe alongside them. Jensen Cedras will be fifth, and Arthur Rich in sixth position at the start. Mason Frederick will start in seventh. Alongside him will be Daisy Bolden. Matthew Jennings and Danny Longhurst will start in the fifth row of the grid, with Nelly Newth will start in 11th, with James Rich in 12th. So what a great race we have coming up. It's going to be great, but there may be a slight delay, or that rider may not be able to start the race if they cannot get that bike started after this crash. It'd be the first and only time he makes that mistake, and that will live with him forever. I think the day he lost the boot on the way to the on the way to the grid. But this is what this series is for. It's about learning. It's about developing skills and ticking all the right boxes, getting into the right
habits, and making sure that we're ready to go. Actually, a very similar make and style of boot on our pole sitter, I can see. So it's clearly a common young racer boot.
Yeah, it certainly is. I forgot what the brand, I believe it was Martin that all the young racers use. They make boots for Mini Moto racing, which are slightly different to normal motorcycle racing boots, as they're lower down compared to your higher motorcycle racing boots, which obviously change into whenever you get onto bigger bikes. But we are away, and actually that rider did crash on the warm-up lap will join us on the grid. You can just see at the back of your shot that he makes his way. He's very lucky, and we've waited all this time, and the riders are
Jensen Ansel getting very, very animated on the bike once again. He's really up for this, isn't he?
Yeah, he certainly is. A pat on the back. He's revved up. The revs will rise. The parents exit the grid. Then we'll get going. They'll point to the lights. We'll wait for the lights to go on, and then the lights will go off. It was quite a long hold there, but it's going to be Kai Hawken who leads the way. No, it's not. It's going to be Jensen Ansel and Max Johnson who makes it into second position. Max Johnson almost getting tagged in the rear there, but at the front, it's going to be Kai Hawken who loses that start, and Kai Hawken's going to have quite a lot of work to do on these first couple of laps in the AC40 rookie class. So what is going to happen? Will all the riders make it through cleanly at the start here at Lydd? This is the final race of round one, and at the front, Jensen Ansel is putting in the pace straight away and putting the hammer down.
Yeah, well, he was up for this one, and Kai Hawken with another poor start today, unfortunately. It's not quite as poor as the previous one, so hopefully he'll be able to continue to move forward and get himself back into contention for the podium. But as you say, that is Jensen Ansel in the blue bike. Going incredibly well, but now we've got another rider down. That's one of the pink bikes, and being picked up back on the feet straight away. And just waiting for identification on this one. But there we go, back on, and we're still racing fantastically. So Jensen Ansel there with the purple and yellow colour scheme, way ahead here with a 104.0 on his first lap.
Yeah, a great first lap. Jensen Ansel leading the way of Max Johnson second. Max Johnson was just saying how confident he feels going into this round and how much his pace is picked up, and that just shows on track. Second position at the moment. Caelan Ratcliffe has overtaken Kai Hawken now and pushed him down to fourth, so Kai Hawken clearly struggling on the start.
Real battle going on here for third place as well. This is Ratcliffe and Kai Hawken trying to recover places. Kai, who's down to that fourth position, unfortunately for him. But now we've got Caelan Ratcliffe hassling the back of Max Johnson's bike.
Yeah, Max Johnson there, very, very tight going into the infield section of the circuit. But Max Johnson, what can he do? And what can Caelan Ratcliffe do? Can he keep Kai Hawken behind? Because Kai Hawken, it looks like once he settles into the race, he's able to make up positions once again. 7 laps to go in this race though, and now 6 as the leader. Jensen Ansel comes across the line with a 102.6. Now, the second place man, Max Johnson, is doing around 1.8 seconds slower a lap. So Jensen Ansel, straight away, he's pushing.
Tremendous, absolutely tremendous. And it looked like there, Caelan Ratcliffe was going for a move on Max Johnson. Didn't quite complete it. There's an awful lot of yellow on in the battle for third position at the moment, as Ratcliffe is snaking around behind Max Johnson, trying to find a way through. Behind him comes Kai Hawken, who has plenty of attention of Mason Frederick behind him, and then we've got Jensen Cedras, who had just lost out of position to Mason Frederick as well.
Yeah, positions changing all the way up and down the field. Jensen Cedras in 6th now, so what can he do from there? Well, in this class, anything is possible. It's a massive class, 22 bikes on the field at the moment, and a wide range of abilities because these guys are just starting out. So Max Johnson right now, he's one of these riders which is just showing his development, and that's what's great about FAB. You're able to see his development, and these riders are able to get help from previous FAB riders and current FAB riders. Yep. Some of the older riders, even some of the senior Mini Moto guys, they can come over, help them and give them tips on how to ride. And of course, as BSB stars here, the likes of Luca Allen is a part of Sarah Harris's M4 race school, which helps these riders with tracks, understanding the bike, understanding the setup, understanding braking, and lets these rookie riders take that next step in their racing careers and that next step in developing the riding styles.
Around the outside then tries, oh wow, from that was Kai Hawken getting a position tremendous, as it was Calum Ratcliffe who ended up missing out there, but Kai Hawkin taking advantage of the fact that we're already, after only 5 laps, we're already lapping part of the back markers, as you were saying earlier, Lewis. Big mix, a massive tumble from one of our racers, unfortunately. That is Calum Ratcliffe, who has just lost the bike on the way through the infield. We'll give you an update as soon as we have it, but it is still Jensen Ansel way ahead in the nearly 8.4 seconds. I think he should go up to the pros ahead of schedule. But Kai Hawkin now in second, and Max Johnson down to third.
Yeah, of course, the top 6 in the championship by the end of the year will move up to the pros in this class. But Max Johnson, he looks strong. It looks like if he can keep his pace up for the rest of the year, he will finish inside that top 6. But he has a lot of work to do until then. 4 laps going this race. He's still defending, and there is.
We're just hearing that there's a red flag. There is a red flag on the circuit. Red flag.
There's a red flag on the circuit. The riders will see it and slow down as soon as they notice it. But we'll just wait for the riders to. Yeah, they are stopped at the circuit. Fist bump, actually. So having a little left hang in there.
Car, is that car 27? Bike 27. I think he's not feeling it today. Game face very much on and refusing the fist bump.
Yes, so we're gonna have to wait and see. But hello and welcome if you're just joining us, and everyone that's already tuned in. You are watching the AC40 Rookies race. It has a slight delay with a red flag at the moment, and actually a picture during the red flag is getting taken. So any opportunity for Instagram, but 3 laps were left in this race. So we're gonna have to see what happens, and there is a rider and a bike walking off the track. Rider up on their feet. And looks to be definitely a retirement anyway in this race. It's red flag.
That's a second bike coming out as well, so I wonder if there was further contact or further issue on that lap where we saw Calum Ratcliffe go down.
So now all the people, all the riders, all the fans, all the families looking on and watching to see what is going to happen.
Yeah, last time we had a red flag, of course, the race was stopped at that point. So depends on we do operate a very, very tight schedule. There's really no wiggle room for stoppages. We can't really cut a race short or anything too early. So it's very important that we continue everything running. So it could be that the rookies race stops at lap 5, and all results would then be provisional, of course.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see what is going to happen. A lot of riders waiting to get out for their session. I'm sure race control is having a discussion about what is going to happen with the remainder of this race. So we're going to have to wait and see. 3 laps were left in this race, and Jensen Ansel led it by 9 seconds. So it looks like we might get a restart here for this rookies race to get a checkered flag for them. With 3 laps were left, Jensen Ansel was leading. Max Johnson dropped down to 3rd. It would be very, very entertaining to have a restart of this race and for everyone to have another shot on the starting grid.
Kai Hawkin will certainly be very pleased with that, because the gap at this front was 9 seconds clear from only an 8-lap race. So we are going to get ready for a restart. So thankfully we will see a conclusion to this race better than just a simple red flag. That's great to see.
Yeah, it certainly is. The riders will be very happy to have that race restarted, because there's nothing worse than when your track time gets cut short, and especially for the rookies. Yeah, track time is very, very important. You can see they're eagerly waiting, and some of the marshals just telling them, relax. And yeah, we'll wait a couple of more minutes. I believe it's actually Danny Webb on the far right there having a discussion. Danny Webb has a big involvement in FAB-Racing this year, running the Danny Webb GP Academy, of course, himself a previous Grand Prix rider, previous Isleman TT rider, and even currently a World Endurance rider. So Danny Webb, a bit of everything, and now helping the talent of the future.
That's an adult not exactly obeying the rules of of the circuit, which is that there's a barrier there for a reason. But yeah, we'll be underway again for you very shortly, as we.
So now we're gonna have to wait and see, and there is some of the fans, some of the riders playing about, just waiting. Matthew Thomas, one of them, in the lime green lever. So we're gonna have to wait and see what is going to happen with this restart of the race. Of course, this will be technically the last race of round 1 for the AC40 Rookie Class, with tomorrow being a whole different round. It's a double header this long weekend here at FAB, here at the Lydd kart circuit.
Yeah, we've been treated to some fabulous racing already. No pun intended. But that wind still hasn't dropped down, Lewis. It's still very, very blowy out there. I'm just looking at the tent awnings out of our commentary box. It's still being whipped around. Apparently we had tents blowing away on Thursday. I don't think it's quite that bad at the moment, or at least people have tied them down properly this time.
Yeah, very, very windy. I mean, this morning that was the main factor, especially whenever the sun wasn't out. The sun has been out since early on this morning. Yeah. It stayed out. So lovely, lovely conditions, and a lovely view actually around this circuit. Of course, it just been on the coast, yeah, and you could practically swim to France from here.
I think you could definitely see across anyway the English Channel, but it certainly took us a fair amount of time to get here, but it's well worth the trip. So a restart from the grid will be the order of the day, and there you go, P3, that's Max Johnson in the red, white and blue, and Kai Hawken going to start from the outside this time. I guess he'll be hoping for a little bit more luck away from the start, or possibly a better technique.
Yeah, of course, it looks to be original grid positions for this restart, of course. So they'll have to make up all the ground once again in this restart. There were 3 laps remaining whenever the red flag came out, and now the riders will have to push really hard from the start to be able to claim some positions. But this could be a fresh race, so we'll have to wait and see what is going to happen with the AC40 rookies.
It looks like we're going to, restart entirely, so almost like a race 3.5 for the riders here, and we may end up combining results. How will Jensen Ansel be feeling here after doing all the hard work, only to have to do it all over again?
2 ways. He'll either be feeling riled up in the fact that he has to do it all again and he'll be extra motivated and will push just as hard as what he did before, or he will feel slightly disappointed and he'll feel quite annoyed and maybe over push. But we can see on our timing screens 8 laps, so a complete restart for the rookies.
Absolutely, an entire restart. That is very surprising to me as a newcomer here, but good for the rookies to get that track time. They'll be able to press reset, and there is Jensen Ansel just really fired up. I wonder what he had for lunch.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, these riders, they're going to wait, and there they go for their warm-up lap. It's going to be Kai Hawken on pole position once again. He had a slow start on the first half of this race, but he looks strong, and he will start next to Jensen Ansel, who led the way in the first half of this race. Max Johnson will start in 3rd, with Caelan Ratcliffe in 4th. Jensen Sidris will start in 5th, Arfi Rich in 6th, and then Mason Frederick will start off our 4th row in 7th position. Alongside him will be Daisy Polden, with Matthew Jennings in 9th, Daniel Longhurst in 10th, Nelly Nuth in 11th, James Rich in 12th, and starting our 7th row of the grid, that'll be Tommy Williams and Henry Brodie. Austin Dilks and Oliver Wilson will be on the 8th row of the grid. Freddie Taylor will start 17th, Finlay Styles will start in 18th, and Tyler
Schiraldi, maybe.
Yes, it's a very, very difficult tongue-tied this afternoon. A lot of races to get through, but he'll start in 19th. Ethan Bayliss will start in 20th, a very famous last name in motorcycle racing, and it looks to be a very, very competitive field. 22 bikes on this grid. The sun is out, the wind though is still out, so we're gonna have to wait and see, can Jensen Ansel do it again? This last race is practically a warm-up. 6 laps now in this race, we're being told, so it'll be a 6-lap restart, practically a fresh race. It's going to be a sprint to the line.
Absolutely, yeah, and the Jensen Hansen will be very keen to stamp his authority back on this this race. There you can see 6 fingers being held up from the race starter to indicate to the riders how many laps there are, and then they'll be underway. Kai Hawkin will be desperate for a better start here. He's had 2 bad ones, and he's away again from the lead, and coming up from behind is Max Johnson from the second row of the grid to secure that first place, and there is Kai Hawkin and Jensen Hansel in second and third, and going around the outside is that Jensen Hansel once again scything into the lead of the not messing around and straight back on it again. But it was Max Johnson who took the lead from the early part of the race. But Kai Hawkin getting better and better. He's now only dropped down to third this time from his race start, Lewis.
Yeah, Kai Hawkin, it seems that his initial launch offline is actually pretty good, but it just seems to be in that second stage of your start that he's dropping down the order. Maybe it's to do with how much he's kicking or how much power he's putting into the kicks initially off the line, or when he's stopping the kicking to get on the throttle. But wind is clearly picking up around the circuit. You could hear it for cameras earlier on today, but you can see riders coming through the final corner to complete the first lap of this race. Max Johnson looking strong, but not as strong as Jensen Hansel, who leads the way by 2.4 seconds.
Yeah, that is all-in performance, and he was not at the front either at the start of that lap, so he got it done, and he put 2.4 seconds on the field. Tremendous stuff. But now Max Johnson versus Kai Hawkin resumes, as we saw earlier on. So let's see how this one progresses through the truncated race now. Jensen Hansel in the lead. Kai Hawkin trying to find a way around here. Max Johnson, Lewis.
Yeah, he certainly is. Max Johnson is putting in the ride of his life to be able to keep all these riders behind him. The amount of pressure that you feel whenever a rider's behind you can just hear that wind, by the way, but Max Johnson, you can hear the bike behind you, not just your bike, but you can hear someone else. You'll be able to hear it going round the outside. You'll be able to see it now.
Down the inside again, not quite, but that was full marks for bravery around the outside there from Kai Hawkin.
Yeah, Kai Hawkin trying to pick up them positions which he lost at the start. Started on pole position with a 104.5, and now in the races, Ansel's already a 103.2, and there is Max Johnson still trying to defend. Will Kai Hawkin be able to make that work? No, he will not.
It just wasn't quite as confident on the brakes as he perhaps could have been. He looked like he had great performance, but one rider just slow and being restarted, but everybody else running really well so far.
Yeah, Tommy Williams managed to get that bike restarted, hopefully, and get rejoined inside of the race. But talking about racing, look at Max Johnson. He is under so much pressure from Kai Hawkin. Kai Hawkin now is trying this way, that way, left, right, and now he's going to have to try and find something special, because it looks like Max Johnson has this racetrack covered.
Yeah, and there is Kai Hawkin continually putting himself on the outside. I wonder if this is just a long game setup. This didn't work as they approached the infield. It didn't work last time. He's going to leave himself highly vulnerable, Lewis, to an attack from behind.
Yeah, it certainly will, and especially that he's just managed to destroy his front wheel. Max Johnson, that's enough to make him sure that he knows, and there we have.
Perfect racing from Kai Hawkin. He has done that over and over again, going trying to do the cutback, and this time just drove clean around the outside as Johnson was defending and being slow at the apex.
Yeah, Max Johnson really good at defending there, but potentially just defending too much into that final corner, too much of a tight line, affected his drive. Of course, these bikes do not have too much horsepower inside of them, so it's all about your speed, your momentum, how much speed you can carry onto the straight before you even pick up onto the throttle. So Jensen Hansel at the front, he's done that perfectly this race. That's why he is 5.6 seconds ahead. But Max Johnson looks like he's losing touch ever so slightly with Kai Hawkin in second place.
Yeah, well, Kai Hawkin back into that podium, that second position. Oh, and then really stumbling over the back marker there, who couldn't really do anything to move. He'd already reached the apex. Where else do you go once you're there? But they've just about managed to navigate. But that has broken up the battle at the front here for a short while now, Lewis.
Yes, yeah, it has. But Max Johnson still looks like this gap that he has with Mason Fedrick at the moment is not safe. I mean, look at Mason Fedrick at the moment.
Yeah.
He is so determined. Getting blocked by that back marker might even have helped Mason Fedrick mentally, just to give him that extra push, that extra desire. But at the moment, Jensen Ansel still leads the way with the purple and yellow levers after an incredible ride. 4.8 seconds up the road.
Absolutely. It's only about a lap and a half to go now for Jensen Ansel, and he has a clear and away advantage at the front. It is Kai Hawkin in second. Max Johnson then on our screen defending. There is our, I was just saying on screen, but we cut to our leader, thankfully, as he enters the infield section for the penultimate time now, Lewis.
Yeah, he does, and he'll head on to the last lap before he should win this race and nothing goes wrong. But yeah, he's completely tucked in. He's the perfect size for these bikes. Sometimes the ride needs to compromise a little bit on the straight, but look at that, tucking his knees in, trying to get as aerodynamic as possible. A clear visor. I love riders that ride with a clear visor. You can really see their eyes, you can see their determination, you can see their focus. But you can see him now coming around a back marker on the final lap of the race. 3/4 of a lap to go around this Lydd circuit, and it's Jensen Ansel who leads the way by 4.2 seconds. So it looks like his last lap he's just took a break and then let almost Kai Hawkin catch up a bit.
Yeah, absolutely. Jensen Ansel then he's had to really work for this, and obviously he got a 9-second lead in the first part of the cancelled race. He's opening it up once again by more seconds than we have laps almost, as he goes towards then the infield section. Jensen Ansel has put down a real marker in this series for this current season. Just a couple of sweepers now before the final right-hander, and yet again Jensen Ansel will be dominating this series. Wins again here at Lydd in the race 3 of the weekend, wins the AC40 rookie race, and it'll be a little wait yet, but Kai Hawkin just put in the fastest lap of the race by a clear second in second place from Mason Fedrick, Matt Johnson, Jensen Cedrius, Matthew Jennings about to cross the line. A little bit of a wait there, and then Daisy Polden and Danny Longhurst will be 7th and 8th, with Nelly Knuth in 9th. I think we've got 3 female riders, 7th, 8th and 9th, but there is your winner and your podium: Jensen Ansel, Kai Hawkin and Mason Fedrick.
Great race. Great last lap actually from Kai Hawkin. 1.5 seconds faster than his pole position time.
Amazing.
Yeah, great. It just shows in a race situation with better track conditions and you're able to follow someone how much faster they can actually go.
Absolutely. Just got some strange sounds by the trackside there for a moment, but I think it was crowd noise rather than anything else to be concerned about. But tremendous stuff. Jensen Ansel, absolutely dominant display. He wasn't waving his leg out this time. I think he might have been told not to do that anymore. But it's brilliant stuff. Brilliant stuff here from the rookies, and then we'll be take you through our top 10 here. So Jensen Ansel on best lap of a 103.2, so just 0.2 slower than Kai Hawkin in the end over the fastest lap, and a winning margin of 3.2 seconds. Kai Hawkin, and then Mason Fedrick is next. We've got, sorry, go ahead. And then we've got Max Johnson in 4th, Jensen Cedras, Matthew Jennings, Daisy Polden, Danny Longhurst, Nelly Knuth. And rounding out the top 10, Austin Dilks, but points will be scored by Henry Brodie, Tommy Williams, Tyler Girardi, Freddie Taylor and Finley Styles in 15th.
Yeah, great race there and great ride once again from Jensen Ansel. He had to do it all again in the restart, but he managed it, and he still managed to get a 3.2 seconds gap. And Kai Hawkin actually managed to increase his gap on the likes of Mason Fedrick and Max Johnson by over 9 seconds of just over a couple of laps. So very, very impressive. Of course, backmarkers came into play, but nevertheless, so impressive from these young riders, so impressive from these rookies, which, as you've seen there, just constantly developing, constantly getting faster. So next up today will be the senior Mini Moto class. It will be their race 3 They'll be the end of their round one. Of course, it's a long weekend. It's a double header here at FAB. The riders are waiting patiently to come out of the holding area before the racing gets underway. It should be a 9-lap race for the senior Mini Moto guys. Matt Birkin will have to start from the back of the grid after missing qualifying yesterday. What can he do? Can he put in the performance that he did earlier on today? Although a slight slip-off, it was still so impressive.
Oh, very, very impressive from the back, of course. Yeah, but it'll be Josh Birkin at the front of our field who will take the pole position and the first position, of course, on the grid on the inside of turn one. But we have seen riders get the whole shot from all manner of positions on the grid here so far today. So I'm not quite sure how important qualifying is. You've got to really nail it in these races. There is bike 96, who is Will Howarth, indeed, on the second row. So just the first one to his grid.
So Will Howarth there waiting, he's waiting patiently. I think it's fair to say he just laid his stance on the grid, one hand on his leg. But Josh Birkins, it looks like actually a new bike, and I don't believe he finished the race earlier on today. We didn't see him in the battle like we normally would anyway. So Josh Birkins, some impact that he hopefully can make in this race. But Josh Birkins will begin this race from pole position after setting a 57.441 in qualifying. Mark Payne will be alongside him in second position, with Jensen Bishop and Will Howarth on the second row of the grid. Nick Bennett and Rhys Gentry will be on the third row of the grid in fifth and sixth, with David Maya and Holly Harris in seventh and eighth position. Chris Yeomans will start in ninth, with Callum White alongside him. Keaton Payne will start 11th, with Alberto Venteo in 12th. Lamar Morgan will be behind them, with Gary Eldrig starting on the 7th row with him. Jerome Richards will be starting in 15th, with Rob Gentry 16th, Steve Jones 17th, and Isaac Greenstreet 18th, with Matt Birkin rounding out our field. And I'm sure Matt Birkin will not finish in 19th position after this race starts.
Well, let's wait and see if he can move himself forward without incident or accident. Of course, that's the other thing when you've got to come through the field, is managing to navigate lots of potentially slower riders around a technical, tricky circuit. And they will be using the infield as well for the senior mini motos, and you can expect absolute chaos from these riders. Massive units on tiny little bikes.
Yeah, we're going to have to wait and see what is going to happen. It's going to be a great race, I'm sure, because Matt Birkin, as you said, has to make his way through the field, and with it being a senior mini moto field, some people might just want to annoy him and make his life slightly more difficult and defend slightly harder than what they normally would. But the point to the light is made, and we look to lights. Lights are on, and the lights are off after a very long hold, and Josh Birkin should get the whole shot. So Josh Birkin leads the way, and I believe that is going to be Will Howarth making it all the way to second position and already fighting for the race lead. Yes, it is. Will Howarth make any impact on the second chicane for the race lead? No, he cannot. Nick Bennett is in third position on the 711 bike, with Gentry just behind this, leading 4 bikes. Looks to be so quick and looks to be another step above everyone else, but Matt Birkin off the line, 15th position already.
Fantastic. Great breakaway from the top 4 here. That is Josh Birkin holding off at the moment Mark Payne and holding off Will Howarth, who did so well earlier on, and as they combine into the very tricky infield section, they really close up very tightly. There you've got fantastic competitiveness and crowding over their bikes as bike 96 goes down the inside. That's Will Howarth for the lead in the start of end of lap 1 even.
Yeah, Josh Birkin has to find more pace than what he currently has. 0.8 of a second last lap. Will Howarth was faster than him, and he cannot let Will Howarth get that clear track, because look at the gap already starting to form. It is incredible what Will Howarth's doing. He pushes that mini moto so quick, but look who that is. That's Matt Birkin looking down the inside of Gentry. Will he make it work for fourth position already? Matt Birkin looks to have the pace. Matt Birkin in fourth position. His last lap was a 106. So yeah, very, very quick times. He's already at the back of Nick Bennett.
That's insane. He's come up from the back of the grid, but no,
high side.
No, a real moment there as he tumbles off the bike, gets back on it again, and losing place. His hand over fist is Matt Birkin. It was all going so well, but just pushed too hard.
Yeah, he did. Got too early on that throttle, too much lean angle on the bike, high sided and flicked him up into the air. It's quite a big crash for a Mini Moto, but Matt Birkin, he will regain himself. Of course, the Birkin brothers last year, they had quite a few incidents. They're known for just pushing the limits, pushing the boundaries on these bikes and getting back up and doing it all again. And look at him already on the pace. He's still ahead of Holly Harris in 8th position. So now I believe he's just got past David Mayat, so he should be in around 6th, 7th position at the moment for Matt Birkin.
Back where he was with the accident. He got going so quickly.
Yeah, exactly. He practically held the bike mid-air to be able to get and not let it stall. So, Matt Birkin, what can he do? Because at the front, Will Howarth, a 56.8, 1 second gap as Holly Harris is getting put under some major pressure at the moment from some bikes there. One of those bikes actually is Alberto Venteo, who's having a great result so far this race. He's had some mechanical issues last year, looks to be better this year, and he looks to be able to fight at the front. But yeah, Matt Birkin, 6th position still, so great riders. Holly
reached
Harris.
entry, dropping down the field on that lap as well, dropping all the way down to 13th at the moment. We'll see if Gary Eldridge can get past, but it's Will Howarth at the lead of our race by 1.4 seconds, and we've got Josh Birkin in 2nd position, Nick Bennett, Chris Yeomans, Mark Payne, Matt Birkin all the way up from the back in 6th.
Yeah, so disappointing that'll be for Reece Gentry to be able to not finish this one, as he actually is pulled into the pit lane. He's pushing the bike down the pit lane, but Holly Harris has been passed by Callum White, and so what can she do? She looks round the outside. Will she make it work? The previous British Talent Cup rider, now British Junior Supersport rider, looks to find any way past. She's so quick at BSB, and now she's so quick at FAB. She looks down the inside at the hairpin.
It's got to be this time for Venteo,
infield.
and it is. It's Venteo down the inside. He practiced that move on the previous lap, but he's quickly beaten again by Holly Harris, who was just smoothly out of the corner. No panic there at all, Lewis.
Yeah, Holly Harris keeping it calm, keeping it cool, and looking ahead, because ahead of Holly Harris is David Mayat, so Callum White and Holly Harris continue to have this battle, and if they mess up at all, it'll be Alberto Venteo who takes the score on the number 44. So, Will Howarth in 1st position, the number 96, he's still in 1st, as this battle is raging on for midfield for the final positions within the top 10.
Tremendous to see them still pushing so hard as on the inside again of David Mayat was at that time, so making a great move and suddenly releasing some pace now as Venteo has to be trapped, potentially trapped behind David Mayat right now. So Holly Harris might be able to run away from this battle.
Yeah, Holly Harris, if she can get away from there, get away from all these guys that are battling, she can put in her own laps, put in her own pace in the crew trap. But Matt Birkin, a 56 flat now from him. What a lap that is, and the lap record round here is of course held by Will Howarth with a 54.9, just still 1.1 seconds away, but the track is heating up today, I think that is fair to say. Hopefully as it's rubbered in tomorrow it'll be even quicker, but right now Matt Birkin, so impressive, 4th position.
Absolutely incredible, honestly, and to have had that moment as well, coming off the bike. Tremendous stuff from Matt. He's got his brother up in 2nd position, and Will Howarth in 1st. Nick Bennett between them at the moment, but that gap is only 2.1 seconds between 3rd and 4th.
Yeah, so right now, Will Howarth on the number 96 leads the way from Josh Birkins on the number 2. Now Josh Birkins is right there on that black bike, and he's got a brand new bike this year. It doesn't appear that he actually has a number on it, but David Mayat on the 711 is in 4th position. He lost the place that lap from Matt Birkin. Is Matt Birkin, the real question is, will he be able to chase his brother? There's Matt Birkin on your screen trying to chase his brother Josh.
Yeah, absolutely, and he's now up into 3rd position with Nick Bennett in the 711 Cup bike. Come on, in the 711, who is clearly giving up some pace here to the Birkins.
Yeah, now we approach some back markers actually, so it looks like Matt Birkin might have just got away with that one, as Nick Bennett there also coming through some back markers towards the end of the field section. You can just see that gap already building actually to Matt Birkin. Yeah. It's going to be very interesting to see at the line what the gap is between the brothers. Previously, 4.261 of a second. Keep that number in mind as they come towards the final corner. They power out, and Josh Birkin and Matt Birkin now separated by 2.6.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be a double Birkin podium, but in which order? And it's 2 laps to go now for the leaders. Will Howarth at the front of the field. He'll be pleased to let the Birkins fight for a little bit, I think, to try and get this race win. Will Howarth out there in front, but having it all his own way, I don't think. It's not time to relax just yet.
Yeah, it's actually not time to relax just yet. 1.9 seconds already the gap. So Josh Birkin's clearly pushing on as well. Maybe we'll have just having a quick breather before he goes back to pushing for the final 2 laps. But Matt Birkin, great ride from him. Matt Birkin actually will not be racing tomorrow here at round 2 due to other commitments. But this man here, Will Howarth, is completely committed to the bike, completely committed to this race, and you can see it. Almost put his knee on the grass every single corner, using all the track. And that is how, ladies and gentlemen, you win a race. 1 lap to go, the final lap time now. Matt Birkin is ahead of Josh Birkin. Matt Birkin at 55.9 last time around, 3.6 seconds separated himself and Will Howarth.
I think we must have had a problem there for Josh, who was significantly slower, 5 seconds slower over the lap distance. So I'm assuming he must have gone off at that issue, but Will Howarth is away. Will Howarth then looking absolutely brilliant in this race, led from the front, and it's brilliant stuff. He's going down into the infield, just one more back marker out of the way, looking brilliant, and through the loop, and he's pushing super hard. He is going to do this one, and it's just one more corner to go then for Will Howarth, who is going to take another win. He rounds the corner. Beautiful shape on the bike and beautiful performance from Will Howarth in first position, wins the race, and then Matt Birkin, absolutely extraordinary, from the back of the grid, brought that gap down to 1.7 seconds with the fastest lap on the final lap of 55.939, and Josh Birkin down into 3rd place, and Nick Bennett in 4th. What a finish there.
Yeah, certainly. There's still battles going on though. Alberto Venteo is now trying to battle throughout the final corner. He powers it out. Will he keep ahead of Callum White? Yes, he will. For 8th position, a great ride from Alberto Venteo. David Myatt dropping down to 10th position in the end. Holly Harris making all the way up to 6th. So positions chopping and changing, especially in that final couple of laps.
Yeah.
And I think maybe even some of that might have been down to Matt Birkin, maybe taking some unexpected lunges, just diving down the inside and being so aggressive like we know he is.
I just can't understand how it's possible to make up that many places in so short a race. But there you have it, Matt Birkin making the most of a short, a truncated visit here to Lydd for the just for the day, and we're going to go through our final standings then. Will Howarth, there it is, winning the race by 1.7 seconds. It wasn't quite perfectly straightforward, but then the Birkins first, Matt, then Josh in 2nd and 3rd positions. Nick Bennett, Chris Yeomans, Holly Harris up, making up places from her start in 6th place, and then Mark Payne, Alberto Venteo, Callum White, David Myatt, Keaton Payne, Lamar Morgan, Gary Eldridge, Rob Gentry and Jerome Richards, your top 15 riders. 3 more finished, Isaac Greenstreet, Steve Johns and Reece Gentry after all of that. But tremendous performance, and just remarkable there from Matt Birkin.
Yeah, it was remarkable how he was able just to get that gap down. But of course, that is the end of round 1. Majority of the riders will be returning tomorrow for round 2. It's a double header this weekend here at Lydd. We'll have rounds back to back tomorrow. 30 races coming up for you, but what a great finish that was for the senior Mini Moto class. Next up will be race 3 of the LC40 Elite class. The highest class of Mini Moto racing here in the UK. You can see Sarah Harris and Luca Allen making their way out to the grid to help these riders. So these riders on the fastest Mini Motos you can get your hands on at the moment. They are very quick, and they're very talented riders on it, and it's quite a big field here in the LC40 Elite class. 15 riders, which especially compared to last season has risen quite a bit.
Absolutely, yeah. We saw a fantastic qualifying by Byron Johnson and by Taylor Tomlinson to take out the front row. The earlier race didn't quite go to plan for Taylor Tomlinson, so be very pleased about the current rule set here, where qualifying stands for all your race starts. So that works out very well for bike 77 there on the right hand of your screen, and just coming into position is bike 37. Looks like a 32, but 37 for Byron Johnson for yet another ride.
So now we await on the grid. Taylor Tomlinson looks very, very strong. He looks like he is the man to beat in the future. But right now, in the LC40 Elite class, the man to beat is Byron Johnson. He was incredibly strong. But of course, it's not all about the men here at FAB. We have plenty of female riders racing in the class, and they're going very, very strong. And of course, Bradley Curtis, his sister, is also racing this weekend here at FAB, Lucy Curtis. So now the riders are away out on their warm-up lap for race 3.
And here is your grid then to start the race. We've already talked about Byron Johnson and Taylor Tomlinson on the front row. And next comes Ollie Sims and Sam Gardner on row 2. On row 3, Lewis Hull and Rex Austin with Bradley Curtis. Lewis just mentioned him, starting in 7th position. Harrison Day next to him. And then we've got Sebastian Kozlowski, Nicholas Dunwoody on row 5. P11 is Matthew Thomas, and P12 Oliver Hall. And then row 7, Liam Lindquist, Josh Perkins, and at the back, Callum Maxwell. And they'll be back round for us before we know it, Lewis. We're underway for yet another race.
Yeah, yet another race, and their final race of round 1. The LC40 Elite class is incredibly strong this year. Of course, both air and liquid-cooled bikes on the grid. So 2 different types of motorcycles, but still in one class and producing some great racing as we see the riders now coming onto the grid. Some weaving, trying to get the final little bit of temperature in their tyres that they can possibly get. But marshals, helpers and officials are waiting for the start of this race.
Great stop there from Byron Johnson. He's obviously excited to be racing again today, and looking forward to this one. Of course, the fastest time in qualifying was actually some half a second faster than Taylor Tomlinson. So whether that translates here, and whether Taylor can actually pick up the pace a little bit on these bikes, remains to be seen over the course of the next 9 laps.
Yeah, 9 laps to go in this race. We await for the final checks to be done before we can get underway. The officials are waiting for the green light to go before the red light will come on. But I believe we're waiting for a rider at the moment to make their way onto the grid before we can get started. And until then, the riders will have more nerves entering their body and will continue to warm up these air and liquid cooled Mini Moto motorcycles.
So what does this weight feel like, Lewis, underneath the rider?
Yeah, I've raced them in the Moto once, and it's very, very tricky. Of course, I was taller than these guys, but like Lewis Hull will have to do with a lack of straight line speed, he'll really have to push, and maybe some points in the circuit he might feel a little bit awkward while sitting on the bike, but he has to put it to the back of their mind. Everyone does, as the lights are on. And the lights are off and we go racing, and Byron Johnson gets the whole shot off the line and gets a good initial start, and it looks like he'll lead the way. Sam Gardner positions himself in 3rd position, and in 2nd position it's Taylor Tomlinson. Ollie Sims drops all the way back down to about 5th position after a bad start from him. Bradley Curtis in 6th at the moment, but Byron Johnson leads the way on the number 37. He's trying to do what Johnson's doing, that is win the LC40 Elite Championship, and so far this weekend he's went a good way about it. But of course, it's FAB-Racing, anything can happen, as we just seen there, almost hitting into the back of Sam Gardner. Sam Gardner, a slightly different colour scheme this year on his motorcycle. It's a white front plate on his bike. There he is there, and there is Lewis Hull trying to find a way into the infield. These riders slightly taller than what we've seen previously in the rookies and the pro class.
Certainly Lewis Hull is, yep. Down the inside into the S's before the final corner. What a beautiful move from Lewis Hull. Great stuff.
Yeah, it was a great move there. Out the final corner they come now, and to tick off the first lap. 9 laps this race, 8 laps to go. Byron Johnson, look at him go, but this time around Taylor Tomlinson is not letting them go at all.
Absolutely, no. Taylor Tomlinson really dialed in now, and tucked up, catching a little bit of slipstream behind Byron Johnson, and maybe at the moment quite content to sit behind him and bring both cars forward away from the group. But if Lewis Hull, and setting the fastest lap on the previous lap of 59.7 is anything to go by, I think they'll be joined by him very shortly.
Yeah, I think he will be, and now we can just see the riders pushing on. And before they come into the infield section, now this infield section, it's really the part that can separate riders, if you think about it, because it's such fast and flowing corners, and then you go in such tight, twisty, slow hairpins. It's almost like driving the car in the motorway, then going into a small 20-mile-an-hour road. You have to completely change up your mindset. But there is Byron Johnson leading the way, takes off another lap, 7 laps to go. Now the real question is, can Taylor Tomlinson keep up this pace, because they're doing mid-56s, which is very, very quick for the elite class.
Absolutely. Another fastest lap from Lewis Hull, though, as well, in a little bit of clear air now into that third position, and starting to reel in the riders in front, but only by about 1/10 of a second, if that, as Byron Johnson is now starting to turn the wick up a little bit and stretch his legs.
Yeah, stretch his legs, he will do, but coming around the final coming into the final section now of the course, 7 laps to go in this race. Lewis Hull, as we mentioned, slightly taller than some of the other riders. Ollie Sims, also quite a tall rider. He's raced in the MetroKit bikes. Now he's racing in the LC40 Elites as well as the MetroKits. He's such a quick and strong rider that seems to be overall and greatly balanced. But there's Matthew Thomas actually looking at the back of Curtis. Can he find a way past? It looks like not yet. Now this season, Matthew Thomas returns, number 47 this year, on the bright green bike. He's very, very easy to spot. Harrison Day currently in 8th place and defending from Sebastian Gieselski, who moves up from the rookie class after having a great last season.
The race going very well so far for the entire field, in fact. But Byron Johnson just set a new fast lap, so he definitely is getting quicker. A 55.894 and a move down inside there from... remind me, sorry, Lewis, the green...
Ollie Sims.
It's Ollie Sims, fantastic stuff. Really good move on was that Sam Gardner?
Yes.
He just got fantastic.
But Sam Gardner there, he's really pushing on, and Sam Gardner on the inside line there. Sam Gardner a bit too tight there, and there's Matthew Thomas taking up the inside, and Matthew Thomas setting his eyes on Ollie Sims. You can just see the height difference actually. It's almost like a step down every single time, but Ollie Sims leading the way of this pack anyway for 4th position. The final positions are off the podium. Can they catch up to Lewis Hull? We're going to have to wait and find out. The riders in front are just a tiny bit faster, but Matthew Thomas finding a way through Ollie Sims and making it into 4th position. Does Matthew Thomas secretly have the pace in his back pocket?
It remains to be seen. We've got 5 laps to go. Another new fastest lap, another 0.2 of a second faster from Byron Johnson at 55.6 this time. And it looks like Lewis Hull has not quite got the pace to pull on here. But it's Taylor Tomlinson coming up to overtake. Is that... It's getting through. It's Taylor Tomlinson defending from Lewis Hull at this stage. So Lewis Hull has really reeled him in something incredibly quickly there, and he's now really having to be very wary behind him as Lewis Hull looms large, both figuratively and literally. On the back of Taylor Tomlinson. Here he comes towards the outside then, Lewis.
Yeah, it looks like Lewis Hull wants to make a move and wants to make a move fast. Last time around, 0.003 of a second was the difference between these two riders' lap times. There's barely nothing in it, but clearly Lewis Hull has had some good consecutive and consistent lap times to be able to catch up. Look at that different line he's taking. That's just because he's such a taller rider. He has to try something different to keep that corner speed, because he's lacking speed in a straight line with that added weight and height. But looking down the inside, he goes, and the big crash there from Lewis Hull. He's straight away on his feet, picks it up and tries to get the bike restarted. 4 laps to go in this race. He's got it restarted, he's rejoining the track. So what can he do now? What can Lewis Hull do now? Can he catch up?
Oh, fantastic recovery from Lewis, but that is down the order then. It's Byron Johnson from Taylor Tomlinson in the order at the moment, but of course Lewis Hull slipped behind that 4-way battle now that is now a battle for the podium. Matthew Thomas, Ollie Sims, Bradley Curtis, Sam Gardner, and then Lewis Hull back up to race speed and once again, and a personal best there for Brad Curtis.
Yeah, Lewis Hull dropping down to 7th position after that fall. It just looked like he was braking slightly too hard As soon as he went to tip in, the front wheel almost locked and just threw him right on the ground. But Lewis Hill, 7th position, he can still score some points. And actually, we're looking at his battle right now between Ollie Sims and Bradley Curtis. And just behind this lot will be Sam Gardner, I believe, and just behind them will be Lewis Hill, who's just fell. So Ollie Sims right now has caught up to the back of Matthew Thomas, who looked up the pace just a couple laps ago, but maybe with the extra heat that we're having, might just be getting a bit tired towards the end of the day.
It could be, and certainly it doesn't seem to be affecting Taylor Tomlinson, who's been a very, very busy rider so far today. He's in 2nd place, but is that a pass for position down into turn 1 and 2? Fantastic stuff there, brilliant stuff from Brad Curtis in the bright yellow leathers. Tremendous stuff from him as he now moves his way up towards the 4th place, Ollie Sims. He'll be paying him a lot of attention. 2 laps to go now, Lewis.
Yeah, now Ollie Sims might start thinking about defending from Sam Gardner, and just behind Sam Gardner, there he is, Lewis Hill. 2 laps to go in this race. Can Lewis Hill make any recovery positions and just recover any points that were amiss? Of course, Lewis Hill crashing now means this is a battle for the podium position, with Matthew Thomas ahead of this lot, ahead of Bradley Curtis in 3rd place, as Byron Johnson sets a 55.4 at the front.
That's so really good.
Last lap time for our leader Byron Johnson, the number 37.
Yeah, he has been absolutely peerless, bringing the bike going faster and faster throughout this race. He's obviously unlocked something, Byron Johnson, so far in this lap. We're on the final lap now. Taylor Tomlinson, Matthew Thomas and Bradley Curtis, your top 4.
Yeah, that was the top 4, and there's your top man, Byron Johnson, the 55.4 last lap. Will he be able to be at this lap? Because he looks like he's not slowing down at all. He's clearly pushing there. You can see the front end protesting as he went into that corner, but a very, very tight section. What can Byron Johnson do? Well, what he will do is he'll take the race win. He'll follow in his brother's footsteps and win the LC40 Elite race. Byron Johnson takes the race win and sets a great final lap and a great distance between 2nd place at the line. Taylor Tomlinson crosses the line with an 8.2 second gap. There is Sam Gardner defending from Ollie Sims. Ollie Sims is really lost out here, and Lewis Hill makes it up to 4th position at the line. An incredible last lap, making up 3 positions.
Yeah, what must have happened off camera there for Lewis Hill, who managed to regain all those places, but what could have been, I think he could have been battling for the win here if he just dialed that back that tiny bit. But this race all about Byron Johnson, Lewis.
Yeah, Byron Johnson taking the race win. 8.2 seconds separated himself and Taylor Thompson and Matthew Thomas on the podium. So a great podium. 3 greatly experienced riders at such a young age for the LC40 Elite class. So what will we see? Of course, these guys will be back tomorrow for round 2, but that is the end of their round 1. Of course, it's a double round here at FAB. But what a great ride that was from Byron Johnson, winning the race by 8.2 seconds. Matthew Thomas will come home in 3rd place with Taylor Thompson ahead of them. Lewis Hill recovers all the way to 4th position with Bradley Curtis just behind. Sam Gardner finishes in 6th with Ollie Sims, Harrison Day, Sebastian Gislowski and Nicholas Dunwoody rounding out our top 10. So a great race there, a great ride from Byron Johnson. I think the whole grid's wondering, what can they do to catch him up?
Yeah, they've got to go away, do some homework, figure out what they've got to do. But that's the end of their Sunday for these riders, and they'll be back tomorrow. At least those of them that don't have to go to school, I imagine, will be back tomorrow. So we'll see some more of them, and hopefully we'll get some more competition right at the very top of the order. Next up then, everybody, we have got the Extreme 200 race 3 of the weekend, the second race of the day here at Lydd Kart Circuit, and we saw a fantastic race 1, didn't we, Lewis?
Yeah, fantastic race 1 involving Casey O'Gorman and Phelps Robert was further down the order, but Casey O'Gorman and Sylvan Mountsie battled all the way throughout the race until Sullivan Mountsie crashed on the straight. And now I've spoke to Sullivan Mountsie since his crash and since he's off to see how he was and how the bike was. And first of all, he's enjoying the bike. He just says his ego was slightly damaged in that crash. But Sullivan Mountsie, he said exactly what was thought up here, that Casey O'Gorman had a little wobble, and just as Casey O'Gorman looked behind his shoulder, he looked behind the other shoulder where Sullivan Mountsie was, so he couldn't see Sullivan Mountsie, and he had to take it to the grass. And with it being a 4-stroke, a lot of engine braking on the bike, so it just meant his rear wheel locked up on the slightly wet and slippery grass, and down he went. So very unfortunate crash, but up to that point, what a race we were having.
Absolutely. A bruised ego has a very easy remedy, I've heard, and that's winning. So I'm sure that's what he's going to try and do here next up. So it's going to be Sullivan Mountsie in second position, who is going to be back right on the pace, I feel sure. Big mix of bikes on the grid, and it's great to see these fantastic riders here. Really pushing hard and just coming for the fun of it, really.
Yeah, it really is coming from better things, really, bigger things. But I'm just hearing that Ronnie Harris will not be taking part in this race due to his bike not running properly. We've seen earlier on he was struggling to get away from the line, so a great shame. So it will mean that 8 bikes will be starting this race.
And our start for you then, Casey O'Gorman and Sullivan Mountsie, who we saw fighting fantastically in that first race. Then comes Ronnie Harris, who will be missing from the grid. Luca Allen in 4th. Zach Turian will have a bigger gap in front of him than he's used to, with Noah Gullery then in 6th position. We then have on row 4 Adam Redding, Philip Suriak, and at the back of the grid Ben Ridgewell will be the one who will take up the rear, but a slightly truncated 8 bike grid will take us through this Extreme 200s for just 7 laps.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll see a great race though. Both the riders on the front row are on the Mini Moto motorcycles. It's a 190cc bike, Arrow exhaust system in the rear of Sullivan Mountsie. I can see that from here, but it's basically a British Talent Cup race. The lights are on. The lights are off. You can hear the revs there. We're very, very high. Sullivan Mountsie cannot get the better of Casey O'Gorman. Casey O'Gorman once again taking the race lead in fine fashion. The Junior GP and Red Bull rookie rider leading the way of the British Talent Cup rider. So Casey O'Gorman showing how strong he is and showing how calm he is. He looks so calm on the bike. But yeah, lap times are so quick, while Sullivan Mountsie slightly the opposite. He's a bit wild. You can just see how hard he's pushing, how hard he wants this. It's great to watch for us here in the commentary box and for everyone here at home.
Definitely, there's plenty of action going on in the midfield, but I think Sullivan Mountsie wants to get this done very early. The last thing he wants to do, Lewis, is spend any more laps watching the tail of Casey O'Gorman.
Yeah, it's so great to see though these two riders on track together and just seeing them pushing to the absolute limit of these Mini Motos. So yeah, it's so great to see Casey O'Gorman leading the way. Number 67 actually doesn't even have the fastest lap. It's Sullivan Mountsie who has the fastest lap the first time around. But we'll wait and see what will happen, how the race develops, because you can see Sullivan Mountsie always taking a wider line at this back section of the circuit. It's such a quick section of the circuit though, but Sullivan Mountsie, the number 4, trying to get into some sort of a slipstream from Casey O'Gorman. Can he make it work? No, he cannot. But both riders slightly wider line. Late apex it out, using all the track and then some, but Casey O'Gorman 41.3, 1/10 faster that time around for Sullivan Mountsie.
Yeah, Casey O'Gorman looking super smooth on the bike as well. Absolutely in control, no movement whatsoever, just maximising every little input result, and it just seems like just so much more calm, as you say, on the bike, with Mountsie looking that little bit more wild and flexible on the bike, and just trying to make his presence felt here. But again, it's great to see these two pushing each other so hard. And will we see Mountsie launch an attack soon?
Yeah, it's a great example of two riders which really respect each other, and two talented riders which we've seen be so successful, both in British Championship and in Casey O'Gorman's case, the European Championship. And you can just see why these guys are at the top of their game at the moment, because they're so consistent, they're so fair, and they're so close. But Sullivan Mountsie right now, you can just see trying to get any kind of advantage. You can see the bike just trying to skipping, hopping.
Yep.
There he is, taking a wide line once again. Faster lap last time around though by Sullivan Mincy, 1/10 faster, and appears to be the closest battle on the field at the moment is the battle for the lead.
Which is what you want to see, absolutely. Where is Luca Allen? Well, he's only in third position, and he's 2.8 seconds behind this pair. So if they start to battle or have another moment like we saw earlier, Luca Allen will be ready to hoover this one up. But at the moment, it is absolutely a two-horse race between Casey O'Gorman and Sullivan Mounsey. And here he comes, an attempt up the inside, Lewis, but more of a calm. It didn't look like a particularly serious attempt.
I think it looks like Sullivan Mounsey thinking about a move, but this is Casey O'Gorman he's doing it on. Casey O'Gorman just didn't care. He still put his leg into the corner, dropped the bike down, and he said, look, you're not going to get past. Completely closed the door on him and forced him to back off. If that was a less experienced rider, they might have sat up the motorcycle and then Sullivan Mounsey would be through. But on Casey O'Gorman, you're going to have to do something more serious than that, I would say. But you can just see Sullivan Mounsey, he's ready to pounce at any type of mistake that we see from Casey.
Yeah, you could throw a blanket over the pair of them as they come through the middle of the circuit at the moment. Mounsey just looking around, and he's taking such wider lines, as you mentioned before, but he's still able to put in faster times despite these much wider corner entries. He's looking very, very likely to make a move shortly. This, of course, they miss out the infield section here as they come round the final corner, and Casey O'Gorman holding track position, but having to hold off a great deal of pressure as well. 6 to go.
Yeah, both riders are almost getting their elbows down on these bushy motos, but coming over the start-finish line there, Sullivan Mounsey, his bike was hop, skipping and jumping. He really was using all of the track there, but Sullivan Mounsey, look at him go. I mean, he's just so excited to watch Casey O'Gorman. He's almost the polar opposite right now. Casey O'Gorman looks in control. Sullivan Mounsey looks aggressive and is ready to pounce, but Casey O'Gorman, it looks like he's going to have to force a mistake, and right now Sullivan Mounsey's trying to do that.
Down the inside, no, but again, better angle for Casey, and now they're coming up to some lap traffic, and it's Ben Ridgewell right at the tail, and Casey diving down the inside.
Yeah, Casey O'Gorman trying to get down the inside. No blue flags here at FAB, so it's down to the person behind to get past safely, but there's number 64 still leads. Sullivan Mounsey closes up the gap there actually on the brakes, on the back shift. You can see him slightly shifted up by Casey O'Gorman. Having a little look there, checking he's still there. He'll have a smile on his face, I bet, and then they'll come into the paddock and have a good laugh about this, because what a race it's been.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, Casey won earlier, but what a fantastic example of absolutely full ball racing between the top two here. That is Sullivan Mounsey, who is really strong on corner exits. It's just the shortness of the straights, I think, especially in the way into turn one, that is truncating his options. He just can't seem to get himself level here with Casey O'Gorman, but I think they're coming up to another back marker.
Yeah, I think they are as well, but Casey O'Gorman having another look at the exact same corner, checking that Sullivan Mounsey's here, and that will potentially be playing with Sullivan Mounsey's head, knowing that Casey O'Gorman is in control right now and just has a little look behind, check he's there. But Sullivan Mounsey, what will he do? It looks like his final corner might be the place where he can make an opportunity. Try the slightly different line there, slightly wider exit to try and keep a sweeper line on the number 4. But Casey O'Gorman right now still managing to keep in control. He knows how difficult it is to pass around this Lydd kart circuit.
Yeah, and I think they're extending a fair amount of trust to Sullivan Mounsey as well, just making sure that they both can race quite so close together. We do have a stopped racer. That is Noah Gullery, and seems to be adjusting something on the rear axle, so it may have made some contact with the barrier.
Yeah, Noah Gilroy there trying to get the bike restarted this weekend, racing a KTM 85cc in the Extreme 200 class. But Sullivan Mounsey hard on the brakes once again. It appears no way past. The real question is Sullivan Mounsey just learning and watching right now to see where he can fetch his passing on the last lap? Try it every single opportunity he thinks he has half a chance at.
I can't imagine he will go this entire race length without going for a real bonsai move. But yeah, as you say, just trying to measure his opponent here, who he's clearly got a little edge over, especially corner exit.
Yeah, right now it's Casey O'Gorman who's pushing at the front, but no, Sullivan Mounsey, who has all the data from the rider in front. There's more back markers coming. Will they come into play? We come round the final corner to start the final lap of the final race of the day for the Extreme 200 class between Sylvain Mountsie and Casey O'Gorman.
Final lap then, absolutely. It looked like Sullivan was going to dip underneath, and there's a new fastest lap then for Casey O'Gorman. Perhaps just toying with Sullivan Mountsie. There won't be a fastest lap this time. They've had to navigate a problem, another back marker, possibly Brent Ridgewell or Adam Redding, but they're taking very different lines on the way into the final section of the racetrack now. On they come. Opening up the throttle once again, all the way down, and it's the final corner coming up. Can we see a move here from Sullivan Mountsie? Casey O'Gorman just defends to the inside. They will be side by side across the line. He gets it in closer inside, and wow, 24 thousandths of a second between them. Casey O'Gorman got it, but I think it was on for a potential photo finish at the end. What a cracking finish to that race, and they had us guessing all the way, Lewis.
Yeah, they certainly did. And Sullivan Mountsie, as I said, he had all the data. He knew that final corner was where he had the drive, and he went straight on that turn one. He was going that fast. But look at Alan setting his personal best lap on the final lap of the race and finishing in third place. But yeah, there is your order. Casey O'Gorman, your race winner. What a great race that was between himself and second place Sullivan Mountsie. As I said, look at Alan, third place, fastest lap, personal fastest lap of himself, just 9 seconds off, and finishing ahead of Filip Soroviak in fourth. And Filip Soroviak is such an accomplished rider in the Extreme 200 and the British Talent Cup class. Zach Tureen finished in fifth, Adam Redding in sixth, Ben Ridwell in seventh, and Noah Gilray rounds out our top 8 on our grid for the Extreme 200 class after stopping midway through the race. So you can see now riders talking, I believe it's Shannon King talking to Sullivan Mountsie, talking about potentially even who even won, because Sullivan Mountsie and Casey O'Gorman, 24 thousandths of a second. You're not going to be able to see that on the bike.
No, absolutely.
But there is Luke Allen talking to some people, and we've seen Filip Soroviak come for your picture, as I already said. Had a great ride, finishing in fourth. Maybe not where we normally see him, but great ride from Filip Soroviak. Next up will be the final race of the day for the Moto Team class, and what a race one we had. It was Will Howarth who looked very strong on the number 96. Will Howarth racing in both the Moto Team and the Senior Mini Motos this weekend, so double the track time for him, and it's clearly paying off.
Absolutely, yeah. It's your favourite race of the of the day, isn't it? Calling all those names that have team in them. But yeah, we've got SFC on second on the grid there, next to Will Howarth. But Will has had a very successful race. Is that Sonic the Hedgehog?
Yeah, it's Jamie King, Pit Bike Sonic on YouTube. Go check him out. And this year, HGC released a Sonic helmet. So he thought, why not get some Sonic levers to go with it?
Very nice indeed. Get all the retro feels for someone of my age anyway for Sonic, which is great. Are we missing our pole sitter at the moment, or is he just being stylishly late?
Stylishly late, it seems.
You see the team liveries on the bikes. There's your Team Acme on the right of screen, and through we go then to start the Sidecar lap for the grid, which we'll have for you shortly. Starting from the pole position will be Will Howarth in Team Will Howarth, I think, followed by SFC Racing, then Team Pinky in the Brain, and Team Italia on row 2. On row 3, Acme Racing and the Aimable, Robert Aimable's bike. And then comes row 4, Team KC and Team Ernie and the Badger. Then we have on row 5, Jamie Diss, and next to him, Team SciTech Engineering, followed by Bert and Ben Martin at the back of the grid in 12th position.
Yeah, it's going to be a great race this time around. Can anyone match Will Howarth's pace? A 46.9 he put in qualifying. Race 1, even faster. It's just on a 50cc open bike. Of course, 2 classes in this race, the standard and the open. We'll keep you updated on who the class winners are this time around, and of course the overall race winner. So the riders now waiting on the grid and in the sunshine here at Lydd. They point to the lights will go on and the lights go off, and Will Howarth looks to have made a great start, and he will lead the way from Team SFC Racing. Team SFC Racing is just behind in second, as there's Jamie King on that Team Pinky in the Brain bike, in the Sonic Levers in third. Of course, last year's Super Stock Championship. So what can Jamie King do, and can he make any more positions? So Will Howarth leading the way, and straight away it looks like he's not pulling away from Team SFC Racing.
Very, very close between Aimable and Team Italia. Oh, was that a touch between the riders? But Team Italia going backwards and trying to find some position on the racetrack. But Will Howarth leading away, and a challenge then down the inside from SFC as he outbrakes himself. He's just about rescued it on the exit of the apex, and away they go, and taking the lead. Team SFC with a 49.225 with Team Pinky in the Brain in the Sonic Leathers just waiting in third position at the moment, and the top four starting to gap. Well, maybe the top five we shall see as they progress through this next lap, but a great move there, Lewis, from SFC. Yeah,
very, very surprising at the moment. Actually, it looks like Will Howarth does not have the pace that he had in race one, at least, unless if he's just biding this time, giving us a race this time around. Pulls the pin. We're going to have to wait and see what he does, but Will Howarth incredibly fast, as there is Team Italia on the back of Pinky in the Brain. But Will Howarth looking down the inside, can he make it work? No, he cannot this time around. Number 96. We come around, let's look at the lap times this time around. I think it'll be very interesting, very telling.
There he is.
Both of them in the 46s. So Team SFC looks to have the pace.
Yeah, and faster than their pole times as well, pole and second place times. So tremendous a change of performance so far. SFC opened the door though, and it looks like Will Howarth needs no second invitation into the middle of the racetrack, into the long sweeping right-hander where he himself was vulnerable on the previous lap. Back into the lead then goes Will Howarth.
Yeah, Will Howarth into the lead now. What can SFC do? Can they keep up? Can they keep up the pace and match it? But Pinky in the Brain with Jamie King on it, battling still with Team Italia as they're coming through a back marker. It appears they might have some issues this early on. Yeah, it looks like they're going into the pit lane, but Jamie King was very, very cool with that Sonic helmet, I have to say, and his DRC levers. But Will Howarth at the front, a 46 again this time around, consistently at the front, but SFC only 3 tenths
right there with him, SFC, and as you say, Pinky in the Brain not too far away either. Team Italia coming up had a bit of a rough start, but back up where they started, and starting to pressurise Pinky in the Brain. Will Howarth in the lead of our race, but only by 1.5 tenths of a second.
Yeah, only 1.5 tenths of a second. And SFC Racing looks down the inside. He makes a move on Will Howarth. That is so impressive to see. What can Will Howarth do? Can he battle back? Will he battle back, or will he sit behind and just try to learn something for 1 or 2 laps? Maybe see where he's losing the time in that final corner, how he can improve it. Although that time around, a 47.3 from Will Howarth, so we know he can do faster than that.
Absolutely, but he's vulnerable on the brakes into that final corner. SFC have been super strong, and then again, it's almost, although these two corners are incredibly similar, I think it's the build-up to the corner that means that Will Howarth has got the greater corner speed and entry on the mid in the second sector, but in the final sector, it's all about SFC.
Yeah, and these guys, they're not only battling for the overall win right now, they're battling for the class win, and there's SFC trying down the inside, but Will Howarth shutting the door. So right now, they are battling for the overall win and the Moto Team Open Class win. And now Team Pinky in the Brain, in third position, is actually leading the Moto Team Standard Class, and just behind them is Team Italia in second place in that Standard Class. So it's a great, great race. 2 races in 1, and all of them wanting to finish overall first.
Absolutely, but yeah, absolutely. They've got different performances. Will Howarth, fastest lap that time, it was a 46.286. Team Italia absolutely crowding the rear wheel of Pinky in the Brain, and down the inside and round, and an unusual place to pass.
Yeah, quite an unusual place. Takes a lot of bravery around there. Jamie King maybe just got a bit startled there from passing in that position. But last time around, Will Howarth was 6 tenths faster than SFC. This time around, it cruelly is not that. SFC, I think, are faster. Yes, they are 1 tenth faster this time around than Will Howarth. What can SFC do? And just behind them, it's Team Italia, who look to have the pace. They're already catching, it seems, on first and second.
Italia have been building pace all the way through this race, despite the poor start. Up into P3 now, and starting to crowd around the back of SFC, who we know can get a good overtake done on the brakes down into the final corner.
Yeah, they certainly can. 6 laps to go in this race. It looks like Pinky in the brain with Jamie King on it has dropped back slightly, so you have to wonder where he's losing that time. Maybe just in that fast and swift that position in sector 2, but I am just hearing from here that Team Burt has rejoined the race. 339 as SFC Racing looks down the inside. It is clear Will Howarth is not getting away this time around.
No, absolutely no. He doesn't have it all his own way with SFC right behind him, but the wider SFC go, the more vulnerable they're going to be to Team Italia, who are in that black and yellow livery with the yellow wheels there. Fantastic performance so far, and just biding their time. 5 laps to go, plenty really still to make a move and make it stick, as Will Howarth holds on for now.
Yeah, holds on for now anyway, and Will Howarth 96, and will he be able to increase his gap? Look at that gap come down. His gap almost gets halved at the final corner alone, and now SFC is going to look up the inside his first corner. If he cannot make it work, he's going to need a great lap to stick with him by the end, because we know Will Howarth is so good in sector 2. But of course, it's not all about young riders here at FAB. It's a class for all ages, and you're seeing it right here. If you want to get involved in this series or any of this series, go into the FAB-Racing website or the FAB-Racing Facebook page. And of course, the Moto Team class, an expert to speak to would be Jamie King. I don't think he would mind if you message him on Facebook to ask him all about it. But right now, Jamie King is in 4th position on Team Pinky in the Brain, while Will Howarth on the Will Howarth Racing bike is in 1st. But look at that, in the straight line speed as well, SFC look to have the upper hand. Yeah,
another great manoeuvre. I think that might be 3rd or 4th time down into the final corner that SFC have made it stick, and another fastest lap, a 46.0 from SFC. Perhaps it's time to unlock the true pace potential of the race, but Team Italia slipped back slightly off the back of this battle at the top. The front two really picking up the pace now.
Yeah, they are, and Will Howarth, I almost have to wonder if his bike's running completely right, because it seems that he's just struggling, especially in straight line speed, and then that braking isn't helping him at all in that final corner. SFC looked up the upper hand in the straight line, but Jamie King now on the Team Pinky in the Brain is battling, I believe, with Team Aimball. So there we go, diving down the inside, reclaiming that 4th position on the number 1 bike.
Really had a problem on the previous lap, but SFC hold on for another lap. We've only got 2 to go now. We've had 10 laps, and SFC in the lead against Will Howarth, and Team Italia just being gapped now by a fair distance. So here, this is where it's this corner that Will Howarth is stronger, and it's the final corner that SFC is stronger.
Yeah, it seems so. So 2 laps to go in this race. Yellow flags are out in this sector 2. And there's the bike stopped actually, so can they get it restarted? We have to wait and see. I can't see a number on that bike, but hopefully they can get themselves back in the race. And there's the battle at the front. Will Howarth closed up the gap there, it seemed, actually in the final corner, but a back marker looked to be at play.
I think that was more to do with the back marker. I can't imagine he suddenly unlocked some performance on the car, but he did get a fastest lap, as you rightly point out. SFC defensive through the S's. But it is the final lap of the race. Will Howarth going faster. This is where he goes for a move very frequently, but he doesn't quite make it stick. What's it going to be, Lewis? Is he going to tackle onto the next one? And he is. Another good attempt, but it's just not enough. We're gonna finish up at full speed shortly down this long back straight, as down the outside tries Will Howarth, but it's actually SFC who've claimed the inside of this circuit. Just needs to get a good throttle application on the way out and completes a race win for Team SFC, and it means that much to them to beat Will Howarth in a fair fight.
Yeah, well deserved. It should mean that much, because Will Howarth, wow, what a great race that was, and SFC, they surprised themselves. Will Howarth, can he fight back tomorrow in round 2 of the championship? But that was race 3 of round 1 today. It's a double header here at Lydd, and that That was free for the Moto Team class. SFC is race runners, and there's Chris Wells.
Fight for the line.
Chris Wells defending perfectly there and managing just to come across the line and just end the position from Team KC. So great race, and there's the final couple of bikes crossing line. I believe that's a Triumph 675 front end on the Team Disc bike. So great race that was there, and a great variety of bikes.
Absolutely, yeah, really good. And of course, as you rightly were talking about earlier, Team Italia and Team Pinky in the Brain in the class victory and second place for the Moto Team standard, with Team Acme Racing taking the third place overall for the Moto Team Open class in fifth.
So Team SFC Racing will win this third race of the Moto Team class by 3/10 of a second over Will Harf. Team Italia and Team Pinky and the Brain will be in third and fourth position. Acme Racing and Team KC will be in fifth and sixth, with Team Dis, Team Ernie the Badger and Team Citec Engineering in 8th and 9th. And rounding out our top 10 will be Team Aimball after a great final Moto Team race of round 1 here at FAB.
Yeah, really good. It's great to see those different bikes in operation, and another really competitive, fantastic work. That's everything over for the Sunday over for the team riders, but we'll see them again tomorrow, I'm sure. Team SFC and Will have a fantastic battle in that race, and hopefully we'll see some more of that. Next up then, at the Lydd karting circuit, it will be the MK Mini GP 50 series with their race 3 of the weekend, our second race of the coverage today, and this is where we saw some fantastic racing from Archie O'Brien and Luke Fitchett in the previous round, Lewis.
Yeah, it was the Mini GP 50 class, 23 bikes. You're going to get a lot of great racing in there, but it looked like Archie O'Brien just couldn't find any way past Luke Fitchett at one point in the race. Luke Fitchett showing off his defence skills once again. A slightly new look actually in the 50 class. A nice silver and blue colour scheme for Luke Fitchett. What can he do this round? Finlay Paulhill, he had quite a disappointing race 2 this morning, but hopefully he'll be further up the order because he is starting in second position, so he clearly has the pace.
Absolutely, yeah. It's clearly got some pace in that bike, but it would, I think, the very different conditions when they set those qualifying times yesterday. So remember, you're just reminding me absolutely that the Johnson brothers had an absolute ding-dong battle in the previous time we saw them earlier. So this is the biggest grid we've had in many years here at FAB-Racing in this category, the Mini GP 50s. So looking forward to seeing how they all handle these fairly large bikes for their fairly small riders.
Yeah, a massive grid. Rob and Roger have played a huge part in getting a 23 bike Mini GP 50 grid here at FAB. They make up a lot of parts themselves now for these motorcycles, and it's so great to see what they've done for the sport and to give these riders these amazing bikes. But Archie O'Brien will be in pole position with a 45 flat with Finlay Paulhill alongside him. Luke Fitchett will start at the second row of the grid with Marco Holt alongside him. Byron Johnson is starting in 5th position with Wilson Dilks in 6th, rounding off the 3rd row of the grid. Austin Johnson, the older brother, will be starting in 7th with Jensen Bishop in 8th. Sam Gardner will be starting in 9th as he makes a transition from Mini Motos with Travis Shaw alongside him. Frankie Watson will be starting in 11th with Taylor Tomlinson having a very busy weekend in 12th. Bethany Ashby, one of our female riders here at FAB, starting in 13th. Dylan Tareem 14th, Matthew Thomas in 15th, Harley Baker 16th, Annabelle McCarthy will be starting this race in 17th, with George Ackerman joining her on the 9th row of the grid. Chloe Gleason and Murray Simmons will be starting in 10th row of the grid. Lucy Curtis and Ollie O'Gorman on the 11th row of the grid, with Riley Paisley rounding out our 23 bike grid here at FAB-Racing for the Mini GP 50 class. And what a race we are about to see.
Oh, I can't wait to see round 3 of the weekend. We're really enjoying this category so far. Look for Luke Fitchett from row 2 as the riders all get ready. It takes a few moments longer to get ready, of course, with the much larger grid. But Archie O'Brien will have the inside line and the clear vision through to the first corner. We're ready to get underway. Surely any moment now.
There's an issue with one of the bikes on the grid to get started.
Bike 94 being dragged away and restarted, I think. So will we have another sighter, or will we get underway? We got a flag from the back. It was George Ackerman who's been cleared, trying to jumpstart. I think they might be able to get underway. It looks like they've got the bike restarted and they're ready to get underway. Lots of riders looking behind them to see what's going on. Need to be focused though on the marshal at the front as they get the flag, and it's lights on and lights off and go, and bike 199 with a stormer, as was a similar bike from the second row getting a great start as well. But Archie O'Brien, I think, down to third or fourth at this early stage, with Luke Fitchett also watching and waiting. But I think, who was it who's taken the lead of the race? It is Finlay Polhill, who got a fantastic launch off the start, Lewis.
Yeah, Philip Polhill, a great launch, certainly what he was hoping for. But Archie O'Brien in second position at the moment, Marco Holt in third. Luke Fitchett falling down to fourth position on the number 7, but Marco Holt looking down the inside of Archie O'Brien. Will he make it work? No, he will not. Archie O'Brien closes the door. Now, we've seen Archie O'Brien and Marco Holt be sparring partners. It looks like Archie O'Brien's making the move. Yes, he is, for the race lead on Finlay Polhill. There we go. Marco Holt is just going to have to watch that. He sets the fastest lap of the race, so does Marco Holt. But at the front, it is Spider-Man helmet, Archie O'Brien. Will he ride away into the distance, or can someone catch up the pace?
Well, Luke Fitchett was very, very quick earlier on today, so he's definitely watching and waiting. But Archie O'Brien suddenly unlocking a lot of pace, just couldn't get the bike away from the start very nicely. But Finlay Polhill with a better start and a better progression into this second lap of the race than he had earlier on. So we've got a really tight fight at the front.
Yeah, we're really doing. Archie O'Brien, a 43.338, the only rider in the 43 second bracket right now is Archie O'Brien. 9 laps to go in this race. He's pushing hard, and Finlay Polhill on the 199 is just in second position. He's just there, ready to pounce. And talking about ready to pounce, so is Luke Fitchett and Marco Holt. These guys are giving each other no room at all. But massive grid field this time around. We will hit back markers of just 9 laps to go. There's a rider there stopped at the side of the track. Very, very disappointing there for him. But it was like Marco Holt down the inside. Yes, it is for Marco Holt. Marco Holt down the inside of Finlay Polhill. He makes it stick, he makes it work, and he makes it stick with just 9 laps to go in this race as he tries to set his sights on the race leader, which already has 2 seconds of a lead, does Archie O'Brien.
Absolutely. Archie O'Brien has been very, very quick here, and is already lapping some slower bikes. Is that Marco Holt trying to find some way through those back markers as well, and down the inside, and Luke Fitchett all the way around, threading the needle there. Fantastic manoeuvre to get up into third position.
Yeah, Luke Fitchett threading the needle, as you said, a perfect move there, getting past Ollie O'Gorman in his own battle there further down the field. But what a great move that was there. Ollie O'Gorman, Riley Paisley further down the field having that battle. But Marco Holt and Luke Fitchett, they did what they had to do. Potentially, that is just what you see in racing. It's just luck of the dice at the moment. Finlay Polhill was potentially a bit too nervous and taking it a bit safe. But we'll have to wait and see. But Ollie O'Gorman, we'll have to wait and see if maybe once he learns his bike a bit more, that he goes up the order. I am sure that Casey will be giving him plenty of tips. Casey O'Gorman, of course, a champion in his own right in the Mini GP Championships. So Archie O'Brien at the front, ahead of these two here. And if Marco Holt and Luke Fitchett start fighting, it's just going to help Archie O'Brien.
Yeah, absolutely. Clearly, and I don't know quite what Luke Fitchett does about it. I'm assuming he's looking for that overtake as soon as possible, rather than start to cooperate with bike 58, Marco Holt, and they cross the line to start lap 5. It is Archie O'Brien, 2.5 seconds still. That gap is holding. We're also seeing further down in the field between Harley Baker, Travis Shaw and Sam Gardner, a big battle for P11 at the moment. But our focus is naturally on the battle for the podium here, led by Marco Holt, Luke Fitchett and Finlay Polhill for that second position.
Yeah, at the moment, actually, the Byron Johnson and Austin Johnson are having another, are having a slight battle for the lead at the moment. It's we're up to a 2-second gap now, though, so it's not what it was last race. But Byron ahead of Austin this time around. What can he do? Byron Johnson currently in 5th as Marco Holtz is a 43 flat this time around. But you can see the riders there coming out the final corner. All slightly different lines, taking slightly different amount of tracks there. But it's, as you mentioned earlier on the broadcast, right at the start, it's such a technical and strange final corner.
It really is, but it invites you to have a go on the way in, and then it opens up on the outside. And I've seen riders go fully wide onto almost a gravelly texture on the concrete, and still be able to get some performance down.
Yeah, he used some of the track and then some, but there is Marco Holt getting past back markers, doing what he does best. He's looking strong this weekend on the 50. Yeah. He had some issues in the 70 race because they're still trying to bed in the bike, but there you see right now O'Brien, the gap is 2.2 seconds. Last time around, Archie O'Brien was 10,000ths of a second slower. So really, there's nothing in it in the lap times. Marco Holt edging closer though every single lap as there's the battle right now. 4th, 3rd position. It's very, very close between Luke Fitchett and Finlay Paulhill.
I'm wondering where the performance from Fitchett has gone. Actually, he was so much quicker in the earlier race. Whether that's a fight for position or not, we shall wait and see as they clear some back markers again. And now you've got Finlay Paulhill closing back in again, and Fitchett just about hanging on to the bike, clearing those slower bikes in front. But Marco Holt has pulled a good lap out here, but it looks like Archie O'Brien has managed to peg that momentum from Marco Holt this time.
Yeah, that was Holly O'Gorman that they were trying to get past there, but there's Finlay Paulhill still managing to keep on to the back, because right now back markers are really going to get into play as Marco Holt at the front. The gap's 2.5, so the gap's been risen by 3/10 seconds. Maybe Archie O'Brien has been told to get the hammer down a bit more. Maybe it's just felt like to get their head down for a couple of laps, get a safe gap towards the line. Of course, a lot of riders in this field. Corey Gleeson down in 14th position at the moment. Dylan Tureen, who I believe is just getting a lap by Archie O'Brien at the moment.
Really closing on Fitchett now.
Yeah, there is another back marker as well. Maybe Fitchett's got held up at the last corner as Luke Fitchett held up the last corner there as well. So what is going to happen in this race? 2 laps to go. It's unpredictable for his 3rd position of back markers.
It really is, absolutely. They are navigating so many back markers with this huge field, but Archie O'Brien still holds the lead, and he's stretched it again by 0.2 of a second out to 2.7 seconds. So Marco Holt looking very secure for a podium for a 2nd place, but you can't really say that about Fitchett and Paulhill. And a yellow flag on the circuit. We've got a yellow flag. So
it's a race leader. It's a race leader. Archie O'Brien has stopped at the side of the track, and there is Chloe Gleeson as well that has an issue. But Archie O'Brien, our race leader, with 2 laps to go in this race, is dropping down the order. He is out of the race. A mechanical issue, it seems. He'll be absolutely distraught. Actually, his visor looks a bit undone, so it could have been a crash. Yeah. So we'll have to wait and see what has happened there. We'll speak to him later on. But Archie O'Brien, what a disappointment. Marco Holt right there is in the race lead, and now this battle is for 2nd.
And it is the final lap as well. They will obviously go through slowly through the section where Archie O'Brien had the incident. We can only deduce from what we're seeing on track that he made contact with Gleeson. But coming up to win the race then, it is the race win. The checkered flag was late, I think, onto the track, and it's Marco Holt who completes the win. It is ahead from Luke Fitchett and Finlay Paulhill. Byron Johnson is 4th, Austin Johnson is 5th, so the Johnsons finishing 4th and 5th this time, and much closer than they were earlier on. Wilson Dilks, Frankie Watson coming across the line shortly. Now, there we go, and Travis Shaw coming next for 8th position. Apologies for the confusion at the end there. I think perhaps the yellow flag and the lack of checker was difficult.
But what a great race that was. Mark Holt, number 58. Of course, that lime green helmet has had a very, very strong result. There he is, Marco Holt, just following behind our race leader, headed into the pit lane, following Luke Fitchett and Frankie Watson.
It was a real...
Finlay Paulhill is really delighted with that.
I dare say, but yeah, slightly, fortunate victory, you'd have to say, for our Marco Holt there from 4th on the grid. But Archie O'Brien, somehow or other, we didn't obviously see what happened. Didn't manage to complete it. But here are your top 10. And that's Marco Holt winning a fantastic drama-filled race there by 1.5 seconds from Luke Fitchett. Next up came Finley Polhill, Byron Johnson, Austin Johnson in 4th and 5th. In 6th place, Wilson Dilks, Frankie Watson in 7th, Sam Gardner, Travis Shaw and Bethany Ashby complete the top 10. But scoring points would be Harley Baker, Dylan Torian, Taylor Tomlinson, George Ackerman and Annabelle McCarthy.
Great race there, a great ride from Marco Holt. He really deserves this race win after how tricky it's been on the lead up. But Archie O'Brien, you have to feel bad for him. Definitely.
Very, very unfortunate. He did everything right. I mean, what else can you do? And he had the gap potentially to take his time through the traffic. Whether he did or not, so we don't know. We can't see, but yeah, very unfortunate for him. But that's racing.
Yeah, exactly. That is racing, and we'll wait and see we'll wait and see what will happen tomorrow. Those riders will be out for what will be round 2 of the FAB-Racing British Minibike Championship. As you can see, an empty pit lane at the moment. It looks like it's just Harley Baker that's still in the pit lane in the wait-in, as Bill Harris is walking over to him. But if you're just tuning in, thanks for joining us. You join us and the end part of our day. We still have 3 races left though, so do not go anywhere. And 3 very, very exciting races coming up. The sidecars, pit bike 140s and the LS2 helmets Mini GP70 British Championship. So 3 incredible races coming up. So thanks for joining us. So coming up next will be the Mini F1 sidecars. We go from 2 wheels to 3 wheels. So the Mini F1 sidecars is back again. Race 1. It's exactly what we were expecting to see in a nice dry race, and that was Mick Williams. Had an incredible pace and a very consistent pace. Very consistent, very calm, very controlled. Nothing like the acrobatics we saw from the green streets on the bike, but clearly Mick Williams and Michael Elms really got it dialed in. And look at this one. There's a new fairing, I think, on the rearmost bike. That looks like the Keats actually making their way onto the grid on a 666 bike with a grey fairing. Yeah, there he is at the back there. Just, I know we hadn't seen that one before, so we're having a larger grid, which is great to see. That's the blue machine there. The sidecar passenger is still pushing incredibly hard. Do they still have to lean just this much just to get around the circuit, even on a cycle lap? Certainly to get the tyre temperature, it would help a lot more to get the weight transfer, but it certainly looks like the Keats bike. I've definitely seen the 666 on the front of it, a new fairing maybe for them, but it's definitely going to be a new year for them. Keats, of course, racing in the series last year, but here's your grid. Mick Williams on pole position and the green streets in 2nd. Mark Parker and Ems in 3rd with Chris and Robert Impey in 4th. Vince Bailey and Amy Tilbrook in 5th. And rounding out our grid should be Adam Jarvis and Alan. But of course, there may be more sidecars. It looks like we at least have one more. So we'll wait and see. We'll wait and see what chaos will commence. This will be a race start for the sidecar guys, and the point to the light is done, and we will await to see what happens. The lights are on and the lights are off, and it's going to be green streets. We got a good start, but contact was made there right at the start there. But yeah, McWilliams leads the way from green street. It stays at users, but MP straight away looks like he's slowed down. Oh, there's the Keats having an issue, and they can't get off the line. So the Keats, with their new bike, with their new fairing at least, looks to have issues as they try to race. Yeah, far from ideal. Obviously a bit of a prototype situation going on. We're back into the action, and we've got some great work here from the rearmost. The imp is in the brightest livery on the circuit, but it looks to be the green streets who are in, I believe, 2nd place at the moment, with the Mick Williams and Michael Elms who are away. We've got a yellow flag
yellow flag at the moment there. So it's Mick Williams, then the green streets. The yellow flag was for the Keats car, the Keats bike that had managed to make the infield slightly there, but we've just got a yellow flag on the track at the moment, Lewis.
Yeah, we just do, but no overtaking there. But anyway, Mick Williams at the front, a 51 flat from them. The green streets are in second position. Vince Bailey is in third, with Mark Parker and Ems in fourth. Chris and Robert Impey fifth. Adam Jarvis and Alan, his passenger Alan, in sixth position, with Keats showing a time screen in seventh at the moment. So Mick Williams, a 51 flat, a 1.6 second gap. It's a pretty good start from him, but there's the closest battle on track at the moment. It's between Vince Bailey and Mark Parker for the final position on the podium.
Yeah, they are they're very, very working very hard here. I was struck by when they started the race how much contact helmets were making with bikes, with the passengers fully leaning out for the hander as they start the race, and frankly they were already starting to collide with each other, having to wind back in again. But they're really, really tight. This is very, very high peril. As down the inside with some excellent traction there goes the rider pairing, making it, completing an overtake very, very well. I think that was that the Allen, was that Jarvis Allen? No, it's Parker Ems over Bailey for the potential podium here. Not a very long race though, Lewis. So got to get it done quick.
Yeah, you can just see Mark Parker come through the final corner now to power out after making that move on the Baileys. But there we go, the Baileys dropped down to fourth position on the 369 bike. Mick Williams at the front into the 49s. It seems that every single lap he's just dropping his lap time by about half a second. 3.3 seconds separate Mick Williams and Jason and Leo Greenstreet. So what can the Greenstreets do? We spoke about it in race 2, just the differences in not only the riding styles but how they prepare the motorcycles.
Right, yeah, absolutely. So they're all sort of custom hand-built machines, so there'll be big differences between the bikes, but at the moment Mick Williams and Michael Elms have definitely found the sweet spot for this track, at least on this day in history. But at the moment it's the Greenstreets on their own in second place, 3.8 seconds back from Mick Williams as they start lap 4. This is the third place Parker Ems entry, with Bailey followed by the Impies.
Yep, so Mick Williams still at the front, 3.3 seconds as you said, and there they are lapping Adam Jarvis and Alan in sixth position. A small but sweet sidecar field. Of course, these bikes are, majority of them are custom built, so you're not going to see many. There's not many going around in general, never mind racing. So majority of them in the country are probably racing right now at FAB, and Mick Williams using his trusty sidecar it's used for years and years, and you can just see it works, so why change it?
Yeah, absolutely. Don't try and fix something that's not broken. It's clearly working, and no one else is able to really challenge. But Greenstreet entry here really got their own sort of gap on the rest of the field as well. They're both. It's just that we're not seeing the front two challenging each other.
Yeah, exactly. And right now, Mick Williams on the 26 is powering out through the second sector towards the right, then the left, then the right, and there is the Greenstreets. It's such an aggressive riding style they've got, really, especially Leo Greenstreet. The amount of bravery it takes to stick your helmet almost on the ground. Probably a couple times in a race you've got to scrape your helmet if you're going that low to the ground. 2 laps to go in this race. Mick Williams consistently in the 49. Will it be the 49s this time around? It looks like a good lap to me, but Mick Williams a 50.2, so just outside as they take what is the final lap
through that
flag.
Final corner that I think probably cost them that couple of tenths, but yeah, it's so far so good. I mean, they've just been fantastic today on this sidecar.
Yeah, Cyril Hubbott's final lap time. Mick Williams, 1 lap to go in this race on our timing monitor. So can they be challenged? It looks like Jason and Leo Greenstreet are going to struggle to get a 5.2 second gaps away from the masters of Mini F1 here at FAB. It's such a fast track. They've been such fast riders. They come through the fast section of the circuit, down the back straight towards the final corner before the checker flag will be waved for them. It's of course Mick Williams and Michael Elms taking the race win and taking the championship lead and extending it even further. So great ride. There's the green streaks coming through on the number 90 and through to take their second position. Who will get third? It looks to be Mark Parker and Ems, but we're going to have to wait and see as we see Lee Quells running across the track to get ready for the next race.
It is a long, long wait, isn't it, for third place to come through. We've got it confirmed on screen before they've actually crossed the line, but it is the Parker Ems entry that have managed to complete that third place podium. But it is Mick Williams and Michael Elms securing that win with a tremendous performance yet again here.
Yep, great performance from Mick Williams at the line, 4.9 seconds as you said, and it's been so impressive. Checker flag, you can just see from checker flag actually that the wind is clearly still blowing here at the Lydd kart circuit, so it's
a two-handed situation with that checkered flag, isn't it?
Yeah, it certainly is. They even let it blow in the air. So Mick Williams, race win once again. Going into the race, I think it's fair to say they would be the favourites, but of course there are scenarios this year and it is racing, so anything can happen. So it's going to be interesting to see if they can carry this momentum throughout the season.
That was round one complete then for the sidecar entries at Lydd. Round two coming up tomorrow for them, and we have just two final races to go before the end of proceedings today, but we'll be back again first thing tomorrow for another day full of racing. Looking forward to that already, but currently we've just got the PB140, the pit bikes, and the Mini GP70 final races of our day today.
Yep, so final races coming up. So if you're just joining us or if you have been tuning in all day, like and comment down below and let us know who you're supporting here today, who you want to win and who you are cheering for from home. Show your support to Britain's best mini bike championship. Now, of course, if you're just joining us, hello and welcome. You're watching FAB-Racing. This is round one here at Lydd. You've joined us at a perfect time because some of the craziest races is just about to start, and one of them being this class here.
Yeah, we're looking forward to this. So the Pit Bike 140 final race of the day for this class of racing is about to be underway here at the Lydd kart circuit, and we are getting the riders ready. They're waiting in the pit lane to be released for getting themselves organised onto the grid. And we did have a fantastic race in this class earlier on in the day, Lewis.
Yeah, we did. It was elbows out, it was handlebars bashing, and it's exactly what we wanted to see. Chris Wells, Taylor Lawrence, Lucas Brown, Cameron Sewell, Liam Wood, all of them battling for one thing, and that is bragging rights and the race win.
Definitely, yeah. It wasn't super successful for Cameron Sewell away from pole position last time, but it is madness, it's craziness here. It's the Pit Bike 140 series, and there you have your Sonic. Sonic is back, collecting the rings through the race if he can, but hopefully we'll see some more fireworks.
Yep, hopefully we will. We'll see them weaving onto the grid before the sighting lap will start. So Chris Wells doing a little dance there with Taylor Lawrence on the grid. Actually, they had a good laugh after the first race in pit lane, laughing about the battle that they had, because if anyone was watching the battle, it was crazy, to be honest. It's exactly what we love to see in pit bike racing. Yeah. Jamie King there on the 76, as you mentioned, did a practice start coming out of pit lane. He'll be hoping to make a great start. Of course, Jamie King previously has won this championship, so can he do it again?
Well, they're obviously launching away, getting their practice starts underway, and getting the bikes ready for action. I don't think there'll be much for them to do, but the grid is we'll have the grid for you very shortly. So here it comes. Cameron Sewell managed to pick up the pole position with a 44.731 from Chris Wells, who who did a great job in the race previously. Liam Wood and Jamie King on row 2. Then comes Lucas Brown and Taylor Lawrence, who featured so heavily in the black and green liveried bike in the previous one. Then we've got Sean Whittaker in on row 4, Zach Torian with him. On row 5, Chadley Whiting and Adam Redding. On row 6, Elliot Crosby, Callum Wybrow. Then on row 7, Matthew Lindley, James Ratcliffe. Behind them, Tom Stanford, Bradley Ferreira. Then in row 9, Powell Nozel and Jason Ferreira with Keaton Payne, Bailey Lawrence and Shannon King at the back.
So the riders wait on the grid. They wait for their final race of the day. For the Pit Bike 140s, the lights are on. And the lights are off now. Jamie King slightly creeping off the line there, but Chris Wells getting a great line, great start off line. Cameron Sewell just behind Jamie King, looks to be in 4th position. Looks to be a great gaggle of riders actually just behind Taylor Lawrence. Whoa. Dropping down there and making a swift move into 5th place. So Taylor Lawrence not getting the start he needs, but I'm sure he'll have the confidence and bravery to make it up.
Absolutely. He got boxed in at the start, but he's managed to make 1 place back, and he'll be 1 more and he's back where he started from, and we know how strong he was in the previous race.
Yeah, it was very strong. We've seen a lot of riders there creeping actually on the line, so well, some of them might be investigated, but there's Cameron Sewell. All these riders, of course, on these pit bike style machines, they do not have a screen or a fairing to hide behind, so it's really every single bit of your arm, every single bit of your leg that you can tuck in will make a massive difference in the slipstream and in the straight line speed. But there is your lead group, and there's your lead group of 6 riders.
Oh, fantastic. We're looking forward to yet more really good action here. We've got it's only lap 1 and lap with 11 to go. There went Taylor Lawrence with a little look down. He's made it back up to 4th now, and a look for the lead potentially. That was Cameron Sewell having a look on Chris Wells, but no way through just yet. Taylor Lawrence right behind, 1/10 of a second behind Lucas Brown, who had the fastest lap on the first lap.
Yeah, so Lucas Brown, great pace straight away. 3rd position for the number 7 rider, the British Championship level rider, Cameron Sewell. 2nd position at the moment. He's impressed me at the moment. Sticking with Chris Wells, sticking with that pace in a low 47. Fastest lap of the race actually is Liam Wood, number 94, with a 44.9. So definitely some of the riders that you may not expect to be up there are.
Yeah, absolutely. They've found something in the break, in their setup. They've been able to dial something in, and there goes Taylor down the inside, and we've seen that move already today, and another great one back up onto the podium from Taylor Lawrence. Great stuff.
Yeah, great stuff. And there's Cameron Sewell just ahead of Taylor Lawrence. Taylor Lawrence made so much ground actually on the brakes towards the final corner. Taylor Lawrence in 3rd position at the moment. Chris Wells still leading. Chris Wells at 44.1. Taylor Lawrence at 43.935. So he's clearly faster, but he needs to find a way past Cameron Sewell.
It's crazy evenly matched in this group as well. The top 5 or 6 drivers, racers all together, and here comes Taylor Lawrence. But the door wasn't open that time from 2nd place. Cameron Sewell, who is holding his own here at the moment. Taylor loves that line though going into the S's.
Yeah, it really does. It loves a different line in that exit, but Cameron Sewell started here at FAB on Mini Motos. He's now 16, and now he's getting overtaken by Taylor Lawrence, and now he's going to be in a fierce battle with Taylor Lawrence. So we're going to see how that is going to happen. Look, he looks down the outside axle, which is very tricky. You have to make that move very early on in the corner. But Taylor Lawrence, the comeback kid here at FAB, he said he was retiring last year, and he was retired for 1 whole round before he made his pit bike racing return. So a very long retirement for Taylor, but honestly it's very nice seeing him back. Of course, his sparring partner Rossi Banham is not here, but 8 laps to go in the race, and it's going to be very unpredictable from here on in, with Chris Wells still leading.
Absolutely. Well, you know, these two duked it out, and I thought we would have some other riders in the mix. That was who was that? Lucas Brown trying to make a move there on the inside, and he's got close attention behind him as a result from Liam Wood. Jamie King on the tail of the top 6 and just trying to rein them in, but yeah, Taylor Lawrence absolutely right with Chris Wells for a battle for the win here, just as we saw earlier on.
Yeah, of course, and Chris Wells, you can just see how much that gap has disappeared between himself and Taylor Lawrence. Taylor Lawrence, 43.8. Now, last lap, that was half a second faster than the man in front of him, than Chris Wells. Chris Wells at 44.3. So is he maybe losing the pace, or does Chris Wells just need a bit more motivation, just need a front wheel to get seen from Taylor Lawrence before he thinks, right, I better get the hammer down. What is going to happen in this race? Because if you do not try to make a pass, you will be passed in the pit bike 140 class.
Definitely, they're so close to each other, these top five. It looks like Lucas Brown getting a little bit active over the curb and loses a position. Then Lucas Brown to Liam Wood gets up into fourth position, and that was a changeover. We saw we got the top three then: Chris Wells, Taylor Lawrence, Cameron Soule. So close to each other. Yeah,
they really are, and there's Lucas Brown slightly far down, but Cameron Soule get on the podium, 6 laps to go. He's going to have to keep this pace up, he's going to have to keep his momentum up, and he cannot afford to make one mistake. Last time round, Lucas Brown was slightly faster than Cameron Soule, but he looks to have actually bridged the gap. So we'll wait and see what lap times are this time around. Cameron Soule, a 44.3, Liam Wood, 44.2. Wow. So the gap is going to come down slightly, it seems, but 5 laps to go in this race. Cameron Soule actually looks to be right in the mix. He looks around the outside of there, Taylor Lawrence. He's just looking at the wrong time in the wrong places, it seems.
Certainly, it's where he's got an advantage, than not the overtaking positions that we've seen so far. Taylor Lawrence loves that tight line into the perhaps the most difficult corner here at Lydd. But so far, so good for Chris Wells, holding on. As for Cameron Soule as well, holding on into that third position. Now Taylor trying a different line here. He does like to finish this final turn a lot narrower and away from that textured concrete surface.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. Of course, in these types of situations, you need to adapt your riding style. You need to adapt your racing lines to help suit your battle, to help suit your style, and to help you try and get past your opponent. Whatever your opponent's doing, sometimes you just need to do the exact opposite. If they're going to go out tight, you need to go on the outside. But there's Jamie King. You can just see how much he's closed in that gap, and that's just because these riders are battling, but they're not going anywhere because of it, because they're struggling to make a move and make positions, but they're slowing each other up. So now Jamie King is on the back of them, and now we have a 6-bike battle for the race lead.
And look at that for fourth position at the moment. Very, very tight between Brown and Wood. Now they've got a back marker, the first back marker to pass at this stage of the race. But through they go with 3 laps to go. Then we are we're certainly waiting for the move from Taylor. And it looked like it might have been about to be made there, coming out of the far side of the circuit. Chris Wells holding on and just keeping everything very smooth.
That group of 6 has just been made a group of 4 as Liam Wood and Jamie King get held up by a back markers, catch it at the wrong place. But Chris Wells leading the race. He's got an okay gap, but there is more back markers coming into play. What is going to happen now? 2 laps to go in this race. It's all going to heat up here at FAB-Racing, here in the pit bike 140 class.
Yeah, and that was Taylor Lawrence very tight on the corner, having to defend a potential move coming from Cameron Soule, but he closes right back up to Chris Wells, who is passing that back marker in a really inconvenient place. 2 to go, as you say, and whoa, absolutely hampered at the corner once again. And now this back marker is going to be feeling very bullied indeed.
Yeah, a lot of riders, a lot of fast riders coming past them very, very swiftly. And the one still at the front of that is Chris Wells. Chris Wells has done a great job at defending them. Of course, these back markers, whenever they do get lapped, they will be able to stick with them, hopefully, for 1 or 2 corners. Oh, there's Cameron Soule gone down at the final corner. Cameron Soule, head in his hands. He cannot believe his mistake. Tuck in the front, too much brake pressure as he tries to trail brake into the final corner. Can he get the bike restarted? But Cameron Soule, what a very, very disappointing result as we head on to the final lap.
We are on the final lap, absolutely, where something had to happen in that powder keg of the top 6. I had a feeling there was a slight hint of a touch between the riders as they piled into that corner, but I can't be sure from this angle that we've got at the racetrack at the moment. Final lap then for Chris Wells to hold on.
Yeah, Chris Wells trying to hold on for the final lap. Taylor Lawrence, one more corner, he tries a different line, round the outside, it's going to be a drag race to the line. Chris Wells looks behind him, takes the checker flag, nods his head, he's buzzing with that result, and he should be. 1/10 of a second separating himself and Taylor Lawrence and Lucas Brown. And third, Cameron Soule in the background, can only watch as the victory and the podiums and medals are handed out.
Tremendous there. That's Chris Wells in the white helmet who won the race, being congratulated from his rivals on the track. Soaked up a great deal of pressure and finishing in style.
Yeah, definitely finished in style, and he should finish in style, because this pit by 140 class always provides great race and never disappoints. And a clearly not disappointed face there is Chris Wells. That'll be his face right now underneath the helmet. Race winner, and Tara Lawrence, he'll be pretty happy with second position from a retired rider. Lucas Brown will take the final podium position in third, with Jamie King getting a remarkable fourth place ahead of Liam Wood and Zach Tureen in sixth place. So great race there, and very consistent result.
Super high standard.
Laps.
Yeah, really high standard from the top six and throughout the field, really. But unfortunately, it was wasn't to be for Cameron Sewell today. Maybe tomorrow it'll be better.
Yep, hopefully tomorrow will be better. Round two will be tomorrow, but right now all eyes are on Chris Wells. 1/10 of a second, he took the race win from Tara Lawrence. Lucas Brown is in third place, Jamie King in fourth, and Liam Wood rounds out our top five. Zach Tureen in sixth, with Adam Redden in seventh position. Elliot Crosby is in eighth, with Tom Stanford ninth, and Ben Ridwell rounds out our top 10 here in the Pit by 140 class. That is the end of their round one here at FAB. They will be back tomorrow for the double header meeting, and wow, I cannot wait for it. So now it is time for the Premier Class. It's the LS2 Helmets Mini GP 70 British Championship. It's the final race of the day for these riders. You can see Lee Quells making her way onto the track as start marshal, and you can see final words being done for Marco Holt from his dad. So these riders ready for it, as there's 11 of them out there, I believe, and it's going to be a battle to remember.
Definitely, as you say, this is the final step on the ladder towards the road to MotoGP, the official road to MotoGP, here brought to you by LS2 Helmets on our Sunday race day here at Lydd karting circuit, and this is where we saw one of the very best races so far of the day in round two. So Archie O'Brien, a big feature of today's race, has the pole position, but will he have it all his own way? Of course, he's coming back from a disappointing race just a few races earlier, so he'll be hoping for much better than that this time. But he'll be looking to settle scores, Lewis, don't you think?
Yeah, he certainly will be. Blake Wilson in the first race really impressed me, to be honest. Even the end of last season, he's shown his pace and just shown his consistency to fight at the front. It's great to see from Blake Wilson. It's great to see how much he has came on as a rider, as a racer in this Metro Kit class. You can see the difference there between a dark visor and a clear visor there from Henry McCartney and Luke Fitchett. And you can just see the different approaches taken by these riders in both the helmet setups and how they want their bikes to look. And it's great to see so much personality shining through, and I'm sure we're going to see a great race. Final check's been done there. Marco Holt, they're trying to run in that 70 engine, and it's taken some time due to the practice being combined between the 50s and 70s due to the bad weather. Has meant that they've had less track time on the 70s than what they were originally hoping for.
And away they go then to start their sighter lap. We'll have the grid for you shortly, but we know, of course, that Archie O'Brien will be at the front of the grid here for the LS2 Helmets Road to MotoGP British Championship. Here is your grid then. Archie O'Brien took the pole position on a 42.138 from Blake Wilson. Then Luke Fitchett, Henry McCartney on row 2. On row 3, Bill Harris, Finley Polhill. Do we have Bill Harris now? I think we do. It was just that bike from earlier that was the problem. Wilson Dilks and Marco Holt on row 4. Then Ollie Sims and Harry Payne. And at the back, Austin Johnson, yet another Johnson to watch today. But Archie O'Brien and Blake Wilson will be the ones vying for the whole shot, Lewis, into the first corner.
Yeah, they certainly will be. Archie O'Brien will be one to the better result than what he had in the Mini GP 50 class. Of course, this is the Premier class. This is the one all the junior riders are aiming to be in. This is what all the junior riders want to win. What is going to happen? Archie O'Brien positioned himself perfectly for turn 1, and so is Luke Fitchett. Will the wind take a play? And you can just see Archie O'Brien ready.
The wind is very strong today, so the riders are having to adjust to the gusting winds of this seaside three-side circuit. That is a problem for I think that was bike 92, Elliot Crosby, possibly being pulled off to the side. So we'll wait a second and give them the chance to restart. Otherwise, we'll be ready to go. So we're waiting, I think. We're ready to go. Let's go then, away from the start, and it's a go. It's Archie O'Brien slow away, and Blake Wilson almost made contact, and there was a slight correction from both of them, but Archie O'Brien away from the start, securing the first position. Wilson is second, and that is Luke Fitchett securing third position at the moment from Henry McCartney, away from the early part of the first lap so far. Archie O'Brien clearing away, but it was almost disaster Lewis from the start there.
Yeah, it was, and Archie O'Brien leading the way with the Spider-Man helmet on the 91. Blake Wilson will want to try and close that gap swiftly. We've seen in the Mini GP 50 race, Archie O'Brien knows how to extend the gap, but there's Henry McCartney, slightly different look to him this year. Same levers, different fairings. But there we have it, coming through the first lap. The first lap is over. Archie O'Brien, the fastest lap of the race, at 2/10 of a second gap between himself and Blake Wilson. Luke Fitchett in third position with Henry McCartney in fourth. Wilson Delks making his way to fifth place, and Marco Holt in seventh, making submissions from the line.
Absolutely, problem. Pole Hill right at the foot of the field though at the moment in 11th. So it's not all going well for him on the final race of today. But Archie O'Brien already pulling a bit of a gap here, a quarter of a second, and Blake Wilson has Luke Fitchett for attention right behind him, having a little look on the way into the final corner at the end of the second lap, and we tick over to 10 laps to go.
Yeah, just 10 laps to go in this race. It's Blake Wilson, Luke Fitchett and Henry McCartney in this field of riders for second position at the moment. All of them think that they're faster than each other. All of them think that they have the pace to catch O'Brien. Why? Because they're racing and they think that they are the fastest on the circuit. But right now the fastest on the circuit is Archie O'Brien with 41.812. 5/10 ahead of Blake Wilson, ahead of these riders, and if they start battling, that gap's going to increase.
Well, race day just builds to this event. Of course, this is the one that matters the most for the racers who desperate to get on that next step and get the support from sponsors to help them move forward. And at the moment, Archie O'Brien featuring very strongly. I do think Luke Fitchett is not done in third position either, though.
Yeah, I'm being told as well that Finlay Paul did start the race from pit lane. He was that bike that was originally wheeled off the grid, but maybe just trying to see if the problem is resolved on that. We'll treat it as more of a test session.
Right.
9 laps in this race though, and at the front, it looks like consistent gaps actually between all the riders. No one's really edging out.
No, it's very, very finely balanced here. There's a lot of, just to underline what you were saying, Wilson Delks secured the fastest lap there with a 41.8. We've got a rider down, but standing up and hoping to get back into the race at the tail of the field. But Marco Holt is moving forward as well, and he's vying for a position into the S's in the first sector and trying to get his way through past Bill Harris, who has unfortunately moved down to fifth.
Yeah, just as Wilson Delks got that fastest lap of the race, it was snatched by Archie O'Brien, and to make it even worse, he was that crasher there as well, so he trudges away very, very disappointed, I think it's fair to say. So we're going to have to wait and see what is going to happen. As Finlay Paul Hill as well, I can say, has also pulled into the pit lane to retire from this race, it seems. But Luke Fitchett, will he be able to catch up? Will he be able to get in front and defend and catch O'Brien? Archie O'Brien putting in fastest lap after fastest lap after fastest lap.
Yeah, but Fitchett does look very dynamic on the bike. He really looks like it's underneath him in a way that perhaps Blake Wilson is struggling to get to at the moment. What have we got? Henry McCartney behind this group as well, and Archie O'Brien is not getting away from the field at the moment, and that's good to see. Bike 85 rider fine and well, but unfortunately, end of his race today. We can reset and try again tomorrow. Down into the final corner, tries Luke Fitchett, but it didn't work out this time. He's definitely got a speed advantage at the moment, Lewis.
Yeah, he certainly does. And 6 laps to go in this race. Ollie Sims at the back of that pack there, trying to chase Bill Harris, who's having a great meeting actually on that Mini GP 70. But can anyone catch Archie O'Brien? 1 second gap now. Archie O'Brien last time around was just 1/10 faster than Blake Wilson in second, but the gap definitely is rising, but not as rapidly as what we've previously seen from Archie O'Brien. So maybe he's just taking a little settling at this point in the race before he goes for another push.
Luke Fitchett is going to be really keen to get the move done, because he can see in front of Blake Wilson on the long sweeping bends. He can see how far Archie O'Brien is slowly building the lead to almost a second now from Wilson. So Fitchett desperate to get a move on now.
Yeah, then they call him Flat Cap Fitchett, of course, because he always wears the flat cap around the paddock, and in all pictures you'll see on his racing page.
He needs to get a sponsorship deal from a flat cap manufacturer, I think.
Yeah, it would definitely be a smart move for him, but of course the number 7 inspired, the style inspired by Barry Sheen, and you can just see right now how strong he's trying to do. He inspires obviously to be the next Barry Sheen as he dives down the inside.
This is it from Fitchett. This is a good attempt, but he just had to brake slightly earlier, and a big twitch from Blake Wilson, who's clearly pushing. I bet he could hear the bike of Fitchett on his inside at that point.
Yeah, certainly nerves will be rising in both the Fitchett and the Wilson camp after seeing this, after seeing these 2 young riders squabble like this. These 2 riders are doing almost identical lap times, a 41.7 from both of them, just 1/10 slower than Archie O'Brien.
Yeah, just past the halfway point of this final race of the day. O'Brien leads from Wilson and Fitchett, but it is anyone's guess as to who's going to triumph here at the end of it, as Fitchett has a tiny top speed advantage, but he just can't get enough of the bike underneath Wilson. And Archie O'Brien, another fastest lap, 41.279 this time round.
Yeah, great fastest lap. 3 laps to go in this race. So what can Wilson Dilts do? Wilson Dilts crashed out earlier on in this race, but what can he do tomorrow whenever it's round 2? And there we have Blake Wilson, but currently these riders are not too far off the lap record. Actually, Archie O'Brien, that last lap is just bet lap record, a 1:41.279. That's 1/10 faster than the lap record. The first rider all day actually to break the lap record. The track condition just heating up towards the end of the day. The wind has certainly cooled down from what it was.
Yeah, definitely. It's absolutely optimal position now for Archie O'Brien. Luke Fitchett trying to get the bike underneath Blake Wilson once again, just can't get a way through, but it's only a matter of time before he goes for it. I don't think the race win is on for Fitchett. He's struggling now to secure second place as he tries to get a good exit out of the second sector and up over the crest, and can't quite just get the advantage. It is absolutely marginal, the gaps between these riders, excuse me.
Yeah, there's Archie O'Brien, the new lap record holder. It was previously held by Bailey Stewart Campbell, held all the way back in 2019. So that lap record's held for quite a long time. Marco Holt, of course, the lap record holder himself in the Mini GP 50 class, which he held from last year. But Archie O'Brien, a great consistent ride. Heading on to the last lap. We're on the last lap now. What can anyone else do? Can anyone else stop Archie O'Brien? It looks like he can only stop himself, but that battle for second position is still carrying on between Blake Wilson and Luke Fitchett.
Yeah, so out onto the back straight then, where we are about to finish the race as Archie O'Brien round the final corner, Lewis.
Yeah, round the final corner, Archie O'Brien takes the race, win the final race of the day. Blake Wilson has been overtaken. Furious there, Luke Fitchett nabs second place at the line. What an overtake that was. Henry McCartney comes home in 4th, Mark Holt 5th, and then Ollie Sims and Bill Harris comes home as well. But Blake Wilson, furious at himself there, runs slightly wide coming out the final corner and threw away a second position.
The Fitchett did pile the pressure on the whole time. It was hardly an unforced error from Blake Wilson, but he'll be absolutely furious because it was that final corner, Lewis, and that is the bitterest pill to take.
Yeah, it certainly will be that final corner and the final lap on the final race of this round and of the day. That's got to hurt, and one he'll be thinking about for the rest of the night. But Luke Fitchett, on the other hand, will be absolutely delighted.
Yeah, definitely. He worked incredibly hard through that race. What a fantastic performance from the drivers. Oh, wow. Blake Wilson is still punching the handlebars. He is so angry. Yeah, I think that's the most animated we've seen a rider today. So, Archie O'Brien wins the final race of today with a winning margin of 1.347 seconds. Congratulations to him, and a great result there. Luke Fitchett coming in to finish second on the final corner there with Blake Wilson in third. A very angry Blake Wilson. Henry McCartney came fourth. Marco Holt in fifth. Ollie Sims secured sixth position. Bill Harris in seventh. Austin Johnson in eighth, Harry Payne in ninth. We had two DNFs led by Wilson Dilks and Finley Polhill. And that rounds out our day of racing then.
Yeah, it certainly does. It's been a great day of racing here at the Lydd karting circuit. What an awesome day. We've been very lucky with the weather. A bit windy, but very sunny. Slightly cool at the start of the day. By the end of the day, lap records were breaking.
Tremendous, absolutely brilliant. And more to come tomorrow.
Yeah, there certainly will be more racing to come tomorrow. More racing than today, actually. 30 races will be coming up on tomorrow's schedule. Tomorrow will be a whole different race weekend. We'll have whole different grids for you. It will be the Monday. We'll be racing on the Monday, which is quite unusual. But it's round 2 tomorrow. It's round 2. It's a double header here at the Lydd karting circuit. So please tune in to join us at Motorsport Radio. But of course, today's racing is over. But thanks to all the marshal, the medics, and all the officials for putting this event on, because without them, we couldn't go racing. And there is one of the marshals making their way back for the day. I'm sure they'll all be back tomorrow. I forgot a broom, actually. So there he goes, in case any sweeping is needed done. But that is it for today. Thanks for joining myself, Lewis Ray, and Andy Webster. So, Andy, how was your first day here at FAB?
Fantastic. Yeah, I was tempted to say it was FAB, but that would just be far too on the nose. So, a really good day, and can't wait for tomorrow.
Well, join us tomorrow. Race coverage should start from around 10 a.m. Join us on Motorsport Radio and FAB Racing YouTube channels.